OJ in the morning. Oh, I do have the wrong chat up. I forgot to put the new chat up. The speed is correct. Let's put our chat up. That was the past. We have to move away from the past. But Twitch is still the past. All right. Let's get through this guy. We're almost done with another one. We get these guys on the stand and they take forever and we think we're never going to get past them. And now we don't even remember Maria Lopez. That's not right. Here we go.
And Ms. Clark. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to join us? Mr. Kelberg.
Yes, Your Honor. To follow up on several matters that we briefly discussed last evening. First of all, and I just wanted to Mr. Shapiro, Dr. Lachman, has said the things as well. The document or documents in the category, I should say, because there's not evidence that we are aware of that any specific such document exists. But Mr. Hernandez, who is the director at the medical examiner's office, had no independent recollection of seeing any such document, but he was at home when he was contacted last night. He is checking this morning, and he will contact us, and if he hasn't by about 9:30 or 10 o'clock, 10:30 break, Dr. Lakshmanan will call him because he was going to check through the records of which he is the custodian has them to see whether any such type of document exists.
All right.
Second order of business is we've been talking about other people's mistakes for about 6 or 7 days. It's appropriate, I think, for me to talk about one of my own with respect to Exhibit 363. The court will recall in that short portion of the prime time live broadcast that there was left in the audio portion a statement made by Mr. Donaldson as he's chasing after Dr. Goldman. Psychiatry and forensic science.
That was where we started the last stream. This is the correct spot. We almost redid yesterday, which would not be okay. I don't know. Maybe it would be okay. Because he has the last book he brought up to Dr. L, he read 18 paragraphs. 18 chapters from. Now he has that whole stack of books right there. And 2 at the podium. He better not read all these books. No. No. We can go and read it ourselves if we want to. Nope. Let's start the stream. Here we go.
By Curran, C-U-R-R-A-N, and others, dated
Damn it! Oh, my mic is still on. I did the wrong
Doctor,
one.
with those preliminaries aside, I have a series of boards that I want to go through with you on this subject of estimation of the range for time of death. And Your Honor, the first board, which is called Factors Commonly Used to Estimate Range for Time of Death, I asked to be marked as People's Exhibit 366.
366.
And I think Mr. Fairtlow can put that one up on the Elmo. I'm not sure. Your Honor, I don't know for the jurors' convenience if we can put it on the Elmo and have it as a board.
All right.
Prefer that? And Mr. Fairtlow has broken this one down, so we'll see parts of it.
But it wasn't at the beginning, Josh. It wasn't at the beginning.
Doctor, it might be more convenient for you if you might step down with the court's permission to the board.
Yes.
What is the information conveyed on this exhibit?
This exhibit mainly shows the various
yes, it was.
factors which are used in the estimation of
It
time
was
of death
at the beginning.
and the range of time of death. And the physicochemical factors is 1, chemical factors is 2, and other associated factors. In physicochemical factors, one is algor mortis.
What is algor mortis?
It is the postmortem cooling of the body the other way of putting it is loss of warmth of the body.
Doctor, is algor mortis considered, among all the available techniques medically, the most reliable means of estimating the range for time of death?
It is the most common method used in our office and other jurisdictions in this country.
What's the next entry then?
Rigor mortis, and that is a phenomenon of postmortem stiffening of the muscles, which follows a period of primary flaccidity.
What does primary flaccidity mean?
That is, the muscles are not stiff; they're relaxed. Just after a person dies, if you lift their arms up, it won't be stiff;
Would
it
they
will be just
also
flaccid.
be limp?
Relaxed is a better word to use. And the stiffening process is due to chemical changes, which involves the proteins in the muscle fibers. Do you want me to go into detail on each one?
I think we're going to see that when we discuss in specific terms rigor mortis, so perhaps we'll finish in general terms.
Livor mortis is the draining of blood by gravity into the vessels of the dependent parts of the body after the circulation has ceased, that is, after your heart has stopped beating, and causes a discoloration in the skin, which is not subject to pressure. So in the areas where the body is in contact with the ground, you won't have a coloration because the pressure would have pressed on the vessels, and so blood cannot accumulate in the vessels.
Doctor, is that a part of what you discussed yesterday in looking at the position of Mr. Goldman's body and some discoloration that you saw in one of the photographs? I believe it was a G5.
Yes.
All right, if you continue.
Then we have chemical factors, wherein you take some vitreous humor from the eye, estimate the potassium level in the vitreous humor, and the vitreous humor is that part of the eye. It's a substance found in the back of the eye, behind your lens, and in front of what is called the retina. It's a gel-like substance which is present in everybody, and you remove the material and you send it for analysis for this chemical potassium. And we'll discuss this in detail later. Associate factors, one is the stomach contents. Then, of course, the other one is which is a factor which is independent, verifiable evidence of when the victim was last seen or heard alive.
Doctor, that last factor, B, is that, in your opinion, a medical factor?
No, it's more information which is not a medical factor, but is a factor which is important. If somebody saw somebody alive and you feel by your this range that they were dead already, it doesn't make sense. So you have to be intelligent and use all factors which are important, which can be verified. The important thing is verified evidence, just not hearsay. That is, you have independent verification that somebody saw and there's evidence for it.
Doctor, as an example, assuming there's been evidence received concerning a telephone bill showing a conversation between the mother of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ms. Brown Simpson at 9:35 in the evening of June 12, 1994, would that factor narrow your estimated range for her time of her death from the 9 o'clock to 12:30 or 12:45 that you testified earlier would be the range based upon the medical factors?
You would have verified that the mother did speak to Ms. Simpson or just the phone bill?
Assuming that such a conversation occurred.
If the conversation can be confirmed, then that would be an important factor which would narrow the estimated range which is used, just not the telephone bill.
And assume, for example, that Mr. Goldman was seen at the Mezzaluna restaurant after 9:30 in the evening, and he left the restaurant. I assume there's been testimony in this case that he left the restaurant approximately 10 minutes to 10 that evening, and assuming that that is an accurate observation, would that be another factor which would be useful to you in narrowing your range for the time of his death down from 9 o'clock to 12:30 to 12:45?
Yes.
Is there anything further in general terms about this board, Doctor?
No.
Let me switch to a different board. Your Honor, we actually have a series of boards that deal with algor mortis. And let me just get the total number. There are 4 boards with written information and 2 graph boards. May they collectively be marked as Exhibit 367, and as we go through them, I'll make them A, B, and so forth.
A through F, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, starting with what I'd ask to be 367A, algor mortis temperature. What does this board show?
This shows the details of this method of
It is 1.25.
estimating the range of time of
We're
death.
just used to it now.
Let's start at the top. You've
my
defined it, I
gosh.
believe.
I'm going to
Is
show
that
you.
correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna
Let's go to
turn
item
it to
2. What is
normal
this
for a
concept,
minute.
core temperature?
That is the inner body temperature
You're
in
not
the
gonna like this.
core of the body. That would be the, you take a temperature of the liver or the rectum or the brain, depending on which organ you use to obtain the temperature. That would be the central part of the body, and that would be reflect the true temperature of the body, because the skin surface does not really reflect the true temperature of the body. That is why when you go to a doctor, they put a thermometer in your mouth and take the temperature of the person.
Now, doctor, in your office, is there a general procedure or protocol as to the location from which this core temperature will be obtained?
We take in our office the core temperature from the liver. The investigator makes a small incision in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen and then passes this thermometer. This is a liver temperature probe. It's about 4.5 inches long, and you have this dial which is about 1 inch in diameter, and the tip of the probe is the temperature sensitive instrumentation, which will give a digital readout of the body temperature, which is at the time this procedure was done. And usually the investigator, before doing this, will also take the ambient temperature, that is the temperature of the surrounding where the body was found, to get that temperature first, which is just by placing the thermometer so that you don't touch the tip. As I told you, the tip has the electronic sensitive equipment to read out the temperature. So you keep it free and you get the ambient temperature, and then 5 minutes later you do the body temperature and you get the the digital readout of the body temperature. And that is how the core body temperature is obtained in our office. And
Why?
we have some guidelines for that, yes.
Why has your office selected the liver over any other location in the body?
Because if you use a rectal temperature, you may interfere in a case where you need to collect sexual assault. It may interfere with the collection process because you want to take this temperature as soon as the coroner's office gets to see a resident, because we want to get the temperature as soon as possible so that we have an idea to give a better estimated range, because in estimated range of time of death, the further the time is away, the estimated range also gets wider. The brain is not used because you have to do an intrusive procedure which is not feasible. So in our office, we use the liver temperature, which is an easier procedure, can be done by all our investigators, and we have some guidelines when they should do it. Basically, we do it in all our unwitnessed deaths and homicide cases, or there are several deaths in one scene to see, especially if it's the whole family who died first, it helps sometimes.
Dr. Please finish, I'm sorry.
As I said, we have guidelines, we have procedures when it should be done.
Is there any reason beyond interference with possible sexual assault evidence why you do not use the rectum?
The other reason is you need to have the temperature thermometer probe at least 10 centimeters into the rectum so that you have an accurate reflection of the core body temperature. So that is again a situation where you have to, it's more like a medical procedure to put a probe into the anorectal area. And this is a much simpler procedure wherein you just have to put a probe into the liver, which is right below the right costal margin of the chest wall.
If you are using the rectum as the source for core temperature and you don't insert it properly, will the temperature you obtain be one which you can reliably use in formulating an estimated range for time of death?
No, because you'll get a particular number which may not really reflect the core body temperature, and naturally this will throw off your estimated range.
How difficult is it to hit the target, for lack of a better term, where the target is the liver?
It's much less chance that you will miss the target. The liver is a huge organ sitting on the right side of the upper abdomen, and the probe will strike the liver, because our investigators are trained to do that.
Your Honor, I don't know where you wish to break. I have a chart I was going to put up on the Elmo. Now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our break for the lunch hour at this time. Please remember all my admonitions. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you, or allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. And we'll resume testimony at 1 o'clock. All right, board in recess. Simpson matter, the defendant's again present with his counsel. People are represented. Jury's not present. Counsel, is there anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, let's have the jurors, please.
Come on, Judge. We speak fast in Pennsylvania, too. That's why it's so nice watching the Georgia cases.
Doctor? And Mr. Kelberg. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, Josh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not
Doctor, we were talking...
mad. Again, I'm not mad. But I'm very disappointed in you. Because that content wrote itself. Those jokes a minute ago wrote themselves. They just did. And I get a zipper mouth.
About how core temperature is measured, and you've told us about the liver and the rectum, and you mentioned the brain. From your own experience and review of any literature, do you have an opinion as to whether the core temperature from each of those sources is identical?
No, the brain would...
I'm sorry, you have no opinion? Or
I have an opinion, yes.
What is that opinion?
The brain temperature would reflect the core temperature the best, and the decrease would correspond better with the postmortem. As the postmortem interval progresses, the rectum would be the next in line, and liver is comparable to the rectal temperatures.
And when you say, I'm sorry, the brain is the best?
No, it's better than the other two because it reflects more of the core temperature.
Is there a, well, actually, let me ask Mr. Fairlow to put a graph on the board. This is from page 30 of Henziga's text. Ask if this is material that you referred to, considered, and relied upon in part in forming opinions regarding the estimation of the range for time of death. And if Mr. Fairlow could just pull it back just a little so we can see the bottom of the graph as well. A little more. Thank you, Mr. Fairlow. Doctor, what does this graph represent?
This shows the temperature drop in relationship to postmortem interval, and you see the graph for each area being used to see the drop in temperature. The number 3 refers to the rectal temperature, which is between the liver temperature, which is number 4, and the brain temperature is number 5.
I'm going to ask if Mr. Fairlow can, he's got the arrow. Doctor, there is a legend that Mr. Fairlow is pointing to which has a number corresponding to the source for any particular temperature reading. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have 3 different and distinct lines to represent the relationship between the time in hours following death and the temperature as measured. Is that correct?
Yes.
In looking at the diagram, Doctor, the uppermost line is from which source?
The liver.
And I don't know if Mr. Fairlow can perhaps put a big L or something associated with that line. And the middle line corresponds to what source, Doctor?
The rectal.
Mr. Fairlow didn't like his initial L. And could we put an R, Mr. Fairlow, of some form? And then the bottom one,
Skipping
Doctor,
it
refers to
until
what?
The brain temperature. Brain.
defense gets
And
on.
could Mr. Fairlow put a B?
Yo, they got a blue solo cup today.
And,
Clear,
Your Honor, I'll ask
red,
when this is printed
yellow.
out, if we could
No,
please,
blue.
to have this marked as Exhibit 367B as in boy.
People's 367.
Doctor, from this graph, does it appear that the actual temperature recorded in relationship to the time since death differs depending upon the source used?
Yes.
Does this difference between rectal, liver, and brain as a source affect how precise one can be given that you are using one source, the liver, rather than all 3 sources?
Yes, that's one of the main problems in this kind of estimation of time range since death, because you have variability in what kind of method you use to gauge the body temperature.
Mr. Fairlow, are you done with the book? Now, Doctor, going
Don't
on
read that
in
book.
this first chart, you've got the
Okay. Phew.
you've got the probe identified, and I think you've already told us that is the type of instrument used. And in fact, is this a photograph, 2 photographs of the actual probe and dial that was used with respect to the liver temperatures of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald
sort
Goldman?
of glad
That is correct.
I don't have to see
Let's go
the
to
probe.
item 3,
I'm
talking
happy.
about how range for time of death is calculated based on the measurement of core temperature. Before we get to what's described as assumptions required to apply formula, are there various approaches mathematically that are used to use temperature as a basis to estimate a range for time of death?
Yes.
What are those approaches, Doctor?
Basically, in the past, there's been a formula which has been used by moderates, I think, where they used to take the time interval between death and the temperature which was obtained, and let's say that the temperature you obtained is for assumption 80, and you assume the normal body temperature to be 98, you have an 18 degrees difference. They used to divide it by 1.5 hours, 1.5, and you have a 1.5 degree drop per hour after death. And but this formula didn't take into account the plateau phase which you have after death, wherein the temperature really doesn't drop soon after death. There is a period, depending on where the temperature is taken from, you may or may not have a period of time when the temperature may not drop. So there is that variable factor which this formula doesn't take into account. There's one of the formulas which has been used in the past, and there have also been other formulas which have been used by there's another group of people, Marshall and Hoare. They have a chart wherein you can use that chart to estimate the range. So there are different formulas which can be used. I alluded to one particular nomogram earlier of Hensage, which he has taken some of the variable factors, factored it in the graph to estimate. So bottom line is still an estimated range. It doesn't give you a precise estimate of the time.
For the benefit of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the reporter, I don't believe we picked up, at least I didn't, the name that you associated with the first formula.
Moritz, M-O-R-I-T-Z.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Doctor, the formula you described of roughly 1.5 degrees per hour, is that a formula that, in your opinion, yields a precise period for the postmortem interval to the time when the temperature was measured?
No, it's just an estimated range. So let's take the example I gave you, 98.6, 1.5 degrees an hour, and let's assume that the temperature you take when you see the remains to be 80, at that time to be 80 degrees. You're talking about 18 degrees, and you divide it by 1.5. You're talking about roughly for 12 hours. And so you cannot assume, let's say the 80 degree temperature was taken at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. You cannot tell that the person died at 1 a.m. using that formula because of the variable factors we're going to discuss, one of them being the plateau phase, and number two, the postmortem drop in temperature doesn't occur at a constant rate because there's variability to the drop in temperature itself, and the formula you use assumes that the postmortem temperature is going to drop at a constant rate, and it doesn't happen that way because you have environmental factors which can play a role, like the wind and where the body is, the clothing of the body can play a role. There are a number of variables in this environment, on the body itself, like whether clothed or not clothed, where the body is in contact, also the pre-existing disease process in the body. There are so many variables in this, so you really can't use this mathematical formula to say this is the time of death. There's going to be variability in the time you get, and you have to couch your opinion keeping these variable factors in mind and always give an estimated range because you can't be precise in estimating a time.
Now, Doctor, in this section, assumptions required to apply formula, does each of the formulas you've described make an assumption as to what the actual core temperature was of the decedent at the moment of death?
Yes. What we do is usually everybody thinks everybody has got a normal temperature, 98.6, and as I just gave you in my example, and that may not be the case. So the first assumption, which may be wrong, is that assumption that the body temperature was 98.6 when the person died, and that may be the first assumption which could be wrong.
Doctor, if you are not physically with the decedent at the exact moment of death, and at the exact moment of death take the decedent's core temperature, is there any medical way of which you are aware that the actual core temperature at time of death can be determined?
No.
Does that assumption limit the preciseness with which one can estimate a range for time of death?
Yes.
How so?
Because even in a normal person, you can have variability in the temperature. You may have a higher temperature in the afternoon than in the morning, and that variation is 0.5 degrees, just in an individual variation. And also, the normal temperature for different populations, if you take a population of persons, you have a variability in the temperature. If you take about 100 people and you measure their body temperature, of course, excluding the individual variability, you'll see variability in the normal body temperature. What is one person's body temperature may be 37, another person's may be 36.5, and there is a variation which is known in the population also.
Doctor, you've been using numbers, some of which are 98.6, and others which you've just said like are 37 or something.
I have to clarify that.
Would you please?
Yeah, 98.6 is using the temperature when you use Fahrenheit, which is one method of determining temperature. The other one is 37 degrees I use for centigrade, which is the other method of measuring temperature.
Centigrade, is that correct?
Yes.
And doctor, is there a standard formula that is used to convert a temperature that is expressed in Fahrenheit to centigrade and vice versa?
Yes.
And in fact, in going through these materials, have you attempted to identify temperatures by both centigrade and Fahrenheit?
Yes.
In the book, this book by Henziga and the others, is it primarily referring to centigrade readings?
Yes.
And is that the standard temperature scale used in Europe?
Yes.
Now, doctor, in your own experience, have you found that people have different normal temperatures?
Yes.
That is, if you took my temperature and your temperature and temperatures from other people, that we would not necessarily, even if we were all healthy and this was our normal temperature, we would not necessarily have the same temperature.
Yes.
How does that occur? What can cause different people to have such differences?
Well, that could be their normal body temperature, and also the time you take it, you could be taking it at a time when they have their individual variability in temperature. As I said, that in a normal day, you may have variability in your temperature. Mornings are usually lower than afternoons, and then also certain times of the month, especially in the female population, you have temperature rise during the menstrual period. So depending on which phase of the month or what day and even time, you can have variability in between persons. I just gave you some examples.
And is this based on your own experience?
Yes, and also reading the literature on this.
Let me invite your attention and ask if this is part of what you read, considered, and relied in part on in forming your opinions from page 10 of the Henziga book under body temperature at the time of death. It is very difficult to specify a, quote, normal, unquote, body temperature, as this value can vary considerably between individuals. Rectal temperatures in a group of healthy subjects can vary between 34.2 and 37.6 degrees centigrade, with a mean of 36.9 degrees centigrade. Doctor, are you familiar with the term mean, M-E-A-N, as it is used in this sentence?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That would be the average temperature. If you take the 100 people and you take a temperature and you do a standard deviation graph, it'll be the mean which you get for the 100 people. The average, one way of putting it is average temperature.
Let me continue. Rectal temperature is often referred to as,
Mine
quote,
are
deep central
playing this
temperature,
new
unquote,
game called
similar in
Peak,
value
I
to
think.
that of the brain, heart, lungs, and
I don't know if it's a
abdominal
new game.
organs.
I don't know why I said
Is that part of what you read, considered, and relied upon?
Yes.
And is the liver considered an abdominal organ?
Yes.
Continuing on, many factors influence body temperature. Most individuals show a diurnal rhythm in which the body temperature fluctuates plus or minus 0.5 degrees centigrade around the person's normal mean temperature. These cyclic patterns persist regardless of activity or disease states. Again, part of what you read, considered, and relied upon?
Yes, and I already discussed it.
Doctor, what is the effect, if any, on the preciseness of being able to estimate a time of death based on temperature if you cannot know in fact what the person's normal temperature is, and if you cannot know in fact where within a range due to the diurnal cycle the person's temperature is on a particular day?
Because you're relying on a particular temperature and you do not know these other variable factors, naturally your estimation would be off by a couple of hours. So naturally your estimated range may not be accurate because the data you're using is not accurate.
Your Honor, I have another board. I just lost. Could I ask Mr. Fairwell to help me out for one moment? I'm going to move this easel up, if we can get the other easel out. And Your Honor, I have
Did I ever try the Oculus?
a board entitled "Some Limitations
Let me
to
tell you
Preciseness
something,
of
Josh.
Estimating."
I have a master's degree in computer science. So back when the Oculus was first being developed and things like that, I didn't work for, I worked with a couple of the publishers for books on code. And the Oculus code, they sent me all the Oculus code before they put it out in books, so that I could test the code and make sure that the developers, got it right. And then I would change the code or edit the code and then send it back to them, send it back to the publishers for the books that were put out when the Oculus first came out. Yeah, so I had an Oculus, and I still have it around here somewhere. I haven't touched it in years, and I didn't really need the Oculus. I just needed the code. Like, the Oculus was an annoyance, so it got in the way. I just had to see the code. That's all I cared about. Yeah, that was a good time. That was fun. Mine is probably lower, because I'm a cold bird. Never mind.
Postmortem interval, TMI, from body temperature measurements. May this be marked as Exhibit 367C.
367C.
And a second board, relationship between postmortem interval PMI and body cooling as D.
So marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Fairclough. Doctor, let me put up this board C. And again, with the court's permission, ask you to step down. Doctor, if I could use the pointer for just a second so I can show you what area I want to have you discuss. There appears to be an area here marked 99.7 degrees Fahrenheit, 37.6 degrees centigrade, and an area down below 93.6 degrees Fahrenheit, 34.2 degrees centigrade, and there appears to be a lighter blue rectangle that is covering the distance between those two.
While I was doing my earlier stream, my coffee arrived. I went downstairs to get the coffee, but I could not open the front door because he was screaming his head off. And I didn't want the neighbors to hear because it was 5 a.m. But they already hear him. He's screaming his head off. Of course they hear him whether the door is open or closed. So what do I do so that I can go get my coffee? I scream at him. I scream at him for screaming. And then I quickly open my door and get my coffee and come back upstairs.
Indicated areas. You see that?
Excuse me, number 165, can you see the chart? All right.
Okay. Doctor, what is represented by that lighter blue area in this chart, 367C?
It basically represents the range of values for normal core temperature in living human beings as found in the literature which we just discussed. This is a chapter by Noakes on a study where he has done and found this variability in several people. He measured the core body temperature and they range from 34.2 centigrade to 37.6 centigrade. The range is pretty wide. I think the variability in my experience is more within a degree of 98.6 either way, if you take the average normal population.
Average normal population in your experience is 1 degree Fahrenheit either way of 98.6?
Yes.
And so that would have a range between 99.6 and 97.6 degrees Fahrenheit,
Yes.
Doctor? Doctor, just employing the 1.5 degree per hour cooling rate that you indicated with that initial formula, what does the difference between having a 99.6 normal temperature have versus having a 97.6 temperature have?
Because let's take the same example I gave, 80. Let's say the liver temperature you take is 80. If you had 99.7 as the real core temperature, the drop of temperature is 20 degrees, and you divide by 1.5, just take the rough formula, you get up to the number of 13 hours. But let's take the 97.5, take the same example of 80 degrees, and you divide by 1.5. I'm just giving the rough example we discussed, and you divide by 1.5, you come to a number of hours as 11 and a half. And just in this simple example, you see there's a 1.5 degree variation in your estimation. And again, that is not a precise time of death, but there's a difference in the calculation just using the simple formula we just used.
I think you may have misspoken. Did you say 1.5 degrees and intend to say 1.5 hours?
1.5 degrees, as I meant 1.5 degrees an hour.
I'm sorry, is the difference though between the example you gave of 80 with 99 point roughly 6 and 80 degrees and 97.6 a difference when you get between 13 hours and 11 and a half hours?
It's 1.5 hours.
1.5 hours?
Yes.
All right, doctor. If you could just, is it in fact correct medically to say that a person may not have in fact what is a normal core temperature due to illness or any other factors at the time of death?
That is another factor one must keep in mind, because if somebody has pre-existing diseases like thyroid disease or hyperthyroidism, they may have a higher temperature than what is normally expected, or they have an infection, they have a fever from a flu, the temperature could be higher. So when you make an assumption that somebody had a normal temperature, and when you find the body it's already cooled off, that variable factor you may not be able to speculate unless you have obvious pneumonia or meningitis at the autopsy.
I'm sorry.
Unless you have some obvious infection shown at autopsy, like pneumonia or meningitis.
Doctor, let me put up this next board, 367D. Let me just put it up here for the moment. And ask if, in general terms, you are familiar with what is shown in this.
Yes.
Let's start with the blue dashed line. and there appears to be a legend indicating that this is a rectilinear curve. Is that what that is?
Yes, this graph assumes that the temperature drops at a constant rate after somebody dies. And this graph would represent the rough formula which I just alluded to earlier.
The 1.5 hour drop?
Yes, and that doesn't happen that way in the
I
body.
misspoke. A 1.5 degree drop per hour.
Yes.
All right. What is represented here, if anything, which accurately, at least in a qualitative sense, represents the reality of the drop in temperature in relationship to the time since death?
The red graph, the red line, which is more like a sigmoidal curve, would represent the real correct type of temperature drop which you would normally see, because after death you have a phase when the temperature may not drop because of heat produced by dying tissues or from intestinal bacteria, and the temperature may even go up after death sometimes, but then the temperature doesn't drop at a constant rate as is reflected in the blue line, but rather it is a slow decrease depending on the various other factors which affect the temperature drop, which we'll be discussing.
Doctor, there is a yellow line with arrows on this graph. What does that refer to?
That refers to a period after death wherein really the temperature is not dropped, and this is called the plateau phase, which is due to this postmortem. One could be from heat production, and also if you use the skin surface, you'll find the skin surface is cooler than the core body temperature. So it takes time for the inner body temperature to equilibrate with the skin temperature before the temperature starts dropping. So there are a number of reasons for this plateau phase, but one of them is alluded to postmortem heat production.
And doctor, both from your review of the literature and in your own experience, is there any way to determine with reasonable medical certainty whether A, there will be a plateau stage?
No, we cannot determine it because the plateau phase can be anywhere from few minutes to few hours, and you cannot really estimate how long a plateau phase lasts in a particular person.
That was my second question. If you get out to a scene and you find a body and a probe shows a core temperature of 98.6, which you've indicated is the assumed normal core temperature at the time of death, correct?
If you assume that to be the normal core temperature.
And the formulas make that assumption, do they not?
Yes, they do.
If that is the situation, doctor, can you tell how long that temperature has been at that level on a plateau?
You cannot tell, but using general experience, plateau usually lasts anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, depending, but you cannot be specific.
And doctor, what is the effect if you cannot tell whether you have a plateau that's only a stage lasting a few minutes, as you indicated in your earlier answer, or goes 2 to 4 hours? What is that variability's impact on your ability to be precise with respect to the estimation of the range for time of death?
It's obvious that you cannot be precise from what we just discussed, because you have the same temperature for 2 to 3 hours. And how could you use it to estimate a time to be precise? In those 3 hours, you can't.
Doctor, let me invite your attention back, if I could, to the 367C, and let me borrow the pointer for one moment. Assuming hypothetically you have a deceased individual, and at the time the coroner's investigator takes a core temperature reading, the core temperature reading is 98.6. And assuming further that this person has experienced a temperature plateau, as you've already testified, is there any way medically that you would be able to tell where along this yellow line of the plateau stage you are actually at when you drop down to trying to evaluate how long it has been since time of death?
I won't be able to.
And doctor, let me ask you now to assume in a different situation that you have an individual and the investigator takes a core temperature reading of 97.5 degrees Fahrenheit. First of all, doctor, is that within the range of your own experience as to variable difference from what is the expected normal temperature of 98.6?
Yes.
Assuming that you have such a temperature reading, doctor, is there any way you can tell, and assuming further that that is the person's actual core temperature at time of death?
Okay.
Just assuming. Is there any way you can tell with respect to that individual where along that person's plateau stage you're at?
I can't make that estimation.
Now,
Because,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
because of the same explanation I gave for the 98.6.
Now, doctor, would it be correct to expect that if a person had a 97.5 degree normal core temperature at time of death, that that person's cooling curve will appear different than the cooling curve for a person who had a 98.6 degree Fahrenheit temperature that was the normal core temperature at time of death?
Yes, they would have.
And is that represented in this graph by two different red lines?
Yes.
Now, doctor, assuming hypothetically you have a person who is found dead and the coroner's investigator takes a core temperature reading of 97.5, is there any way that you as a forensic pathologist can tell whether that reading of 97.5 represents the person's actual normal core body temperature somewhere along the plateau, or rather represents that the person had a higher temperature at time of death, but that the body has cooled from, for example, 98.6 to 97.5?
I can't tell the difference, and the problem is, if you assume the former, you're going to give a longer estimate as a range between the time range for the time of death, and if it's really the latter, you're giving an incorrect answer.
Well, let's start with the assumption that it could be the person's normal core body temperature, actual core temperature at time of death, 97.5. If you've obtained that temperature reading by your investigator, where along that person's cooling curve could you possibly be in terms of how long since the person died?
You would be in the green zone.
Now, doctor, if you assume it was the person's body temperature at the time the investigator took the core temperature, but that in fact the person's actual core temperature at time of death was this assumed normal 98.6, where would you be on that person's cooling curve?
You would be in this dotted line area, so the time of death estimation is actually longer.
And doctor, is there any way medically that you can, let me withdraw the question and ask it preliminary this way. Would it be accurate to say, doctor, that the distance in time of hours from this axis point where the vertical and horizontal axes meet to the dotted line, that period of time...
I don't think the jurors in the end of the box can see what you're pointing at there.
Okay, no, Mr. Fairlow, we're on you had the right chart the first time. Let me...
Either you're going to have to raise that chart up so everybody can see it, or move
How
it.
about I bring the chart over here, and perhaps with the Elmo, the jurors will be able to see it also more clearly. May I move the podium, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, if I could ask you to come over here. Actually, I think
Okay, that's what I
it would
thought.
work better if you stand on that side, and I'll try and stand on this side. Again, what I was starting to ask you is, would it be accurate to say that in the situation where we are assuming the 97.5 degree reading actually reflects a cooling of the person's body from the reading at time of death of 98.6, that the time in hours since the time of death is going to be longer, as represented from the distance where the two axes meet to where the dotted line is, than the time in terms of hours from time of death, if in fact this temperature that's obtained of 97.5 was the person's actual body temperature at time of death?
Yes.
Doctor, medically, is there any way that you can tell whether you're at this point, where I'm pointing where there is an intersection of the vertical dashed line and the horizontal solid line that is the time since death, or you are at this point where the end of the green box applies?
I can't tell medically at which point it is.
And would it also be the case that you cannot tell whether you are at the point where the dotted vertical line meets the horizontal axis for time since death, and any point between the origin of this graph where the vertical and horizontal solid lines meet and where the end of the green vertical box is?
That is also correct.
If that temperature of 97.5 was truly the person's core temperature at time of death.
Yes.
Doctor, how does this situation affect your ability to be precise with respect to the estimated range of time of death?
This is the reason I said from the beginning, it's an imprecise science, and you can only give an estimated range, because if I use the assumption that the normal body temperature is 98.6, I'm going to estimate more number of hours since death. And if the true picture is actually that the temperature was 97.5, and I was seeing it at this point of the plateau phase, that means the hours since death was a much shorter time frame than what I estimated when I made this original assumption, which we all make usually, that the body temperature is always 98.6.
Doctor,
And plus also, you have to keep in mind the plateau phase, always in mind, which is a variable factor, which you cannot pinpoint saying that it's going to be 2 hours all the time, or a few minutes all the time, or 3 hours all the time.
Doctor, if we assume further, based both on your own experience and Dr. Noakes's literature citation, that a normal core temperature can actually be above 98.6, and for example, as you said, as much as a degree above, 99.6. how would that affect the difference? If the person's true normal core temperature at time of death was 99.6, the reading obtained by your investigator is 97.5. Where is this horizontal line going to intersect with the cooling curve for the person with that higher normal temperature?
For this, I'll draw an imaginary cooling curve. The cooling curve would come like this, somewhere like this, and it'll be somewhere here, and which is in the same area, but you'll have a longer estimated time interval since death.
And doctor, would that create a wider window, if you will, within which you cannot, with preciseness, pinpoint the actual time of death?
That is correct.
If you'd like to retake the stand, and I can take this board down. We'll just take this one down and see if there's any additional information that we need to cover. Doctor, these subparts of 3B, basically, is this what you've already told us about?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I have another board entitled Alger Mortis Continued. May this be marked as then 367E.
So marked.
And basically, Doctor, have we covered 3C
Yes, we have.
and D?
We have covered 1 and 2 and 3. I briefly covered it, but we could go over it.
All right, before we go over that, I want to also ask you if in your review of the literature, this was included in the material you read, considered, and relied, at least in part, on informing opinions about the inability to determine the actual normal core temperature from page 74 of Dr. Knight's forensic pathology textbook under factors affecting the cooling curve. Initial body temperature. This cannot be assumed to be 37 degrees centigrade, and in fact is incapable of ever being measured in retrospect. Retrospect meaning going back to the time of death, is that correct?
Yes.
Overruled.
Continuing on, not only is there a difference between the rectal, liver, brain, axillary, what's axillary, doctor?
Axillary is the armpit temperature. They usually do that, and sometimes in
Oh, John. What in the world gave you that idea? I think he's still on the stand today. I think he's going to be there forever. Why, when you get old, do you forget things you know? Why? What's the name of that guy who keeps pushing the rock up the hill? I know this name. This medical examiner is that guy pushing the rock up the hill. Please help me, somebody.
May I continue?
With alacrity.
I will, Your Honor. You have already defined what axillary is, Doctor. Mouth and skin temperature in the living person, but the absolute values vary slightly from person to person and from time to time, even in
John,
health.
what's your temperature right
And that was
now?
part of what you read, considered, and relied upon in part?
yes.
Now, Doctor, what do you want to tell us about factors that may affect the temperature plateau?
Position of the body of temperature measurement. If you take the temperature from the skin, you're going to have a difference from when you take it in the rectal area.
Keep your voice up if you would, please, Doctor.
There's difference where you take the measurement. The environmental temperature is if the outside temperature is very cold, and there's also a wind factor, you're going to cool the body much faster than if it's just in stationary average temperature conditions. Depends on the clothing, what the person was wearing. If somebody's wearing heavy clothing, they're going to cool slower than a person who's nude. And size of the body, the larger body takes a longer time to cool than the smaller body.
Your Honor, I have another board in this series. 367F, I believe. Doctor, have we basically done what's on this board with respect to the graph that we had out earlier?
Yes, we have.
And does this accurately summarize, if you will, what we have just been describing with that graph?
Yes.
Bye,
I have another
Terry,
board, Your Honor.
love.
May this be marked as
Church, right?
367G.
Have a great,
So, Mark.
good church time. Give everybody a big
And
hug.
doctor, again, subpart 3D1, have we covered this area?
Yes, we have. That was the third graph I drew.
The imaginary graphs?
Yes.
With the higher temperatures? Okay. Now, dropping down to subpart 3E, what is this information intended to convey?
Some of the factors I mentioned in the first graph, which affect the plateau phase, also affect the temperature loss. One of them is the weight and the surface weight ratio. Children cool faster than adults. The posture of the body, if you are in a fetal position, you cool slower than a person who's in a spread eagle type of
It's Sisyphus,
position.
guys.
Like somebody whose arms spread out and legs spread out would cool faster than a person who's in a fetal position.
Doctor, could you keep your voice up?
In a fetal position, I said.
Doctor, do you recall the photograph showing the position of Nicole Brown Simpson's body at the time it was found on the
Yes.
sidewalk, or the walkway, I should say, of the Bundy location?
Yes.
How would you describe that position?
She was on her left side with the hips flexed a little bit and her knees flexed. She was, I would say, not in a slightly bent position than what is meant by somebody lying just flat on their back.
And does that position then have an effect, as you've described this area, on how the rate of cooling will occur?
To a certain extent, yes, but it's not as though she was lying in the, I mean, she was not in a fetal position per se, but she also had just a thin dress and panty on, and that will also have an effect.
Incidentally, doctor, is there any scientific formula that tells you if you have this specific position for the body, then the cooling is affected in the following manner versus another specific position? Or are these all just relative terms that can impact the ultimate determination?
They're just relative terms. There is no scientific calculation for this. Then the lack of clothing or presence of clothing, what type of clothing, all will have an effect on the cooling. Obesity, which is this would have an effect in the obese people cool slower. Emaciation is a term used for people who are malnourished and who are very thin. They would cool faster. Edema is water accumulation in the body, either from disease or, and that would have a factor in the rate of cooling. Environmental temperature is whether the outside temperature is freezing temperature or warm temperature. Suppose the body is found in a very hot summer type environment, the body will not cool as quickly as it normally does in an environment where the temperature is lower, because after all the cooling depends on the difference between the body temperature and the outside temperature.
Incidentally, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, doctor, are you able to determine, under circumstances where a body may have been, a person may have been killed at a particular time, but the body's not found for, let's say, 2 hours, are you able to determine whether there's been a change in temperature so that even if you take a temperature reading of the environment, the ambient temperature at the time the body's found, it may not reflect accurately what the environmental temperature has been during that 2-hour period?
That is correct, because you can have a temperature drop of 5 degrees in those 2 hours. And when you take the temperature, the environmental temperature could be 70 degrees. But actually, at the time of death, the environmental temperature could have been 80. And that will make a difference, too.
All right. What else, doctor?
Of course, I've already discussed wind factor. And also, hypothermia is the body temperature being lower than normal. And that would be like somebody's temperature being 94.5 or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. And so if the lower body temperature, you had a lower body temperature to start with, that will also affect the rate of cooling.
Doctor, is there any way, again, hypothetically, a person is killed at a particular time, 2 hours later the body is found. Is there any way to determine what the wind was, whether there was wind, what the velocity of the wind was, the direction of the wind during that entire 2-hour period?
No way to find out, but you could, if it is in an urban area like Los Angeles is, you could call the meteorological department and get some idea about the environmental conditions, but it may not necessarily reflect the environmental conditions at the place of death. They would give you the environmental conditions for the general area.
And for example, doctor, in your own experience as a forensic pathologist, have you found that a location where a body is going to be investigated by someone like Ms. Radcliffe, some areas are windier, draftier than other areas, even though they're basically located very close to each other?
That is correct.
And does that also affect the preciseness with which one can estimate time of death?
Yes.
Anything else on this chart, doctor?
No.
Your Honor, while I'm going to change charts, I do have a series of certified documents from the U.S. Department of Commerce dealing with weather observations from Santa Monica, California, and some other locations that are not relevant to this case, but they included it all in one package. They are for the date of June 12th, 1994 and June 13th, 1994. May they collectively be marked as People's Exhibit 367H as in Henry. And I've shown counsel what these are.
People's 367H. All right. This has the Santa Monica Airport reading.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Doctor, let me put up another board that I'd ask Your Honor to be marked as 367I. Alger Mort is continued, and for reference, this starts with something F. Henzige's nomogram. And while I'm marking things, Your Honor, I also have two other
Do we
charts.
really need
One bears a
nomogram
temperature time of death relating nomogram
for
for
this
ambient
trial?
temperatures up to
Do
23
we-
degrees centigrade. May that be marked as 367J?
Yes.
And a similar looking document, I'm sorry?
The underlining on the chart.
I think this was part of what we had discussed
Correct.
earlier.
It's noted. It's overruled.
And the other document or chart, Your Honor, is a similar looking chart, except the title is Temperature Time of Death Relating Nomogram for Ambient Temperature Above 23 degrees centigrade,
All right.
as J, I believe.
J.
Now, Doctor, what is Henzige's nomogram? What's that all about?
Basically, Hensage developed this chart using mathematical calculations. I'm just going to briefly discuss it. Developed this chart based on mathematical calculations, taking into consideration variabilities such as the environmental factors, also the body weight, clothing, where the body is found, etc., and developed a nomogram which pathologists could use if rectal temperatures are obtained, and using the rectal temperature you obtain at a particular time, and also, of course, the other variables which we discussed, some factoring in has taken place when this nomogram was developed. What it does is it gives you a graph which a pathologist could use to get an estimated range. And even using this, and he has developed two graphs. One is for one below 23 degrees centigrade, for which he has had experience. But for the graph which he used for the temperature about 23 degrees centigrade, which was discussed earlier, he used the data from some studies done in Sri Lanka by DSARAM, DESARAM, wherein the parameters they used, where the temperature, the ambient temperature is much higher in Sri Lanka than where Hensage did his studies. But what this graph does is, if you have a particular temperature of a person, if you know the weight, if you know their whether they're wearing clothing, whatever clothing, etc., using the graph, you will be able to give an estimated range. If you also know the ambient temperature, the average ambient temperature. And he found that even using the graph with all the data, he found that the 95% confidence level still had a variation of 3 hours plus or minus of the estimate you give for a particular weight. So this graph you can use for different weights, and you have two graphs, one for where the temperature is above 23 and one below 23. Still, the minimum variation in your estimate is up to 3 hours.
And according to...
2.8 hours, which is 3.
All right, and plus or minus means what, Doctor?
That is, let's say you estimate it's from the graph, you get a number of 14 hours. And you have to add plus or minus 2.8 hours to that 14 hours. Let me put it in perspective. Let's say that the rectal temperature, which this graph is mainly meant for, not for liver temperature, the rectal temperature is a number, let's say 85 or 86. Then using the graph, you find that the time interval since death is 10 hours, let's assume. But still, the range is plus or minus 2.8 hours. And let's assume that you took the rectal temperature at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By calculation, you know it's 10 hours since the time you took the rectal temperature, plus or minus 2.8 hours, which would put it as 2 a.m. that morning, plus or minus 2.8 hours, which would really be an estimated time of death between 11:20 the previous evening all the way to 4:40 the next morning, if you use this formula.
Doctor, just so we'll have both identified, the first one that I marked as I believe, 367I, the one up to 23 degrees centigrade. 23 degrees centigrade, doctor, have you computed that into Fahrenheit temperature?
I can. I've not done it at this time, but I can convert it.
If I asked you to assume, and I could ask the court to take judicial notice, I believe that it's approximately 74 degrees Fahrenheit. 73 point. Mr. Lynch, with his calculator, is rapidly printing out the information.
The
73.4. Could I ask the court to take judicial notice of that? I don't know if you have it.
Yes.
All right, doctor, so if 73.4 is 23 degrees centigrade, and I want you to assume, based on Ms. Ratcliffe's ambient temperature reading at 10 o'clock, 10:30, actually 10:40 in the morning, that the temperature at the Bundy location was 70 degrees. And further, I want you to assume, if I can find my paperwork again, from our exhibit from the Weather Bureau, that the recorded temperature, the last recorded temperature they have for June 12th, actually into the morning hours of June 13th, is 63 degrees. And the first recorded temperature they have following that for June the 13th at 1:46 in the afternoon is 64 degrees. Doctor, given that hypothetical set of circumstances, would this be the nomogram to use? That is, the ambient temperature is below 73.4 during the entire period.
yes,
And doctor, again, what is the narrowest range that this nomogram provides using temperature as a basis to estimate a range for time of death?
2.8 hours plus or minus.
And if you were out with Officer Risky at 12:13 in the morning, and you took a rectal temperature and employed Dr. Henziga's nomogram, what is the narrowest range that you could give based upon this formulation?
Plus or minus 2.8 hours.
And doctor, to your understanding, is this the most sophisticated mathematical approach to attempt to take into account all of the various factors that you've been talking about in estimating time of death based upon temperature?
Yes,
And just, I think you've identified it, but just so we'll have it for the record, the other nomogram is for temperatures above 23 degrees, is that correct?
yes.
And under that circumstance, doctor, what is the narrowest range that's provided for a temperature determination for range of death? time of death?
The same plus or minus 2.8 hours.
Doctor, on the board that was up before we went to the nomograms, there was a quotation from Dr. Knight's book that he edited, Simpson's 10th edition.
Yes,
Doctor, again, is that something that you've read, considered, and in part relied upon?
yes,
Do you agree with that, doctor?
yes, I do.
Do you agree that it is impossible to back calculate with any accuracy to the time of death, taking into account the many variables using temperature estimations?
Yes,
Do you also agree that temperature estimations provide the best means of estimating the postmortem interval?
to give an estimated range, yes.
And do you also agree that both the doctors, such as yourself, and the police must be aware of the large errors involved, especially when using such estimates for important forensic purposes, such as breaking the alibi of a suspect in a criminal death?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Doctor, have you relied in part on that observation in formulating range rather than a specific period for the time of death of these two individuals?
Overruled.
Yes,
Anything further, doctor, on temperature?
no.
Your Honor, I have another board. May this be marked as 368A, entitled rigor mortis or rigor mortis body stiffening.
Yes.
Doctor, I think earlier today you told us a bit about what rigor mortis is that correct?
Yes,
And have you reviewed various literature as well as your own experience in forming opinions, if you have any, on how long it takes for that particular observation to be seen?
yes. If I use all the information I've gained from the literature and my own experience, normally rigor mortis usually develops in all the muscles at the same time, but you best perceive it in the facial muscles. And usually you start developing rigor in about 3 to 4 hours after death. It starts to be fully developed in about 9 to 12 hours, and it persists anywhere up from 24 to 36 hours till it passes away when decomposition sets in. This is just an average based on all the review of the differences in the literature as to when it starts, how long it lasts, and when it disappears. And rigor mortis itself is due to the stiffening of the muscles due to enzymatic changes in the muscle, due to a decrease in certain enzymes called ATP. What happens is the muscle proteins, which are mainly actin and myosin, bind to form a gel-like binding, which results in the rigidity. So there is a variability described in different books. There is a legend for this each book where this range is given from.
Let me get that legend, Doctor, so we can identify that your sources. Your Honor, I have another board called rigor mortis continuum. Mr. Lynch is going to set up a easel. May this be marked as 368B?
368B.
The legend is self-explanatory. It refers to A corresponds to the book Klaus Hensage's book, and G corresponds to Werner Spitz's book. We reviewed this literature just to show that each book gives a different time range for starting of the, or rather when rigor mortis is detectable. They give a range for when the rigor mortis becomes complete. And you have one more board, I think, which shows.
I'm going to get to that in a moment, but I wanted to ask a few questions before we move to the next board. First of all, Doctor, is there a difference between physiologically the body starting this process that is called rigor mortis and the time when it can be detected by someone such as a Claudine Ratcliffe?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Doctor, as a forensic pathologist, do you have an opinion as to when the body starts the process that is described as rigor mortis?
Yeah, the body starts the process after death, but you start detecting it when this enzyme I told you, ATP, goes down to 85% of the normal, and it's fully detected when it goes to 15% of the normal. But of course, this is research material. So even though it starts soon after death, you can detect it by feeling the muscles. Initially, I told you the muscles is relaxed. You'll start feeling it to be stiff. That is, you'll find that if your arm is in a flexed position, if you try to extend it, you'll see that there'll be resistance to extend the arm. But whereas if you examine the body soon after death, you'll be able to move the arm easily, and that is the relaxed, flaccid situation. So detectability is when you can perceive the process, whereas development of the process starts after death.
Doctor, you testified that it starts in all muscles of the body. Is that accurate?
Yes, both voluntary and involuntary muscles of the body.
However, is it detectable in certain kinds of muscles before it's detectable in other kinds of muscles?
Oh,
You can detect it easier in the jaw muscles and facial muscles earlier than the other muscles, and then you can see it in the limb muscles next.
Limb
Means the upper extremities and lower extremities.
Doctor, why is that the case, that you can first see it in the jaw and other muscles before?
Because these are smaller muscles and it's easy to, you can see the jaws, the locked jaw appearance easier than the larger muscles, which take more time to detect.
Doctor, what significance, if any, does it have to you from this review of the literature that there is a range provided that differs from literature to literature on the ability of a forensic pathologist to use rigor mortis to precisely determine the time of death?
The problem with this method is,
temperature is your
one,
coffee, Bobby?
it is the range in the development. Number two, once it's developed, let's assume it's fully developed when you see the person, you can't tell, you can say that it probably developed in 12 hours, but you can't tell till it passes away what time frame you are seeing the body in. For example, somebody dies at, let's assume that it develops fully in 12 hours and somebody dies at 1 a.m. in the morning and you see the body at 1 p.m. that afternoon and rigor is fully developed. And let's assume that you don't see him at 1 p.m. but you see at 8 p.m. and you just see rigor mortis. The rigor mortis, which is fully developed, will be still fully developed at 8 p.m. and have the same appearance as when it was fully developed at 1 p.m. and you won't be able to tell what time it really was. All you can say is at that point, at 8 p.m., is that he's dead at least more than 12 hours, but you can't tell exactly when he died.
Does the body, at some point after death, return to a condition which, for all intents and purposes, would appear to be the identical condition exactly at the time of death concerning this muscle reaction?
Yes, when the body starts decomposing and deteriorating, this stiffness will start passing away because of enzyme changes and putrefaction, and you will, again, it'll start getting flaccid. But you can tell the difference for a forensic pathologist because you will have early signs of decomposition of the body when that happens, because you'll have greenish discoloration. The other factor, of course, is, which is a very rough parameter, is whether the body is warm and cold. If you have a warm body which is stiff, you know that warm body which is flaccid, you know it's the earlier part, from a cold body which is decomposing and early decomposition and is flaccid, you can tell the difference very easily.
Could you also basically stay with the body for some period of time to see whether or not the rigor is increasing in intensity or getting less in intensity?
It's difficult to estimate that also.
Doctor, I think you were talking about the rigor becomes complete, meaning what, fully fixed? Is that a term that's used?
Fully fixed, and when you try and extend a flexed arm, you'll have a lot of resistance in doing it and breaking the rigor.
Doctor, recalling exhibits 298A and B, those Form 1 documents completed by Ms. Radcliffe, do they reflect her assessment of the degree of rigor at roughly 10:40 and 10:50 in the morning on June 13th with respect to the two individuals?
She indicated that both the bodies were in full rigor. That means the rigor was fully established when she saw the bodies.
Doctor, going back to this hypothetical of the coincidence that you would be with Officer Risky at 12:13 in the morning, what would be the circumstance that you would find which would indicate the least amount of time having passed since time of death to 12:13 as it pertains to rigor mortis?
If there is no rigor present and the body is still warm, it would indicate that the death occurred probably within 4 hours before Officer Risky saw the body. But if you saw some stiffness developing, then you're in this time range between 3 to 9 hours when it's developing. So you won't be able to pinpoint a particular time. You can only give a possible range.
Doctor, is the combination of rigor, the absence of rigor, if hypothetically you'd been with Officer Risky at 12:13, you saw no evidence of rigor, and you got a core temperature reading of 98.6, the assumed normal temperature, would that permit you to form an opinion as to range for time of death of these two human beings, which would be narrower than the 2.8 hours plus or minus that Dr. Henziga's nomogram provides for temperature alone?
No, I won't be able to narrow it down further.
Your Honor, I have another board in the rigor series. May this be marked as 368C, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you indicated that the rigor remains for some period of time and then starts to fade away, if you will?
Yes.
And is that what item 4 is intended to refer to?
Yes. ABCD shows the literature from where this data was obtained, and you can see that there's a range when rigor, how long the rigor persists and when it disappears. For example, if you take Henzage's book, it says the persistence is anywhere from 24 to 96, mean of 57, and for disappearance is anywhere from
Hello,
24 to
Kelly,
192, mean of 76, and you can see the variation between that and Spitz's book, where it says the persistence is between 12 to 24 hours, and then it passes from 24 to 36 when it starts disappearing. And in my experience, this seems to be more what happens. But I've not seen, this can also happen depending on what temperature the body is found in.
For the record, Dr. Lakshmanan pointed to first the item G, which is the Spitz reference, as the one more consistent with his experience, and then to the Henziga item A as the one that can also happen.
Thank you.
Now, Doctor, what significance, if any, is it to you that, again, there is this discrepancy between the various literature you've reviewed on these issues of persistence and disappearance?
Well, it shows the variable factors which are being discussed, and you have variabilities in the development, persistence, and disappearance of the process. And
Hi, Walter,
there are
love.
factors affecting rigor itself, which would play a role in this process
right
and in
back.
the
Josh, you're in
development process.
charge.
And, Doctor, what are those factors and how do they impact?
Do not take
If
anybody's
somebody has had
temperature.
strenuous
Don't
physical activity
dare.
before death, they would develop rigor much faster than a person who has had not much activity. If it's a hotter temperature, rigor develops earlier. If it's a colder temperature, it develops slower. Physical condition of the dissident, depending on the muscular development of the dissident, there's a difference in the development and disappearance of the rigor. And cause of death, if it's electrocution, rigor develops earlier. It's also poisonings like strychnine, you can develop rigor earlier. So there are a lot of variables.
Doctor, are there any scientific charts or formulas which attempt to quantify in specific terms of hours or minutes how each of these variable factors should be calculated into the determination of the rigor's impact on the period since death determination?
There are no scientific calculations.
Doctor, the last entry on that board, is that again one of the materials that you have read, considered, and in part relied upon?
Yes.
Doctor, in your opinion, is rigor mortis the most uncertain and unreliable of these factors that you use medically to determine a range for time of death?
That's correct.
You want to have another board? Is there anything further, Doctor, you wish to add about rigor mortis?
No.
there any difference, and if so, what is the difference between those three terms?
They are used synonymously.
All right, if you continue then.
I've already defined, it's basically draining of the blood in the dependent part of the body after circulation has ceased and causing discolorations in the parts of the body which are not under pressure. And this again is a review of onset and when it's fully perceived from the literature. And you can see that there's a range that it can be perceived anywhere from 30 minutes to 4 hours when it starts to be seen. And the average seems to be about 12 hours when it's maximum in development. One of the things we do in our office is when you have an area of discoloration, we try and give pressure to that area. If the discoloration blanches, it would indicate that it's in a phase between onset and maximum. Because once you don't get blanching, it would indicate that some of the discoloration has become permanent due to either leaching of the blood or breakdown of the red cells, the blood cells, leaving a discoloration. That's one theory. The other theory is that the blood gets thicker in the area of where the dependent pooling has taken place, which results in a more permanent discoloration. So the usefulness of this is if the body position is turned after death by a perpetrator, then you could have a new position in which the discoloration will develop depending what part of the body was the dependent part.
Doctor, could you use me as an example and just basically indicate how livor mortis or hypostasis can be of benefit in assessing this issue of movement of the body between time of death and time the body is found?
Okay. If Mr. Kellberg was on his back, and assume he's no more,
I'm sure there are many who would like that to be the case.
and he has been lying on his back for more than 12 hours, by this definition, you would get discoloration on his back because he's lying on his back. But let's say that Mr. Kellberg didn't die a natural death, but was something else happened to him, and the perpetrator comes back after a day, and Mr. Kellberg has not yet been discovered, but then decides to move his body to a different position. And let's say he's been now placed face down instead of his back.
Savage.
The liver which develops in the back
Nice.
will still remain because it's already become fixed. And you may or may not get new liver developing on the
All you gotta do is slightly move my remote 7 inches further away, and you will ruin my whole morning.
front, because as you know, there could be still some blood left liquid which could pool on the front also. But the liver which has become permanent in the back will be there, which would give a pathologist, if a change of position has taken place, some indication that some body movement or change in body position has taken place several hours after the liver became permanent.
Doctor, as an alternative, what happens if I start out on my back at the time I've been killed, and somebody comes and decides to turn me over onto my stomach during the period between the time of onset and before the time the liver becomes maximum or fixed, as you've described it?
Then you will get it in the new position in which you were placed, and you may or may not have any liver on the previous position you were in because the liver was not permanent.
Now, Doctor, let me ask you first of all, what significance, if any, does it have to you from your review of the literature and your own experience? Let me ask preliminarily. In your own experience, is there variability in the period for the onset of livor mortis?
Yes. In my experience, usually it starts developing within a few hours, 3 to 4 hours, but it's usually fully developed in 10 to 12 hours. But it's one of the least reliable among all the 3 parameters we have discussed so far
Seriously
in estimating time of death.
savage.
What is the significance, if any, from the variability between the literature sources that you've reviewed on the preciseness with which one may estimate a range for time of death based on liver?
The problem is it's not reliable because it can persist till the body starts decomposing, and you have the same problems as you have with Riger and little more, less defined process than Riger, because you can start developing it at 4 hours and you'll have a difficult time giving an estimated range just purely based on livor mortis, and especially if any change in body position has taken place.
Doctor, what does item 3 on this board refer to?
This refers to a condition which one should be aware of, that if you have blood loss or the person is anemic from natural disease process, they naturally will not develop the same intensity of livor mortis as a normal person would.
Doctor, would you describe the condition of Nicole Brown Simpson as a case involving extensive blood loss?
There was significant blood loss, yes.
Would you describe a case such as Mr. Goldman's as one involving extensive blood loss?
Yes.
In those two cases, what would be the effect of that blood loss on the ability of yourself, for example, had you been there at 12:13 with Officer Risky, to detect onset of livor mortis, even if the body had been in that position for several hours or more?
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Well, they did have livor when we saw the body at 10, but at 12:15 it'll be, it's a difficult situation. You may or may not have seen any livor at all.
And doctor, if you saw, would it be accurate to say that if you detected no livor, that using that factor alone, that would be the condition showing the least amount of time having passed from the time of death?
That would be partly correct, because if the significant blood loss had played a major role in that livor not developing, that conclusion may not be totally correct.
Well, I want to get to that aspect as a follow-up, but I want to start just in the abstract sense, forgetting the cause of death for these two human beings for just a moment and just assuming that they are dead. Would it be an accurate statement to say that a condition in which there is no livor mortis detected on the body at 12:13 would be the condition which would reflect the passage of the least amount of time since death using that factor alone?
That is correct.
And then, doctor, can you differentiate the absence of livor as being due to simply not enough time having passed in the usual situation from livor which would have developed except for the extensive blood loss sustained by each of these human beings?
You won't be able to tell the difference.
And how, if at all, does that impact on your ability to provide preciseness to the time of death based upon this factor?
Again, it brings up the primary issue I brought up earlier during this discussion. You cannot be precise.
Doctor, in your opinion, hypothetically again, if you had been with Officer Risky at 12:13 and you saw no livor mortis, you saw no rigor mortis, and you detected a body temperature, core body temperature of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit, would you be able to provide a more precise range for the time of death than what Dr. Henziga's nomogram of plus or minus 2.8 hours indicates?
Overruled.
No.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, 245.
I was going to say
Just checking if the
earlier,
court
I
reporter
think
has
he's
enough paper
making
to go to
up words.
245.
I have another board, Your Honor, livor mortis,
Let's look and see
hypostasis.
how far we got.
If I hear another reaction from the audience, there's some people who are going to be leaving the audience.
Ooh, not me. I can react all day, Judge. Come at me. Let's
Proceed.
go. One v
I have
one
another
me.
board, livor mortis. I'd ask to be marked as 369, B as in boy.
Quickly.
Doctor, again, is the information on this board information from the medical literature which you have reviewed, considered, and relied, at least in part on, in forming an
We are
opinion
down
regarding
here.
the use of livor for a range of death determination?
Yes.
Right here. And we see
Is it
him
your
in
opinion
two
that
videos.
the use of livor
Tomorrow
mortis or
might be the last day.
hypostasis in estimating the time of death is of little evidential
him.
use?
Yes.
Yep.
Is it your opinion that as an index of time since death, that livor is even more unreliable than rigor?
Yes.
Unless we do something crazy.
Doctor,
Oops.
just for the record, Exhibit 298A and B had a determination made by Claudine Ratcliffe as
Unless
to
we
a
do
degree of
something
livor
really
observed,
crazy.
is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the recordation by her with respect to each of these two human beings?
She's
What? What if I got to the end of this guy today? All right. That's another probably 2 hours, 2.5 hour stream. You guys have plans. It's okay. Go do your thing. It's fine. But what if I got to the end of it today and did a 4-hour stream and got to the end of this guy? And then if you guys want to see it, you can watch it at night or whatever. You don't have to stay and watch it, is what I'm trying to say.
Overruled.
She said the livor was fixed,
Which would
John,
indicate to
me
you
and
what?
buddy.
fully developed.
I'm going to do it.
And in terms of your experience, indicating an approximate range of how long before time of death? From time of death, I'm sorry.
Usually develops in 10 to 12 hours.
Anything further on live
John,
or
we're
mortis?
going until this guy gets off the stand.
I have another
Come
board
hell or high water.
entitled vitreous humor potassium level, and that be marked as exhibit
370.
370, I believe.
370.
And I believe that's
Absolutely,
370A.
we can sleep through it.
Yes, 370A.
Was
We
such
can
a
go
test done in
take
this case?
mini naps.
No, there was not.
All right, let's be quick about this.
It will be very quick, Your
Let's
Honor.
be quick about this. Shut up.
Doctor, you've identified, I think earlier, what a vitreous humor potassium level is that correct?
Yes.
Where is that obtained, that sample?
Sustained.
All right, Doctor, does your office on a routine basis take vitreous humor
Thing
sample?
is,
Oral.
my lawnmower goes brrrr when I'm mowing. But now it's starting to go brrrr, brrrr, brrrr. So what I want to do is I want to go buy a hand pump siphon to clear out the old gas. Buy some fresh gas, buy some seafoam, and then give it all to my son and say, figure it out. And see if I can fix that lawnmower today. And the store is like 4 seconds away. I could throw a rock and hit it, the auto parts store, if I wanted to. Ask my kids to do it. You're going to need way more words than that, Josh. I pull on lines all the time.
We don't.
Why not?
We take it only on cases where we suspect a metabolic cause of death, like diabetic ketoacidosis or diabetes mellitus. We also obtain vitreous when we want to study electrolytes for dehydration. Then we collect vitreous, but we don't collect it for estimating postmortem interval and estimating a potassium level for that purpose.
Why not?
Because this test is not very useful when you live in an environment where the environmental temperatures are higher, because it's been shown in the literature that you have a higher potassium level when the environmental temperature is higher after death, and the results you get have a wide range when you calculate using some formulas which are available to calculate the time interval since death using the potassium level. So it's not very reliable.
Doctor, what is the temperature level which is usually considered a level below which the potassium level from the vitreous humor may be of some benefit?
50 degrees Fahrenheit, usually in more temperate climates.
This is the order of operations I was going to try. I was going to replace the gas. The gas might be old. I don't think it is. And then use some seafoam too in case anything's gunked up. If that don't work, get a can of carburetor cleaner. If that don't work, pull the spark plug, check it out, replace the spark plug if that's the problem. If that don't work, if none of those work, then I'll do your pull the fuel line. But when I pull it, then what? I pull the fuel line, then what? What do I do with it? What am I supposed to do?
And in fact, was this test developed by a forensic pathologist in Minneapolis, Minnesota, using cases from the winter climate?
Yes.
Does this board accurately
Josh.
reflect factors that affect the reliability of potassium
I
levels
knew
in
one.
vitreous humor? Yes. And Your Honor, just briefly,
Chad, I
have one
love
more
you.
board for vitreous as 370B
What I
as a
should
board.
do.
Yes.
Doctor, inviting your attention to 5A and B. Are those two different formulas that are used to calculate post-mortem interval from potassium levels?
Yes.
And if you had a reading of potassium and you used the two formulas, would you end up with a different result?
Yes, you would.
Does that impact on the reliability of this technique for estimating time of death?
Yes, it does. And you can see that there's a wide range which you get. And also, it has an impact on when you take the sample in relationship to when the
Does it
death
have to
occurred.
do with my mouth?
Because if you have a longer postmortem
Because
interval,
that was the
the
80s.
range
I don't do
of
that
estimate is
anymore.
wider compared to if the time of death was, if the potassium was taken closer to the time of death.
And doctor, just very briefly, if you could explain, if you took a sample of vitreous humor in a case where in fact the person had died within a 24-hour period of the sample being taken, what is the range that one must employ to accurately use this test to determine a period for time of death?
You have a range between plus or minus 6 hours to plus or minus 12 hours. And if it's over 24 hours, I mean, up to 100 hours postmortem, you'll have a range between 9.5 hours plus or minus to plus or minus 40 hours.
Doctor, the last information on that board, is that part of the material you read, considered, and at least to a degree relied upon in forming a policy in your office regarding whether or not vitreous humor potassium samples will be taken?
This material is a new material. This
No.
policy in the office has been there for a long time. We don't do vitreous potassium levels.
I'm sorry, the very bottom of the quotation, is that part of the material you reviewed?
Yes.
And is in fact that information consistent with your understanding of this test reliability?
Yes.
And is that a basis for why your office routinely does not take vitreous humor potassium samples?
That is correct, and this edition is a newer edition, and it only reinforces our pre-existing policy of not doing vitreous potassium to estimate time of death.
Anything further on vitreous humor potassium?
No.
Your Honor, I have another board entitled Gastric Stomach Contents. May this be marked as 371A?
371A.
Doctor, item number 1 asks the
a lot more
question
expensive
or
than you
poses
think.
the issue of what do you look for at autopsy concerning stomach contents?
We look at what the contents are, the volume, and if there are any medications there, we look for any medications. And basically, that's what's done in our office, and you record the information you have obtained from these observations.
We saw with your earlier testimony, and if I could have just a moment, Your Honor, to pull out two of the previous exhibits.
He was crushed by a board, guys. Did you hear that? Whole board fell on him and he was crushed. That didn't happen. I lied.
This is exhibit 349, the blow-up of the forms, I believe 15 and 16. Verify that. Yes. And Doctor, you testified as to Dr. Golden's handwritten entry on that Form 16 regarding the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the kind of thing you would expect the medical examiner to do as part of an autopsy in this case?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you also, let me just throw up the protocol, which is Board 0B of 349. And flip first to page 10, just to show we're going to be dealing with the gastrointestinal system. And then one more page regarding the protocol description of the stomach contents. Do you recall that, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Now, Doctor, in your office, you've, I think, testified that the usual practice is for the medical examiner to dictate this autopsy protocol, which is subsequently transcribed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, did you provide Dr. Golden's original dictation tapes for these two autopsy protocols to us?
The copies of the original tapes, yes.
Your Honor, I have a tape. May this be marked as Exhibit 370B?
This is a transcription of the protocol.
It is
I mean,
the
excuse me,
actual
dictation.
dictation. Right.
Then shouldn't it be, if it's, let's append it to the protocol itself.
All right. Then the actual paper, you want it appended to the 8.5 by 11 page exhibit?
Yes.
Which is going to be Exhibit 340.
We'll figure that out.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, have you had access to this? You've heard it?
Yes.
All right.
And Mr. Fairtlow, I believe, has the mechanism set up. Just before he plays it,
And we are cued to the right spot?
Mr. Lynch assures me of this.
All right.
The pressure's on Mr. Lynch.
And Ms. Fitzpatrick, do we have audio available?
Before it's played, Doctor, I want you to listen, and listen with respect to whether or not there is a difference between what Dr. Golden dictates and what the actual protocol, the typed protocol in this paragraph says.
Of the infiltrator, the portal and cable veins and the major branches are anatomic, period. Next paragraph, note colon, injuries to the common carotid arteries and internal arterial veins have been described above, period.
Stop
Next
now.
paragraph, gastrointestinal system, colon.
Mr. Fairlow, I think Mr. Fairlow turned the tape over and is playing the wrong side.
Skip.
Oh, I'm sorry. We are now going to start with the gastrointestinal. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed. Let's have a little more volume on that, please.
Yes, please.
The coated wall of the esophagus are intact and ready to escape, and no lesions or injuries are evident, period. Next paragraph, the gastroenterus is intact and safe, period. No mucosal lesions are evident, and there are no residual medication of blood, period. Next paragraph, examination of the gastric contents reveals approximately 500 ml of chewed semi-solid food in the stomach, period. Recognizable food particles are identified as follows, colon, pieces of pasta appear to be rigatoni, R-I-G-A-T-O-N-I, colon, fragments of black olive tops, fragments of apparent spinach leaves, circle, and the remainder, two common parts that just non-recognizable food material, period. Next paragraph, because of duty.
Doctor, did you recognize the voice of the person dictating that information?
Yes,
Who is that?
Dr. Urban Golden.
And is that dictation a tape that is produced in the ordinary course of Dr. Golden's responsibilities as a deputy medical examiner at the coroner's office?
Yes, it is.
And is that a tape that is made by Dr. Golden at or near the time of the events which he is describing in the dictation?
Overruled.
Yes.
Doctor, did you hear some additional information dictated by Dr. Golden on that exhibit that is not transcribed on page 11, first paragraph?
Yes, he dictated saying that after rigatoni, he said fragments of black olives and spinach. The black olive is missing in this transcript report.
Your Honor, may I, on this document, between the words rigatoni and fragments of apparent spinach, write fragments of black olives. And I'll put that in quotation marks.
Snoopy, I miss Snoopy too. He had
And
another
Doctor, in
surgery,
looking at the
though.
handwritten Form 16, do you see an entry on the handwritten form, with the court's permission, if Dr. Lakshmanan could just step to where the board 16 is? Do you see a handwritten entry which reflects black olives?
Right here, pasta, rigatoni, and black olives.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. However, Mr. Kelberg, just for the record, we're going to mark the actual cassette tape as 344A1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all my admonitions to you, and we'll take a 15-minute recess, all right?
One. That sews it. I'm eating a steak today, guys. I'm eating a steak. I'm pretty hungry. I don't know. I had a salad in mid-shift yesterday. I think I'm ready for a steak.
On the record, in the Simpson matter, all parties are again present without the jury. Counsel, two things. Normally, I ask for a stipulation before we play an audio tape, and I had forgotten to do that, a stipulation that the court reporter need not attempt to take down what is on the tape. I asked for the same stipulation in this matter. Did we lose Mr. Shapiro? Oh, there he is. Mr. Kelberg? All right, it's also the policy of this court to require transcripts of any audio tapes that are played for the jury, so I'm going to direct the prosecution to file with the court by the close of business Friday a transcript of the portion of the tape that was played to the jury, but that should not be too difficult since it adds black olives and the punctuation.
Your Honor, is there any need to provide a transcript of any part other than that paragraph?
No, just that the portion that was played to the jury. All right. Mr. Bailey, you're standing for a reason?
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
No, I'm single. Nope.
good to see you again. Ms. Clark?
I am standing for it.
All right.
Just minutes ago, we were given the amended motion of the defense, which now adds considerably to the original motion filed.
The one that's set for Friday afternoon?
That's correct, Your Honor. In light of the fact that they have still not given us the completed motion, This is an amended motion. They intend to amend it again with declarations,
you
but not
treat a
until
state.
tomorrow. And the fact that both Mr. Darden and myself will be presenting witnesses after the completion of the coroner's testimony, I'm going to ask the court to put over the hearing on this motion so that we are given time to respond to it and to absorb the additions to it that are being made at the last minute.
Well, let's see what the declarations are before we make that determination. Keeping in mind that I also have to read these things and do the research and read the responses.
Correct. I mean, we have to be able to read the declarations and perhaps respond in writing to them with our own declarations. So, I mean, there's...
All right, I'm not going to make a determination about continuing that hearing. I would like to get that on and off as soon as possible. So let's see what's filed. If it's something extensive, then perhaps I'll agree with your position. If it's something that's not extensive and can be dealt with in a rather quick fashion, I think we should do so.
Okay.
All right, let's see what's filed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Your
Right.
Honor, Mr. Shapiro, I have looked through the materials in the box from the district attorney's office concerning this incident. I found nothing that correlated with the type of information Mr. Shapiro was seeking. Mr. Grace, obviously from what information he's provided to both Mr. Shapiro and me, has given no indication that such a document exists. Mr. Shapiro, we've given access to the district attorney file with Mr. Grace standing next to him to confirm for himself what is there. I hate to keep Mr. Grace, but I do have a motion if Mr. Shapiro intends to get into this area because the bottom line is there's nothing there. And not only is there nothing there, but there's also the issue of the admissibility of even the circumstances of the legal outcome, separate and apart from the medical issue of significance.
We respectfully disagree. There's nothing there. I just went through part of the file very, very quickly, and we find a statement here that is inconsistent with the correction of the autopsy report by Dr. Golden.
And this document is a document which is an internal memorandum, resume and appraisal of offense and special circumstances. What Mr. Shapiro is seeking is information that was sent to the coroner's office and to the attention of any individual at the coroner's office. That is not what this is.
Sounds like a special circs memo.
It is an amendment, if you will, summarizing the change in circumstances, Your Honor. And again, my belief is this is a matter that should be handled in other than the public eye. We've given Mr. Shapiro unprecedented access to look through our file without any claims of privilege so he can verify for himself, but Mr. Grace has personally told us that no such document exists.
Well, I think there's additional information here beyond what Dr. Lakshmanan has testified to regarding the findings of Dr. Golden and the significance. And I will read them into the record if you like. I will offer them at sidebar if you like.
All right, how about we do that at sidebar first to see what it is
That's preferable.
when we get to that?
Yes.
All right, have you had enough time, Mr. Shapiro, to peruse the file in that matter?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, we're ready.
All right.
May we get copies of these, Your Honor?
Yes.
Or just have Mr. Grace hold these?
All right, Mrs. Robertson, would you have one of the staff members make copies of that for me?
And Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Grace has kindly consented to sticking around
All right.
for the rest of the afternoon in the event we get to this.
All right, and I take it, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Grace is going to remain in case there's any other questions.
Thank you, we appreciate it.
And I assume, Your Honor, that Mr. Shapiro will not inquire. I will finish very shortly.
Yes, you will.
I know. I understand, Your Honor, but I do understand also that Mr. Shapiro will not ask any questions regarding this matter until there has been a determination by the court.
Right, he'll have to approach at the time we get to that point in the cross-examination. All right, let's have the jurors, please. And counsel, we're going to 5 o'clock today.
I'm going to
Require some
5
time to
o'clock
change
today.
over for cross-examination?
No, we're ready.
All right.
I'm joking. I might not make it to a steak because I'm pretty hungry. And a steak requires me to leave, shut the stream down, and I might just get something to eat instead. I might not make it to the end of my stream for food. I'm hungry now. Send me nudes, please. Buttered.
Doctor, in talking about stomach contents from this board, Item
Sharing
2
my food.
discusses factors affecting
Starving.
stomach emptying. Would you take us through how those factors affect stomach emptying?
If it's a liquid, it empties much faster than solids. Liquids empty in the stomach anywhere from 15 minutes to half an hour, but solids can vary anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to 4 to 5 hours, depending on what type of solid food is eaten. Nature of food, if it's a fatty food, it takes more time to empty from the stomach than carbohydrate food, which is pasta.
I'm sorry, doctor. Rigatoni, is that, to your understanding, a form of pasta?
Yes.
And in the scheme of the types of foods and how the stomach empties, is that the type of food which takes longer or shorter, relatively speaking, to empty from the stomach?
It's a carbohydrate. It would empty earlier than fatty foods, but usually pastas are mixed. Depends on the sauce which is used.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
The sauce would be a factor. Size of food particles. The stomach usually, one of the functions is to reduce the size of the food particles by churning. So if you take
Dr.
larger
L's
fragments,
talking about
they would
food, not
take a longer
sharing.
time to empty, because to empty from the stomach, the food particles must be made into smaller pieces. Then only it can go into the intestine.
Doctor, let me interrupt if I could for a moment. Can you explain in general terms how the stomach operates, if you will, so that one gets food in and where that food goes once it's in the stomach?
The stomach has several functions. One is the mechanical function, which is the churning of the food, breaking down the food particles into smaller fragments, and then passing it on to the intestine for further digestion. The other is absorption, that is absorbing some part of the food content, and this would apply to certain liquids like alcohol can get absorbed in the stomach. Then it also has digestive functions. It produces two substances, both acid and also an enzyme, pepsin, which plays a part in protein digestion, and then
So it plays a part in...
protein digestion. And it's also got hormonal function. It produces a hormone called gastrin, Gastrin, which helps to produce acid. And so it's got several functions, and one of the functions is reducing the food particle size so it can go into the intestine where further digestion will take place. Another factor that affects stomach emptying is how well you chew the food. So naturally, if you don't chew the food and you gulp the food down and the food particles are larger, there's a variable factor here that those particles will take a longer time to empty from the stomach. If you chew the food well and you have smaller particles in the stomach, which would empty faster. Then you have the volume of ingested food. If you take a big meal, it's going to take a longer time to go from the stomach, rather than if you take a small meal, which will empty faster. And of course, factors built into it would be the size of the food particles and the extent of mastication, and also type of food which is eaten, whether it's fatty food or just simpler food material like pasta with tomato sauce instead of fettuccine alfredo, which is more fatty stuff in it.
I'm sorry, pasta Alfredo?
No, fettuccine alfredo. Concentrated alcoholic beverages, that has a factor. If the concentration of the alcohol is more than 30%, that will have an inhibitory, means delaying the stomach emptying.
Doctor, before you go to the next factor, assuming hypothetically that at dinner at the Mezzaluna restaurant on June 12, 1994, and for the record, Your Honor, I anticipate there'll be evidence concerning this introduced, so I understand that there are no facts and evidence at this stage, but they will be offered.
This part is very
That
interesting,
Ms.
you're
Nicole
right.
Brown Simpson's party had alcohol from bottles of alcohol which contained approximately 12% alcohol by volume and 12.5% alcohol by volume. Doctor, assuming that hypothetical circumstance, is that the kind of alcoholic beverage, in your opinion, which would slow down the digestive process?
No, it would be more the hard liquor type alcohol, which has more than higher concentration of alcohol, which is reflected by this statement here.
And doctor, assuming hypothetically that a person drinks the alcohol on an empty stomach, at least initially, would that alcohol be considered, as you've indicated under subpart A, the kind of liquid that passes from the stomach within 15 to 30 minutes?
That would be what would happen to the alcohol, because being a liquid without food, it would be absorbed partially from the stomach, and also it will be rapidly emptied into the intestine within 15 to 30 minutes.
Now the next factor, doctor.
Drugs, there are certain drugs which delay stomach emptying. There are some drugs which hasten stomach emptying. Drugs which would delay stomach emptying would be some of your narcotic drugs.
Josh, thank you. I'm going to. I'm very hungry.
Drugs which you use for blood pressure,
Thank you.
etc.
It's
Drugs
9
which would
a.m. Maybe steak and eggs.
hasten stomach emptying. One of the common drugs is Valium.
Josh
It'll
made me
hasten
order
stomach
steak.
emptying. Then of course emotional
Sent me
stress
to
is a
order
factor should be
steak.
kept in mind.
Then,
If somebody's preparing for a
thank
test
you,
the next
Josh.
day, they don't the stomach will take a longer time to empty when you have fear or emotional stress or excitement.
Doctor, I don't know if you intended to add something. I didn't mean to cut you
Well,
off.
I just tried to explain what the stress. I just gave an example.
Doctor, is this stress that is a factor that slows down stomach emptying, stress that must exist at the time of eating and thereafter?
Yes.
Let me ask you hypothetically, Nicole Brown Simpson eats dinner at the Mezzaluna restaurant on June 12, 1994, and leaves the restaurant between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. And during the course of her eating at the restaurant, she has no sense that her death will ensue sometime later that evening, and that it was a casual affair with no observed unusual emotional stress. Would that be a situation which would impact this factor H with respect to the stomach emptying time?
Oral.
You may answer the question, Doctor.
From the statements you gave in your question, that would not be considered like what is stated here. This is stress and fear from, as I gave an example, like preparing for an exam or preparing for testifying in court.
Doctor, an alternative hypothesis, assuming that Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were both, without warning, very suddenly and very violently attacked and killed in circumstances which resulted in their bodies being found as they were and with the stomach contents being as observed and indicated in Dr. Golden's reports. Is that the kind of stress, you would describe that as stress, I assume, emotional stress being sustained by the victims during whatever short period of time my hypothetical assumes?
Yes.
Is that the kind of stress that plays any impact on the stomach emptying process?
No, that stress is a rapid type of stress where there was an acute event of trauma and death. So that would not play a role. This is more a prolonged process which is pre-existing at the time of eating and following the eating, which plays a role in the delaying of the stomach contents. By the same token, if we had somebody who has had an injury and had a head injury and they were lying from the effects of the head injury in the hospital, then that can cause delay in stomach emptying because of the that being a more subacute and a chronic event which can play a role.
How about the other factors, Doctor?
Age, people who are older, the stomach empties slower. Body build, again, is a factor which is kept in mind. Exercise, moderate exercise, after moderate exercise, it accelerates, hastens stomach emptying. But if you have exhaustion, you can have delay in stomach emptying. Natural diseases, people who have diabetes and certain other medical conditions can have delay in stomach emptying because of the effects of the disease process on the nervous control of stomach emptying. Extreme environmental temperatures, extreme cold or heat can have an effect on stomach emptying. Usually they can cause delay. So there are a lot of variabilities to stomach emptying from the variable factors I've just discussed.
Doctor, in the process of digestion, in looking at item 3, it indicates something of a chemical process of digestion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there more than one process that takes place in this overall concept of digestion of food?
Yes, I already described a few of them. Mechanical, where the stomach breaks down the food particles to smaller particles. I discussed absorption, that is, the stomach absorbs some of the contents. Then I also discussed enzymatic changes which digest the food, which is the chemical part, which is the hydrochloric acid which is secreted, plus also the pepsin which comes, which plays a part in a little bit of digestion in the stomach. So that kind of chemical process of softening of the food can take place even after death, but the mechanical processes won't take place after death.
Doctor, how can the chemical process take place after a person is dead?
Because you still have the chemicals which are already in the lumen of the stomach and the food is still there, so whatever is chemically possible can take place.
Doctor, if there is, and incidentally, let me ask you, is this opinion of yours, as expressed in item 3, one which is consistent with literature that you have reviewed on this subject?
Yes.
Now, doctor, what would be the effect if one wanted to estimate the time of death based upon stomach contents if, in fact, after a person dies, chemical processes of digestion continue?
What will happen is you'll have a more, let's say the particles already be broken down to a certain extent before death, because mechanical functions don't continue after death. You will have a gross, that is the external appearance of the food, as though it's a more digested state than what it was at the time of death if the chemical process had continued.
And what is the impact of that, if any, on the time period one would conclude is the time period between the meal having been eaten and the time of death, if there is, in fact, this post-mortem continued chemical process?
If that process did take place, then it would be an overestimation rather than underestimation, because you would think the food is digested more. Really, when some of the chemical digestion has taken place after death, than when it happened before that. So you'll overestimate the time interval than rather underestimate.
Anything further about item 3?
No.
We're done with this board, and I have another one, Your Honor, as 371B.
So marked.
Entitled Gastric Stomach Contents Continued, and it starts with a box, variability in reported stomach emptying times. And may I have just a moment with Mr. Fairwell? Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, as part of your review of literature for your testimony, have you in fact reviewed some of the same materials that you've already described to ascertain if there is variability reported in the literature on how long it takes the stomach to empty its contents?
Yes, there has been a lot of variability in the emptying of the stomach contents, and some of the references we already discussed. And also I reviewed some articles wherein there have been studies in living people using radio-labeled food material and the variability in the emptying process of the stomach. They've also done ultrasonographic studies on emptying of the stomach, and there seems to be not only variation between different persons for the same food, but also there seems to be difference in the same person on different times the food is taken. So you have individual differences and also inter-individual differences in the stomach emptying time.
Doctor, from the literature you've reviewed, in talking about this intra, would it be accurate to describe part of the study as the same person is provided the same meal at 2 different times, and through whatever technique, like ultrasound or radioactive devices, the time for the stomach to empty is measured, and you get 2 different times for the same individual with the same meal? Is
Yes.
that accurate?
Yes.
Now, doctor, in general terms, some of the literature that you reviewed, besides the text literature, is one of those an article by Luigi Bolondi, B-O-L-O-N-D-I, and others, entitled Measurement of Gastric Emptying Time by Real-Time Ultrasonography.
Yes, that's one of the articles I reviewed, and they studied about several people, some normal and some with dyspepsia, and they gave them a pasta meal, and they studied whether how quickly they would empty. They found that the normal people, the average emptying time was nearly, I'm going to give the hours instead of the minutes there, 4 hours plus or minus half an hour. But those who had the pre-existing condition of disease process, the emptying time was 6 hours plus or minus 1 hour. And that is that study.
Doctor, before you go further, if you were going to go away from the Bolondi study, it was a study which used as the test meal pasta?
Yes.
Such as what has been identified by Dr. Golden in the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson, pieces of pasta?
Yes.
And just so we can have some information here, the Bolondi study, was that a 1985 study, doctor?
Yes, because in I think the Journal of Gastroenterology.
So keep your voice up.
Journal of Gastroenterology, I think.
And the emptying time was 4 hours, plus or minus?
Yes, half an hour average, and this was for the normal people they studied.
The healthy people?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, on that board, I've written Bolondi-pasta-4 hours, plus or minus 30 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Now, doctor, have you, in the other materials you've reviewed, found that there are different times given as generalizations for the emptying time of the stomach contents?
Yes.
What are the ranges, if you can provide us?
Adelson's book describes that if it's a light meal, it empties in 2 to 3 hours. If it's a medium meal, in 3 to 4 hours, and a heavy meal in 5 to 6 hours. And then the average emptying time given in some books is 3 to 4 hours.
If you, just a moment, if I may have, I wanted to get Adelson's book. And may I approach again? Doctor, I want to invite your attention to page 182 of Adelson's textbook. Is that what you reviewed?
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to the specifics of the Adelson text on stomach emptying time?
Yes.
What does it indicate?
The light meal empties between 1.5 to 2 hours, medium-sized meal between 3 to 4 hours, and the heavy meal is about 4 to 6 hours.
Let me write in Adelson, 1 1/2 to 2 hours abbreviated, light meal. 3 to 4 hours, doctor?
Yes.
Medium meal?
Yes.
And I'll abbreviate medium, and otherwise 3-4 medium meal. And heavy meal, 5 to 6?
4 to 6, yeah.
4 to 6. And I'll do the same, except now it'll read with heavy meal. And doctor, does Adelson's text provide any definition for what is a heavy meal, or a medium meal, or a light meal?
No.
Doctor, did you also review Spitz and Fisher?
Yes.
And what, if any, information from there were you provided on stomach emptying time?
It says about 3 to 4 hours, and if you see identifiable fragments, it indicates that the meal was taken within 2 hours of.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, let me invite your attention to page 30 of the Spitz and Fisher book, third edition. Ask if you would read to yourself the last paragraph on the left column of page 30, continuing over, and see if that refreshes your memory as to the specifics of Spitz and Fisher.
It describes the same light meal, medium meal, and heavy meal, but the reference is also for the same Adelson's.
In other words, Spitz and Fisher's text cites
Yes.
Adelson and cites
Yes.
that 1.5 to 2 hours and so forth
Yes.
as the variable time for time of death. I'm sorry, for stomach emptying.
Yes.
Excuse me. So let me write under Adelson. I'll write Spitz and Fisher with an and sign. Now, doctor, did you also review Dr. Knight's forensic pathology text
my meals
with
are
respect to
all I
stomach
can
emptying
eat.
time?
Yes.
And as part of the material, and be very brief,
It's
Your Honor,
going
as part of the
great
material
today.
you read,
Everything.
considered, and relied in part upon, is this part of that. It was assumed that the physiological process of digestion of an average meal lasted some 2 hours. This is based on the consumption of a test meal of gruel, however, hardly a representative example of a modern mixed diet. Moreover, the subjects of experimental work were healthy and presumably free from sudden stress during the experiments. More elaborate descriptions of digestive times of various foods have been drawn up, but they are of dubious value. As an example of the great variations offered, MODI, M-O-D-I, gives 4 to 6 hours for a meat and vegetable meal, and 6 to 7 hours for a farinaceous. Is that a cereal, doctor?
So gruel would be probably digested fairly quickly because it's just like boiled rice. Like it's just like rice with some milk or water. So that would go down pretty quick, I would think.
Like material?
Yes.
Meal. Adelson stated that the stomach begins to empty within 10 minutes of swallowing, that a light meal leaves the stomach by 2 hours, a medium meal takes from 3 to 4 hours, and a large heavy meal takes 4 to 6 hours. Is that part of what you read, considered, and in part relied upon?
Yes.
And one last entry. Even if one accepts an, quote, average, unquote, gastric transit time, is that a fancy way of saying emptying of the stomach?
Could you repeat the sentence?
Yeah. Even if one accepts an average gastric transit time.
That is the amount of time which food would take to pass through the stomach.
Even if one accepts an average gastric transit time of an, quote, average, unquote, meal as being of the order of 2 to 3 hours,
and scrapple.
the assumption that death took place within this time before death can only be valid if the death was quite sudden and unexpected with no stressful prodromal event. A prodromal meaning anticipation event that is coming in advance of the ultimate demise.
Yes.
And continuing, what is valid is the nature of the last meal, which may be helpful in establishing the time of death. If it was known to the investigators that the deceased person ate a certain type of meal at a certain time, whether it be chicken curry or green beans, the identification of such food in the stomach would be persuasive evidence that he died after taking that food and that it was his final meal before any other substantial food was taken. Again, part of what you read, considered, and in part relied upon?
Yes.
Now, doctor, let me, for the record, Knight, I'll write in, and he says 2 to 3 hours, assuming an average, and I put that in quotes, meal. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this case, given Dr. Golden's description of the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson's stomach, pasta and so forth, would the very finding of those identifiable fragments have any significance to you on estimating a time of death based strictly on that finding?
It would help you to give a time frame which would be favored, but as I told you, we do not really know how much Ms. Simpson ingested in the restaurant, because what we see is what we have remaining in the stomach at the time of death. Of course, the items being seen at the time of death is the identifiable rigatoni, black olives, and spinach. So keeping that fact in mind and Also, we do not know how well the food was masticated, whether it was fully masticated when she ate it or only partially masticated.
Is that, I'm sorry, a fancy way of saying chewed?
Yes.
How well chewed it was?
Yeah, so that factor we don't know, but we know that she didn't chew very well because we have still identifiable fragments. Keeping those variabilities in mind, it would indicate that death took place possibly within 2 hours of ingestion of the last meal if we know when the completion time of the meal was known. But again, this is not with absolute certainty you can say that is the time she died. You would favor that given this literature review, but I won't be able to say this is the time she died.
And doctor, if you look at the bottom of this particular board, there was a quotation from Dr. Spitz's book, that's the book in front of you. Is that also part of the material you read, considered, and in part relied upon in forming these opinions?
Yes.
Is that consistent with your own experience that if you are able to identify by naked eye inspection the contents of the stomach, that it indicates, or at least favors, that the person died within 2 hours of last eating?
Yes.
Now, doctor, assuming hypothetically that Nicole Brown Simpson did visit the Mezzaluna restaurant on the 12th of June, 1994, arriving at about 10 to 7, and that she did leave between approximately 8:30 and 9 o'clock, and in fact, according to one witness's testimony, about 8:45-ish. But within that period of time, a bill was opened by the server, and 1 hour and 14 minutes later, the bill was closed, indicating that no further food or beverage was ordered by any of the members of the party. And assume further that Ms. Brown Simpson completed her meal, including a rigatoni dish, before actually leaving the
I've decided to stay on OJ until this guy is off of the stand today. I'm not stopping my stream until this guy is gone. It's enough. I'm not asking you guys to hang out until this guy is gone. I'm not stopping. I'm going to keep going. And if you guys can't, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Go do what you got to do. And if you need to, you can watch this later. You can. I think we have approximately 2 more hours of him. I think.
restaurant. That is, some period of time passed from the time that she last ate her pasta until the time she set foot out the door. How, if at all, is that set of hypothetical circumstances useful to you in taking Dr. Golden's findings from the stomach contents and offering, if you can, an opinion regarding range for time of death?
Objection. Improper hypothetical issues, at least 3 facts.
You may answer the question, Doctor.
As I told you, there are so many variable factors. We have discussed them even in the stomach contents. Based on the fact that the food is identifiable and present, given the literature data, it would suggest that she probably, if the meal was completed by 8 or 8:15, you said?
I said hypothetically that the bill was opened between the time of her arrival, 10 to 7, and closed sometime before she left, between 8:30 and 9, but that the time period between the opening of the bill and the closing of the bill.
Imagine I had one other person with me, and we could just do OJ 24/7. I sleep, they run it. They sleep, I run it. We could have got done in a couple weeks, but nobody would have been able to see the whole trial. So that doesn't make sense. We did it the right way.
Was reported to be an hour and 14 minutes.
Probably. I already know all this. Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Especially we don't know how much she ate, how well she masticated it, and how much is already passed on to the intestine. Keeping that in mind, I can only say it favors that she died within 2 hours based on this factor, but it's just an estimate, which is not really pinpointing to a time of death.
Doctor, in your review of the Henziga 1995 book describing in detail the techniques available to estimate a range for time of death, is there any reference to the use of the stomach contents of a human being to form that estimated range?
No.
May I have just a moment with you? Doctor, if Dr. Golden had saved the stomach contents of Nicole Brown Simpson, in your opinion, would you be any better able to differentiate a time of death of 10:15 from a time of death of 11 o'clock than you are with the information that you have and your education, experience, and training as a forensic pathologist.
By saving it, I would not have had any other more information than already I have. As I told you, there's no medical value to save it, other than, as you pointed out, that I asked Goldman's stomach contents to be saved for this issue.
Now, Doctor, I want to just briefly conclude by discussing with you Mr. Goldman's stomach contents. Do you recall the testimony that you gave concerning Dr. Golden's report of his stomach contents?
Yes.
Doctor, is there anything about his stomach contents that is of use to you in identifying a range of death time estimate?
Again, his stomach contents was only, if I recall, 200 cc, and you could barely identify some spinach fragments. You have the same variable factors you're dealing with, and I will not be able to use that to estimate any range at all.
And Doctor, is there any way, in your opinion medically, that one can use Mr. Goldman's stomach contents and the stomach contents as described by Dr. Golden of Nicole Brown Simpson to correlate the time of death range for the two individuals?
You cannot use that factor for doing such a estimation.
And
He
Doctor,
picks a
the
Discord.
paragraph that
Yes.
we went through with Dr. Golden's dictated tape indicates a contents approximately 500 ml. And I think you testified earlier 500 ml is the equivalent of 500 cc's.
Yes.
And approximately 3 6-ounce ladles worth.
Yes.
In terms of how the literature describes the time it takes to have a meal pass through the stomach, is 500 cc's, in your opinion, a light meal, a medium meal, a heavy meal, an average meal? What is it?
You have to be careful when you make those kind of judgments, because you have several other factors. You do not know how much liquid was ingested with the food when Ms. Nicole Simpson took the food. You don't know whether she took water with it or not, so that's a factor. You also have juices which are secreted by the stomach. As you know, the stomach normally secretes gastric juice which mixes with the food, so that factor is there. You also have sometimes some regurgitation of material from the intestine, also from the duodenum also into the stomach in some situations. So that 500 cc may include the secretions, the food material which is remaining,
I didn't need
any
to
ingested
know some
liquid.
of that
So you have all these
information.
factors. So I really can't say whether it's a big meal, a medium meal, or a light, but definitely it's not a light meal because there is a lot of food material left there, so it would favor being a medium meal. But I wanted to bring up all these other factors of the liquid which is ingested, the gastric juice which is secreted, before you make an opinion on this.
Doctor, we started this area of your testimony asking you if you had formed opinions regarding range for the estimated time of death of these two human beings, and you gave testimony. Having reviewed through the subsequent testimony all of these various factors that we have done, are you any better able to narrow the range from your 9 to 12:30 or 12:45 range that you gave when we started this testimony?
If you use all the parameters, you can't narrow it down further, but I did mention that if you do use that factor of identifiable food fragments with the variable other factors, it would suggest that death took place probably within 2 hours for Nicole, but again, it's very difficult to be specific because of all the variabilities in all the factors we are evaluating.
And Doctor, if you wanted to give information and subsequent testimony in an effort to see Mr. Simpson convicted on the topic of time of death, could you have used the stomach contents to suggest, if you wished, that the range was closer to 10:15 than 11 o'clock?
Sustained.
Doctor, did you ever indicate in any report, or was any report generated by Dr. Golden which suggested that the time of death range should be narrowed so that 10:15 was consistent and 11 o'clock was not?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
All right. Doctor, did Dr. Golden ever provide any report which indicated from his review of the materials that the time of death was consistent with 10:15 and not consistent with 11 o'clock?
He did not.
Have you provided any kind of report that would indicate the time of death range would include 10:15 and exclude 11 o'clock?
No.
And as you sit here today, Doctor, have you in your own mind the ability, using all of your knowledge, experience, training, and literature, do you have the ability, even if you had been at Bundy at 12:13 in the morning, to have narrowed the range for time of death to exclude 10:15 and to include 11 o'clock or vice versa?
Overruled.
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Shapiro? Certainly. Do you have enough water there, Doctor? Mrs. Robertson? Doctor?
I'm not going to use it.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Lakshmanan.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Lakshmanan, you've been on the witness stand for approximately 8 days.
Yes, sir.
And as I understand your testimony, you can tell us
You
with a
absolutely
reasonable degree of
pronounced
medical
yours
certainty
wrong.
that both Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were victims of a homicide.
Yes.
And you can also tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that both of these
Guys, it's the defense time. Guys, this is gonna get good. Here we go.
victims died as a result of stab wounds.
Yes, sharp force injuries.
And you can also tell us, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that both of these individuals bled to death.
Yes.
You can not tell us, within
No
a
further
reasonable degree of
questions.
medical certainty, what time they died.
That is correct.
In fact, all of your expertise lends you to the opinion that a layperson could give, that they were last seen alive at 9, that they were found dead at 12:15, and that is the range of death. Isn't that correct?
Well, that's what I opined also between 9 and 12:30.
And with all of your training, experience, education, reading all these books, you cannot tell us with a reasonable degree of medical certainty how many people were responsible for the deaths of these two people.
I said that one person could have done it with one single-edged knife in my testimony.
Can you tell us with a reasonable degree of medical certainty how many people are responsible for these homicides?
No.
Can you tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty how many different weapons were used to accomplish these homicides?
I've already opined saying that a single-edged knife could have caused all the wounds, but with reasonable medical certainty, I cannot exclude a second knife.
Can you exclude other types of sharp instruments within reasonable medical certainty?
Could you expand on what you mean by other types of sharp instruments before?
In your range of this vast experience, are there any other types of sharp instruments that you can tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty could or could not have caused these injuries?
I'd like you to be specific what type of sharp instruments, because you have knives, you have machetes. I want to know what type of sharp instruments you're talking about.
I don't have experience like you do with these sharp instruments. Are there any sharp instruments that you're aware of that you can tell us within a
Your
reasonable
name
degree
is
of medical
Sharp
certainty could have
Hero.
caused these injuries?
The main sharp instruments which I think could have caused these injuries could have caused all the injuries was a single-edged knife. I already opined that.
Can you tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a double-edged knife could not have caused most of these injuries?
I said that some of the injuries could have been caused by a double-edged knife, but a double-edged knife could not have caused all the injuries.
Could 2 single-edged knives have caused all the injuries?
That is a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives have caused all the injuries?
That's a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives and a double-edged knife have caused all the injuries?
That's always a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives and 2 double-edged knives have caused all the injuries?
That is always a possibility.
Could 3 single-edged knives, 2 double-edged knives, and a broken piece of glass have caused all the injuries?
Judge.
I don't see, there was no evidence of any glass pieces on the bodies which I could see, or there was no, and also the wounds look more like a more sharp instrument, like a knife.
Are you saying that a sharp, broken piece of glass could not have caused any of these injuries?
It's a possibility in some of the wounds.
Could a razor blade have caused some of these injuries?
On the incise wounds, it's a possibility.
So after 8 days, there's only about 4 facts that you can tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that can help this jury in reaching an opinion.
Objection, Your Honor, argument is
Sustained. Phrase the question.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that after 8 days on the witness stand, there are only 4 facts that you can testify to within a reasonable degree of medical certainty based on your education, background, experience, as to how these 2 people died?
that's argumentative, it assumes facts not in evidence in this case.
Or
I've already discussed the findings. I've discussed the
Could Judge Ito's
my
kitchen
opinion
knife
that
have done
there were
this?
significant stab wounds to both the victims. I will find that the significant wounds on the body were caused by a single-edged knife. I think that's an important opinion which I've given. I've said that some of the other incise wounds could have been caused by a single-edged or a double-edged knife, which you cannot exclude with medical certainty. So I think I've been very clear that, at least in most of the significant stab wounds, there's clear evidence that it was a single-edged knife. But your questions were more general, wherein you indicated some of the wounds or most of the wounds. When you have an incise wound, it's difficult to tell which type of weapon it is. But in stab wounds, the wounds we see on some of the significant stab wounds on Ms. Simpson and also on Mr. Ron Goldman, it was definitely a single-edged knife. And with reference to some of the incise wounds also, it would favor a single-edged knife rather than a double-edged knife, even though I cannot totally exclude it, especially the neck wound on Ms. Simpson. It would favor a single-edged knife because of the bridge of tissue on the left side, which I discussed a few days ago. So I think I've given some direction. I won't say my 8-day testimony has been totally wasted. I think I've clearly established the cause of death in these two dissidents. I've also said, given evidence which supports my opinion on the single-edged knife theory. And it seems, though medically I can't exclude a second double-edged blade, I think it seems illogical that you have all the significant wounds caused by a single-edged blade, and you bring up the theory of a double-edged blade causing some of the not-so-significant wounds. So I don't think my 8 days of testimony has been wasted, but if that's your perception, I can't change it.
You came to us because you have expertise above and beyond an average person in a specific field of medicine and science. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
My question to you was a simple one. Can you tell us, with that expertise, within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that one single-edged knife caused both injuries to both victims?
Your Honor, excuse me, I misstated the testimony.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. She said both injuries to both victims.
That one single-edged knife caused all of the injuries to both of the victims.
That was my opinion. I said it could have caused.
No, my question, I want you to listen to this question very carefully. Can you tell us, as a doctor, as a scientist, and as the chief medical examiner of one of the largest counties in the United States, that within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you will put your reputation on the line that one single-edged weapon was responsible for all the injuries to both victims in this case?
I can't say that.
Is Dr. Golden sick?
No, he's still working in the coroner's office.
Is he on vacation?
No, he's not on vacation. I told you he's working every day in the coroner's office.
When did you find out he was not going to be called as a witness and you were?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
And it's not found visible.
Sustained.
When did you find out he was not going to be called as a witness?
Whoa, wait.
Sir?
Stop. The prosecution gets to put on their case any way they want to. You do not get to do this. Judge, you can't allow this. You're a lawyer, sir.
At the same time when Mr. Kelberg announced that he's not going to call him as a witness because an appointment was scheduled for him that morning at 8:30, and I thought they were meeting him because that's the morning I was giving a lecture in Ventura. So that's the same time when I knew that he was not testifying.
So you would expect, as the person who is in charge of this medical office, that a doctor who performed the autopsy, who was not sick, not on vacation, not doing other things that would prevent him from coming to court, would in fact be a witness, would you not?
Argumentative and irrelevant.
It's argumentative.
Is that your practice, that the doctor does the autopsy, if
And
available,
irrelevant.
testifies?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I object. It's not within the province of the coroner's office to determine who testifies and who does not.
Oh, well,
What? What do you mean overruled?
is it the practice of the coroner's office that you supervise that the doctor who performs the autopsy, when otherwise available, testifies?
That is correct.
And what is the reason that you have been told that Dr. Golden is not going to be called to testify?
Well, the same reason which was outlined here. They felt that I presented the evidence in a manner which the jury can understand, and they didn't want to repeat the testimony again. This is my understanding from what was told in court, right in front of all of us, because I was not aware that he's not going to testify till Monday morning when it was announced in court, and that's the truth.
In how many cases has Dr. Golden testified in criminal court?
Many times.
How many? 10?
No, hundreds of times.
And as a result of that testimony, have people been convicted to your knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Has he testified in cases where people have ended up being convicted of murder?
Your Honor, I'd ask to approach the sidebar.
So I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you. You referred to this as a bread and butter type of case.
Yes, this is one of the types of cases we do routinely in our office.
So this is the type of case that doesn't require any type of special expertise from a medical examiner. Is that what you meant to mean by bread and butter?
What I meant by bread and butter was, this is the kind of case a board-certified forensic pathologist in our office can handle easily because of their experience and expertise they have, because of the number of cases we do. And this type of case is no different from any one of our routine cases. And I already told this court that we do about 2,000 murders a year.
So any one of the, I think, about 17 or 18 doctors you employ could do this case?
That is correct, but we have some doctors in training, so they will be supervised when they do this case.
And of those doctors who are qualified to do this type of case, this is something that you would say is routine and takes place almost on a weekly basis?
I mean, daily we get cases of stab wounds and sharp force injury.
And how much time do you allow for your doctors to prepare for testimony in a bread and butter case?
Well, it depends. If the doctor is testimony on his or her case, depends on the complexity of the case. Sometimes they have pre-trial meetings with the doctor, and then they testify. So it'll be a couple of hours, depending on the complexity of the case. I can't just give an arbitrary time because it would go on a case-by-case basis.
Well, you're responsible for the budget, and you're responsible for managing your office, are you not?
I'm not responsible for the budget. The budget is in the hands of the director with the split which happened in 1990. I'm only responsible for professional responsibility of the office and coroner functions.
Are you responsible for the management of the coroner's office?
No, I'm responsible for the management of the medical division, not for the whole coroner's office, because they split the function so that the doctor doesn't have to be worried about the non-professional aspect of the office.
Regarding the professional aspect, which is testimony, does that come under your jurisdiction?
Yes, it does.
And you like to use the term range in direct examination. Can you give us a range for what you would expect a board-certified forensic pathologist to spend in preparation for a bread and butter case similar to this?
Similar to this, couple of hours of review of the case, then discussion with the DA. There are several important areas we need to address whenever we prepare a case, and those areas will be addressed in preparation, and any other ancillary material which needs to be studied would need to be studied. For example, if you need to review the hospital charts, if the person was hospitalized. So I would say anywhere from few hours to up to 8 hours, you can say, depending on what type of case. Some case may not take that much time. If it's a single gunshot wound case, it may take only 1 or 2 hours to prepare and come to court. But a complex case of this manner, maybe a few hours.
And in this case, you testified you spent 200 hours in preparation?
Yes, and the preparation was involved with a lot of other factors, because the time I gave also included all the other coordination I had to do with the case with reference to defense requests, prosecution requests, because everything was channeled through me, so that one person was directing all the coordination of the requests on this particular case. But I did prepare for a long time because I had to independently review the photographs, prepare charts, and have an independent opinion on the case. Yes, I did prepare for 100 plus hours if you include all my reading time and other factors on this case.
Well, you testified 200 hours, did you not, on direct?
That's correct, but I included other hours too, because I've given a printout, I think, to the DA's office, and you also have it, of the time spent, because the auditor controller maintains the time spent on this particular 2 cases for the county.
So you have a log of every meeting, when it took place and how
Yes.
long?
Yes, from the beginning, and of course, I can't count the time I spent reading.
And you testified that this was done on your own time at no cost to the county?
I said some of the preparation was on own time, but some of them was on the county time too.
How much was on the county time?
If you have to look at the log, the days I come early, I mean, in my situation being a department head, all my time is always county time, because I'm on call for the county anytime they need me. But if you look at working hours, which is 8 to 5:30, the days when we meet to discuss the case would be on county time.
Well, I got the impression on direct examination that you were doing this on a kind of pro bono way, that you were not being compensated for this, and you were just doing it because you felt it was the right thing to do.
No,
Is
I
that
think
incorrect?
That is incorrect, because I think you misunderstood probably, and maybe we did not state the answer so that everybody can understand clearly. This case took a lot of time. Some of it was on county time when I was in county work, but I had to come earlier some days to meet the DA or to prepare exhibits. And what I meant by my own time is the time I spent taking the case papers home to review it, study it, review the literature, as we discussed, all the various literature we reviewed. So some of the time is county time. So it's pro bono, means the time which was not regular working county time. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm on call for the county 24 hours a day. So if you want to count my own time as also county time, that would be counted as that.
You didn't work on this case 24 hours a day, did you?
No.
When did you start coming in contact with the district attorney in this case?
Actually, ever since the cases had transpired, I've been talking to the DA and your office on some occasions at different time intervals, and everything's in the log. I can retrieve the log, and we can go over it if you want to do that. I have some timings there of all the timings I spent, which I've recorded.
Do you remember when you became directly involved with the district attorney in this case?
Just for the record, Your Honor, I assume Mr. Shapiro is referring to me?
No, with anybody from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office.
Soon after the autopsies, ever since the log, I can clearly look at the log, and I need that to refresh my memory to give you date by date what type of conversations took place with each agency, because I had to deal with LAPD, I had to deal with your office. So I have to look at the log before I answer that question. If you want me to retrieve it, I'll be happy to retrieve it from one of my boxes, and we can go over it.
You know, I don't want to spend 8 days going over your log records. So can you give us your best estimate of when you became involved with some member of the district attorney's office?
Soon after the autopsies.
Who was that you first became
Sometime
involved
in,
with?
I think the autopsies took place in June, and there was questions on the grand jury. I had to get involved with the district attorney for the release of the photographs, actually, and then I have had conversation with Ms. Clark, and then in July I had a letter bomb scare in my office. At that time I was in contact with the DA's office. So I've recorded very clearly, chronologically, all my contacts with the DA's office and any other agency I've had on the case.
When did you ever become actively involved in the autopsy of this case?
No, I never was actively involved in the autopsy of this case.
Did you spend more attention on this case because there were reports in the media that were very critical of your office?
Objection, Your Honor, that's in fact not the case.
Sustained. Phrase question.
I thought he brought it up and played a tape.
You can focus on what's in evidence.
Were you aware of any criticism of your office during the time that this case was pending in the court system?
I mean, there was some criticism of the office from after the preliminary testimony, and also even especially after the preliminary testimony.
And did that affect you in any way?
I mean, when you have criticism on office, it does affect the head doctor there, because it's our office. We are being criticized. We work hard. We try to do our best. And when people criticize us, it affects me also, because it's our office. We work as a team, as I told you that.
So you wanted to correct mistakes immediately, did you not?
Not correct mistakes in the sense, could you explain your question a little better, what you mean by correct mistakes?
You've testified to how many mistakes would you estimate were made in this case?
I didn't exactly.
By people who are under your direction and under your supervision?
There were several mistakes.
That's compound, direction and supervision.
Sustained.
Under your direction.
There were several mistakes. For example, we can start. The first mistake I noticed was when the brain contusion was observed by me.
No, I'm asking you for a number. I don't mean to be rude. But
I've not counted all of them.
Can you give us an estimate of how many mistakes you believe were made in this case?
A dozen plus at least if you add all of them. More than that, if you count even the typographical mistakes and mistakes like box being not marked off, and if you count all of them, there are several mistakes.
When you first became aware of a significant mistake, did it concern you?
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes the fact not in evidence.
Oh.
When the brain contusion was not described, I was concerned, and that's how I met Dr. Golden, who had already testified to at the grand jury, and he pointed out some additional omissions, which we discussed, and that's how the addendum was prepared, to correct the mistakes, what we were aware of.
Did you do an intensive review at that time to look for any other mistakes that could be important?
I did a review, but not an intensive review. I was mainly looking at whatever I could see at that time. I did more of an intensive review in preparing for testifying and preparing on the chart. So I would say intense means what I did in the last few months. But initially I did review the case, and we did make the addendum. He did discuss the addendum with me, and as I already discussed in the testimony, there were some changes to the opinions. But my role in the addendum was also in the format of the addendum.
As the chief medical examiner, don't you have a responsibility to the victims and to the victims' relatives and loved ones to make sure that a proper autopsy is done?
Yes.
And when mistakes are made, don't you have a responsibility to do an intensive review immediately to correct those mistakes?
We did do that.
Don't you also have an obligation to somebody who is accused to make sure that as good a job as is medically possible be done?
Yes.
And don't you have an obligation to correct mistakes immediately and look for errors?
We do that. As soon as I ever find out about a mistake, and it is a mistake, I'm the first person to accept it, and I've always directed my doctors to correct it. And if there's a change in cause of death, we call the family and tell them that. At least all the cases I'm aware of, whenever there's a mistake, as I've told this court and this jury, we have nothing to hide, and if you do a mistake, I'm the first to accept it.
Have you filed a report in this case?
Well, the report, in the sense, what kind of report do you mean?
Have you filed any reports in this case?
I have not filed any reports except for the knife report I made, which I examined 4 knives presented to me by LAPD. And the other report which has been put in evidence is this chart, which I played a role in developing.
Have you filed any supplemental report to correct all the errors that you have found in this autopsy?
No.
Do you intend to do that?
We could do that, because I thought we already presented the evidence in court, and we couldn't do that.
Do you intend to do that?
I can, and I
Question is, do you intend to?
I don't think the witness is finished answering.
Yes, finish the answer, Doctor.
I had not planned on doing it because I was testifying here, and the whole proceeding is being televised, and we have the my charts which I introduced in evidence, but I could do it.
So you don't believe that you have an obligation to the victims in this case to file a report that correctly reflects the autopsy in this case?
We have issued an addendum already. I have met my obligation in correcting the first mistakes we were aware of. These other smaller mistakes which has come about, for example, in Goldman's, these aberrations which were not described in the addendum, and several other mistakes, have not been issued as an addendum as yet. And as I said, it can be done, but and I'll be happy to do it.
Are you going to do it?
Yes,
When are you going to do it?
after the trial, after this testimony is over.
Do you think that's proper a year later to file a report after the case is over?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant and argumentative.
It's argumentative. Do you want to rephrase the question?
I'll just go on. Thank you, Your Honor. You saw photographs of the deceased Nicole Brown Simpson with numerous blood spots on her back, did you not?
Yes, I did.
If those blood spots were properly preserved and analyzed, and if they did not turn out to belong to Nicole Brown Simpson, to Ronald Goldman, or to O.J. Simpson, would that be something that would be important to you?
Yes,
Why?
because it would indicate that somebody else's blood is on the body.
Would you describe that as a big-ticket item?
Not as far as the cost of, not as a big ticket item in the manner I've been testifying what the big ticket items are.
Isn't the big-ticket item the guilt or innocence of Mr. Simpson?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is that a term that you use in forensic pathology, big-ticket item?
Well, it's not a term used in forensic pathology. It was used by the district attorney in this particular case, instead of repeating all the main reasons which I could testify on. To make it simpler, he used the term big ticket item, but it's not a term used in forensic pathology.
How often have you used that term in testifying before?
I never used it, and I learned a new term when I came to this court.
Is that something you're going to continue to use?
Not a,
Actually, that mistake.
Yes, I can.
Overruled.
no.
Other than the cause of death, which we've already agreed that you can testify to with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, and the manner of death, what are other items that you think you would view as being important mistakes in an autopsy?
Excuse me, are we talking about this case? I think that is irrelevant to anything other than...
Why don't you rephrase the question directed toward
In this
the
case, do you think that it would be important to take blood off the back of a decedent?
If the person observed it and seen it and knew the significance of it, yes.
And would you describe that as something that could affect the outcome of your opinion?
Not my opinion on the cause of death, manner of death, or what issues I testified to.
Well, you offered an opinion as to the size of the person who's responsible for these killings, did you not?
I did not offer an opinion as to the size, but I agreed with the hypothetical size given for a particular scenario. I never said what the size of the victim, that the perpetrator was, but I agreed on a hypothetical when presented in a particular format, which I believed fitted the scenario for the hypothetical which was presented.
Who requested that you spend 100 hours in preparing for testimony in this case?
Nobody requested it because I had to understand the case fully. It was, since I was asked to be a witness, I felt it's my obligation to understand the case completely. I have other responsibilities in the office, and I had to also study the case in detail, all the photographs, and do independent measurements of the photographs to have some reliability and validity to all the measurements taken in the case. And I spent hours because I was asked to testify, and I wanted to do my best and tell the truth to this jury, as I see it from this case, and give my opinion independently as to what I felt is the cause and manner of death, and if I can opine on the nature of the weapon from what I see, how the injury occurred from what I see, how soon they died from what I see, and that's what I did. And nobody told me to spend so many hours. I did it on my own so that I could be better educated to give the best opinion to this jury.
And I take it that's what you do in every case that you testify?
Every case I testify, I try my best to be as knowledgeable about the case and know as much about the hospital history, if the hospital history has been reviewed. And that has been my philosophy ever since I joined the coroner's office and ever since I've been a medical doctor. I try and do my best on every case I try to testify on.
Would you say it's fair to say that in other cases that you testified on this year that you spent 100 hours in preparation for testimony?
No, that's not a fair statement, because other cases did not take that much time, depending on what was the issue involved.
Well, this is a bread and butter case. Is there something more simple than a bread and butter case?
Sustained. Phrase question.
This is a bread and butter case, everyday case, as you told us. Is that correct?
As I already explained, what I meant by bread and butter for my certified pathologist.
How much time did you spend preparing for the last time you testified?
For example, just a few weeks ago, I was asked to testify, and then we didn't have to testify because I had to review the whole case. It took a couple of hours.
A couple hours?
Yes. Plus, I had to review charts. I had to prepare an independent report on it.
And let me ask you this, Doctor. How many times this year have you testified when the doctor who did the autopsy was available?
Never.
How many times last year did you testify when the doctor who did the autopsy was available?
Never.
How many times since you've been the chief medical examiner for the County of Los Angeles have you testified when the doctor who did the autopsy was available?
I don't recall a particular instance. All the times I've testified is when the doctor is, correction, I've testified I think once or twice as a reinforcement to my doctor who's already testified, but to answer your question, no.
Did anyone discuss with you that they were embarrassed by Dr. Golden and didn't want him to testify?
No, that was never said to me. I mean, they said that I was going to testify and give my opinion, and Golden also was going to testify.
He's
Nobody
an
told me that
angel.
Golden is not going to testify.
Were you aware that the district attorney tried to find coroners around the country to come in and testify in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming fact not in evidence, I would ask for an admonishment.
Sustained. Jurors to disregard the implication of that question.
Was there any discussion of other coroners coming in to testify in this case with you?
Yes.
Who discussed that with you?
The Bill Hodgman, the prosecuting attorney.
And were other coroners suggested by you?
Yes.
Who was suggested?
I suggested Joe Davis of Miami. I suggested Charlie Hirsch of New York.
Anyone else?
Those are the two I respect highly, and I suggested.
Was anyone else suggested by anyone else?
I think
Call for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
To your
Phrase
knowledge, was anyone else suggested to testify in this case as a coroner?
We so call for hearsay, lack of foundation.
question. Sustained.
Was there any attempt to contact anyone else to testify in this case?
Call for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Did you contact anyone on behalf of the district attorney's office to offer testimony in this case?
I personally did not contact anybody.
Did you cause to have anyone contacted?
No, I did not.
Did you suggest to have anyone contacted?
No, I just gave the two names, as I mentioned, to Bill Hodgman when he called me.
Do you know if anyone else declined to testify in this case?
Call for hearsay, lack of
Foundation.
foundation.
Are you aware of requests made to individuals to ask them to come review this case and testify?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Yes,
How are you aware of that?
because I was told that Mr.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I move to strike the answer. Calling for
All right.
hearsay,
I
lack
was
of
told that. All right. Ask another question. I'll sustain the objection.
And were you told that other people,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't like to interrupt counsel in mid-question, but it's obviously a question calling for hearsay.
Sustained.
Lack of foundation.
did anyone discuss with you that you would be,
I have to object.
Sustained. Just calling for hearsay.
when you were called to testify, were you aware that other people had refused to testify?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts not in evidence. Call for
Sustained.
hearsay.
Who, tell us what lawyers from the district attorney's office you spent time with preparing for your testimony.
Initially, I spent time with Mr. Bill Hodgman, And
When was that?
That was last year, and there was possibility that I might testify. But actually, my full preparation for this case was more with Mr. Kelberg ever since of February this year, when I knew that I'm going to be most likely be testifying. And this was in February or late February. Again, I have to go to my chronology of my log to tell you the dates and times when this meeting started taking place.
Anyone else other than Mr. Hodgman and Mr. Kelberg?
No, these are the two attorneys from the district attorney's office who were involved with coroner's testimony.
Did you prepare for testimony with anyone who is not a lawyer?
No.
Did you prepare with anyone else other than the two people in any way for testimony in this case?
No, but I attended a seminar in our department which they had.
Who gave that seminar?
One, Mr. Tuno, gave a seminar on court testimony and witness.
Who's Mr. Tuno?
He's a trial lawyer, a trial consultant who gives lectures on how to behave as a witness
And who did he give this lecture to?
to all the department personnel as a part of training for the office, because we have many people from our office who testify in court, and this is something new we started since this year. I think, I don't exactly recall the dates, but he gave a lecture for our office.
That started since this case started, didn't it?
That is correct.
You've never had somebody come in and help you to testify before, have you?
No, we have seminars always in our office. We had the DA's office. We have had the public defender's office. I have a CME program in my office, continuing medical education, wherein our doctors get training, and we have had it for on an on and off basis. The last time we had a long session with the DA's office was sometime in 1990 or 91, when we had several DAs from the district attorney's office, and I think public defenders also come and talk to us on court testimony. And so this has happened in the past. But
Was this person an expert in forensic pathology?
no.
What was this person's expertise as you understood it?
Your Honor, could I just ask, please, if Mr. Shapiro would wait until Dr. Lachman finishes before starting?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Basically, Mr. Tuno talked about the demeanor of a witness, how to testify, how to present yourself, etc. It is not on forensic.
The question was, what was this person? Is he an expert in forensic pathology? Is he a lawyer?
He's not an expert in forensic pathology, Your Honor.
What was his expertise, if any?
Basically on trial consulting, and his expertise was in helping witnesses to present themselves and how to project themselves in the courtroom.
Did he tell you how to talk?
Well, he gave the lecture. He said how to present yourself.
How to present yourself in what manner?
Well, he taught our employees to talk louder, to be forceful when you talk, etc.
Did you take that course?
Well, I attended the meeting, but I've been testifying much before Mr. Tuno came to give this lecture. I've been testifying for years for the coroner's office. For 18 years, I've been testifying for the coroner's office on different cases. So I've had enough experience in testifying. But you always learn, whenever you go to a lecture, you always learn a point or two, and you try and use whatever is useful to better your presentation.
When did you become aware that this was going to be a significant case for the coroner's office?
Well, every case is significant, but what do you mean by significant in the sense?
Well, perhaps then this case, you would say, would just fall into the same realm as all the other cases. No more important, no less important, and significant.
Well, I can't say that. We have obviously given a lot of importance to this case. It's obvious from my spending time and coming here to testify and all the other attention this case has been getting. So in that manner, this case has had a significant impact on our office because it's taken away a lot of personal time involvement, and also financially also it's taken a lot of, it has had an impact on our department.
What is it about the autopsies of the two victims in this case that caused them to have such special attention?
Well, not really much about the autopsies, other than the errors which have been addressed. It is just that the attention this case is getting and the multiple requests from both your side and prosecution on different demands placed to the office for reports, for photographs, additional photographs, specimens to be sent to Albany, slides to be cut. You know, if I look at the chronology, I can go over the various demands placed on the office, and then its own other ramifications also are there for this case. It's just not the case itself.
Well, you said when you came time to assign it, that you wanted to assign somebody special to this case for the autopsy. Did you not?
No, I said I wanted to assign it to a certified forensic pathologist, and Dr. Golden was a certified forensic pathologist, and I assigned the case to him.
Well, didn't you give us a list of 3 others that were seniors that you wanted to first do this case?
Well, I would have preferred them to do the case because they were available, but I picked the next pathologist who was capable of doing the case. And in my opinion, at that time, Dr. Golden was capable of doing the case, and he has done the cases.
Why would you want a senior to do a bread and butter case?
Well, seniors also do bread and butter cases. My chief of medicine, this just 2 days ago, did a couple of, 1 or 2 autopsies and numerous other examinations, because I'm here, and we had a shortage of doctors. So everybody in my office does a lot of work, my seniors, my regular pathologists. So when I went down the list, I was just trying to tell you who are the experienced pathologists we have in the office, and I already mentioned we have 12 certified forensic pathologists. So I just went down the list who all were available, and any one of my certified pathologists is capable of handling this case.
So there was nothing special that you did in assigning this case. It was just a case that came in, it was a routine case, and whoever happened to be available was going to get it.
Objection, in this case, the testimony was argumentative.
It's argumentative. Rephrase the question, please.
Was there anything unusual about this case that caused you to take special attention into who it would be assigned?
I was brought to my attention that one of the victims was the former wife of Mr. Simpson, and I knew there'll be a lot of attention on the case, so I just wanted to make sure that one of my certified pathologists does it, and I had the certified pathologist available who was working the 3 days, and that was Dr. Golden, and that is why I assigned the case.
Why did you feel this case needed 3 days?
No, because somebody had to look at the bodies when the bodies were brought to our office, which was the 13th, and Golden was working that day. We needed the person to do the autopsy, which was the next day, which was the 14th, and being 2 homicides in case more time is needed, and you never know a complexity of the case till you start the autopsy. The doctor who was doing the case must also be available Wednesday, which was if I recall, was 15th. So Golden was one of the pathologists who was working all the 3 days, and that is one of the reasons I assigned the case to him, because he's available all the 3 days. And also, whenever we have a case which has complex, I also go and talk to the doctor and ask them whether they are willing to do the case, and Dr. Golden was willing to do the case, and that's how he got assigned the case.
When did you determine this was a complex case?
So any double murder with multiple sharp force injuries is complex in the sense there are multiple injuries to be documented, and it will take time to do them.
Isn't complex opposite to bread and butter?
Well, we do a lot of complex cases every day in my office. If you come to my office, I can go over the list and show you the complexity of each of the cases done by my doctors. Every day we have cases with multiple gunshot wounds and multiple stab wounds, multiple blunt force trauma. So a complex case in the LA County Coroner's Office is a bread and butter case, because each of my pathologists have done a lot of these cases, and for them it's a case which they do every other day. It's not like something which is unusual.
Is it your practice to go down and look at all bodies when they come in for autopsy?
I try and do it whenever there's an important case. For example, today if I was working in the office, there was a kid who was apparently mauled by 3 dogs. I heard it in the news, and if I was working today, I would have gone and seen that case. Depends on what the case is. It is not that it is a particular related to a celebrity that I go and see the case. If a case requires my presence to see the body, I go and look at the body. I do it routinely. I do rounds whenever it's almost time permitting every day to go and look at what kind of cases are going on. And I try and keep on top of whatever is going on in the office, because I'm also available to all my doctors because they need my advice, expertise. For example, on Monday, when I came back from the lecture, I stopped in my office. And when I came to my office, the first thing I was asked to look at was a homicide case by one of my doctors. I went down, looked at the case, gave some suggestions, got our criminalist. So what I'm saying is that's an ongoing process. I went down, looked at the body, saw the injuries with the doctor, got the criminalist to look at the case. I don't want to go into specifics of the number and all, but I just wanted to tell you that I'm the chief medical examiner for that office. I'm one of the experienced pathologists there, and I'm always available to my doctors for any expertise they believe I can offer them, and that's why I'm there. So I do it on a routine basis, but yes, in this case I did come down and look at the bodies on the 13th, and I was the one who assigned the cases.
And after you looked at the bodies, did you give some thought to actually supervising the autopsy yourself, because you knew public attention would be focusing on this case?
No, I had absolute trust in my doctors. I mean, my philosophy is, when I hire a board-certified forensic pathologist, I'm not there to spoon-feed them. I'm there to help them if they need my help. For example, on Monday when I came, this particular forensic pathologist was working in my office in different areas of expertise. Whenever they need any help, I'm the first to provide it, and if it's not available in the office, I get the expertise from outside.
Has anyone told you that Dr. Golden's findings were not consistent with the DA's theory of this case?
Objection on the calls for hearsay lack of foundation.
Sustained.
No, nobody has told me that. I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. I withdraw the objection.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
You read the transcripts of Dr. Golden's testimony, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you've read his criteria at the preliminary hearing for establishing time of death, did you not?
Yes.
And you're aware that his criteria for establishing time of death on at least 3 different criteria put the time of death after 11 o'clock, are you not? Didn't he not testify to that?
He used the Riger, liver, and liver temperature, yes.
And you're aware that's inconsistent with the DA's theory as to when these homicides took place, are you not?
What do you mean by inconsistent? That is the, could you tell me what they said was it? I don't know what the theory is. Could you tell me the theory again?
You don't know what the DA's theory is in this case?
That the murders took place between 10 and 11 and not between 11 and 12, or is that what you're referring to?
I'm asking you if you know what the DA's theory is in this case.
I don't know what the exact theory is, but the time frame we are looking at is between 10 and 11.
So if Dr. Golden testified at the preliminary hearing on 3 criteria that the time of death was after 11 o'clock in his opinion, wouldn't that be inconsistent with the DA's theory?
Your Honor, that assumes that's not in evidence and misstates what in fact Dr. Golden did testify to.
Sustained. Sustained.
Are you aware of what Dr. Golden testified to and what findings he came to regarding time of death?
I'm aware of what he said on the preliminary testimony.
He did that under oath, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And he testified under oath at your direction that he was asked to come up with a time of death. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he testified at the preliminary hearing under oath that in his opinion, based on the different criteria that you've gone through, that the time of death was after 11 o'clock, did he not?
Objection, that misstates the testimony, and that has to be heard at sidebar with the transcript.
Sustain. I'm going to sustain eviction.
Did he testify as to what the time of death was?
Yes.
Did he offer an opinion if you calculate it out as to the time of death being after 11 o'clock?
Objection, Your Honor, with respect to if you calculate it out.
Sustained.
Did he offer opinions as to hours when time of death occurred in this case?
He offered some opinions, but if you're going to go into that, I'd like to refresh my memory looking at the preliminary testimony before I answer exactly, because I don't want to give time numbers which are not correct. So
Well,
I want to read the preliminary testimony, and then we can, or you can read it out, and because I have read it, and I can say whether I agree.
Well, you're aware that he concluded on some criteria that the time of death was after 11 o'clock, are you not?
Objection, Your Honor, assume the fact not in evidence,
Sustained.
also false or hearsay liable.
Sustained.
Are you aware of Dr. Well, you read his preliminary hearing transcript, and you're telling us you don't remember what he said?
Objection, Your Honor, it's argumentative.
Sustained.
That's the answer.
Sustained.
Did you read the preliminary hearing transcript?
Yes, I did.
Do you know what his testimony was regarding time of death?
I recall some numbers, but as I said, if you have the transcript, I'd like to refresh my memory, and we can look at it, and then I can discuss it further at that point.
How much time did you spend reading the transcript of Dr. Golden's preliminary hearing testimony?
I think I read it once a few weeks ago and once a few months ago, but not recently. Except when the DA, during my direct examination, read out excerpts of, I think, certain injuries, which I gave my opinion on those injuries.
We'll go back to that when we have some more time, and I'll ask you to refresh your memory, perhaps if we don't finish today in that area. That would be appropriate, Your Honor, rather than taking the time now.
We can save some time if we do that.
Thank you.
Proceed.
You testified that you've gone to the scene of the crime twice, once in November of last year, once in February. Is that correct?
Not February, I think it was April of this year, if I recall. I have to look at the dates.
In any event, you went sometime this year and once at the end of last year.
In November last year.
And you said that when you looked at the photographs, the area seemed much larger than it did when you went to the scene.
That is correct.
Doesn't that demonstrate the importance of a medical examiner having to go to the scene?
Yes.
Did Dr. Golden ever go to the scene?
Yes, he did.
When did he go to the scene?
He came with me this year. Whenever I went that same day, he came with me.
This year.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be important to go to the scene as quickly as possible before it's disturbed or changed?
Objection, that assumes the fact not in evidence.
Overruled.
It would have been important, and if he wanted to go to the scene after the autopsy, I would have not objected to that. He could have gone to the scene.
Shouldn't somebody go to the scene before findings are made in an autopsy and conclusions are reached?
As I told you earlier, our doctors don't go to the scene on every case. Our investigators gather the information, and the doctor uses information for purposes of the autopsy. If the doctor wants to go to the scene, the doctors do go to the scene on an individual case-by-case basis where they feel there's an indication to go to the scene. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a homicide case. It could be a possible suicide case, somebody who drops off a cliff, then they'd like to go and look at that area. So it depends on the situation. So it's not a routine practice for the doctor to go to the scene unless the doctor feels it's indicated to go to the scene.
Why would it not be indicated to go to the scene in June when the crimes took place and become indicated to go to the scene in November and in April, almost a year after the crime took place?
You're asking that question with reference to me or Dr. Golden?
You.
As I told you, there's a possibility I could testify, so I went to look at the scene in November. But when I knew that I am going to testify and I reviewed the case, in my mind, I had to clarify the environmental factors which would play a role in the injuries which I've discussed with this jury in the last few days. So I went to do an in-depth study of the scene myself to study the environment better, and also took some, I had a better idea about the relationship of the various structures in the environment, so that I could render the best possible opinion based on my education and experience with the autopsy findings I reviewed. So that is why I went to the scene again in March of this year. The November was just a preliminary review of the scene, but this March was the detailed review of the whole scene area, because I didn't know that I'm going to be testifying at all till towards the end of last year, and this year it was more or less firm that I'll be testifying.
Doctor, isn't it true that no matter how much time you spent at the scene in November and how much time you spent at that scene in March, that it is no substitute for not going to the scene June 13th?
It's better to go to the scene soon after the death. That's correct.
In your capacity as the chief medical examiner, do you perform autopsies yourself?
I do whenever it's necessary, but I don't do that many autopsies myself. I'm mainly a supervisor. I'm available to review the work of others. I supervise some cases for teaching purposes, but not that many.
When was the last time you personally did an autopsy?
A few weeks ago, I supervised 3 cases of the residents wherein I played a part in the dissection also.
Prior to that?
Last year, some cases, but I don't recall the exact date. I don't do that many myself.
How many autopsies did you do last year?
I have to look at my statistics. As I told you that I'm mainly available for supervision. I don't do many autopsies myself at this time.
How often does your office prepare one-to-one photographs for the purpose of courtroom testimony?
We prepare one-to-one photograph if our consultants request it, but this is the first time I prepared it for a testimony on one of my cases, because I didn't do the autopsies on these cases.
Is it better procedure to measure wounds on the decedent or to measure wounds on a photograph?
I already discussed this during my testimony. It is better to do the measurements on the body, but next to that, this is a process which has its own limitations. I've already discussed that, and barring that, this is the next best procedure which was available to me at the time I wanted to look at all the injuries. So we got 1:1 photographs made.
Whose measurements are you relying on for the measurements of the wounds on the actual decedent's bodies?
Dr. Golden's measurements. All I did was to see whether my measurements for the 1:1 photographs has any significant difference, given the limitation of the process with Dr. Golden's measurements. And given the limitations of the process, if there's no significant difference, it would indicate that Golden's measurements were reliable. And some of the injuries where the photographic review permitted good interpretation. For example, a photograph which would give a good interpretation is where the measuring card is next to the injury. The photograph is taken at right angles to the injury. I found that the description, the measurements corresponded. So the photographic review helps to support and give reliability to the measurements which was taken at the time of autopsy. So that way the photographs helped, but there's no question that the best way to see the measurements is to do the measurements at the time of autopsy.
Why would you spend so much time looking at photographs to re-measure injuries if, in your opinion, they were not important?
The reason I did it is some of the injuries was not described by Dr. Golden in the original report. In the addendum, he reviewed photographs and gave measurements, and I just wanted to make sure that since those were not described in the original report, I wanted to make sure that in the 1:1 photographs, the measurements match the measurements done on the regular photographs, and I have given my measurements in the chart which I generated for court. I played a role in generating for the court, and so basically it would help to give reliability to the measurements from the photographs of the injuries which were not addressed in the original report, and those which were not diagrammed also, like, for example, in Ms. Brown-Simpson, the palmar cut, in Mr. Goldman, the cuts to the back of the ear. I'm just giving some examples which were not described. So since the addendum was prepared without the help of 1:1 photographs, the 1:1 photographs supports the best possible way to measure those wounds, next best to measuring the wounds on the body.
How do you know Dr. Golden measured all the wounds?
He measured it from the photograph, because you can measure it from the photograph. Even a regular photograph, all our photographs have the blue card, and you take the measurement in the blue card and apply it to the wound measurement. But that is not as good as having a 1:1 photograph. since these measurements were made, I'm talking about the injuries which were not described, the 1:1 photograph would be a better reflection for measuring, and it's easier to measure because the blue card is the actual blue card size which is used on the 1:1 photographs.
How do you know Dr. Golden did all the measurements? That was my question.
Josh,
In the autopsy?
Yes.
I think that garage is a pipe dream now, because guess what happened with that steak that you bought me? It made me sleepy.
Yes, because he's been a certified pathologist for many years and he knows how to do measurements. And if you look at his description, he has described his process pretty clearly.
How do you know he did them?
Just by working with him for 15 years, I know he does autopsies and he does the measurements.
You don't know if anyone else was there to help him with his autopsy?
Well, the autopsy technician could be there to help him, but usually the doctors do the measurements themselves.
But you don't know whether Dr. Golden did it or whether the technician did it, do you? Do you know?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness have an opportunity.
But it's a restatement of the same question. Answer the question.
My understanding is that he did the measurements.
Do you know that for a fact?
Well, he didn't tell me that the technician did the measurement, because if the technician helped, he should have put it down in the report. The policy in our office is the doctors do the measurements and record it. And from all the handwritings and the reports and the diagrams, it's my understanding that he did the measurements.
Who did the Y incision on the two decedents?
It's my understanding he should have done it also.
Are you sure of that?
Well, that's my understanding. I was not there. I told you that I was not in the autopsy room when he did the autopsy.
Where did you get that under? Because he's supposed to do it, right?
Yes.
And if he didn't do it, there'd be something wrong, correct?
Well, not for the Y incision, because sometimes the technicians can help you with the autopsy process. That's why the autopsy technician is helping you.
But that should be recorded somewhere, shouldn't it?
Well, depends, because the autopsy technician's name could be recorded if they played a significant part in the autopsy process. But the autopsy technicians in our office routinely remove the neck, help to remove the neck organs and open the head to remove the brain. That's not routinely recorded, but it's an understanding in the office. So my understanding is that he did the measurements. My understanding is there is an autopsy technician helping him. My understanding is I do not know what role the autopsy technician played in the autopsy assistance process. So
I'm sorry. From the 200 hours you spent reviewing this case, can you tell us who performed the incision on these bodies to begin the autopsy?
I understand it's Dr. Golden, but I'm not 100% sure who helped him in the process, but I think it's Dr. Golden.
Do you know who the technician was, if anyone, who helped him?
One of the technicians was George McDowell, is the one who retrieved the specimens, but the photographs indicate there was Mr. Taylor there helping Dr. Golden with the autopsy process, because he took the photographs at that time.
Who removed the organs from the bodies?
Dr. Golden and an autopsy technician, but I can get that information by looking at the log sheet if you want, but I don't recall exactly the name of the technician who was involved in all the processes of the case.
Now, with all the mistakes Dr. Golden made, how do you know he didn't make mistakes in measurements?
Well, as I told you, some of the photographs where I looked at the 1:1 photograph and compared his measurement, I'll just give you a perfect example. The 5/8 inch wound here on the right side of the neck of Mr. Goldman. The measurement he gave and the measurement I took, everything matches, the description matches. The measurements of the wounds which has been given on the, some other wounds also matches. So I think that his measurements were reliable.
Who measured the decedent, Mr. Goldman?
As my understanding is Dr. Golden did the measurements.
Did he do that correctly?
With the wounds he described, yes.
Your Honor, I have an objection to the use of this document as long for hearsay lack of foundation.
I don't know what the document is.
May I ask a question?
Proceed.
May I
8
approach the
years.
witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
8 years with 24 hours
Can you tell us
in
what
each
that
year.
document is, sir?
Again, I'll object as long for hearsay lack of foundation. A
Oh, well.
photocopy of something, and something would require hearsay.
It's from the murder book, Your Honor.
Cool.
This is the driver's license of Mr. Goldman.
And you testified that the measurements of Mr. Goldman were 5 feet 9 inches tall, or 69 inches, is that correct?
That is the measurement given by our office, by Mr. Jacobo, who took the measurements.
And what does Mr. Goldman's driver's license say his height is?
Objection, excuse me, hearsay lack of foundation.
Oh,
The height here, the California driver's license is 6 feet.
This be a nice time to take a break, Your Honor?
yes.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Doctor, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay. I was wrong. It looks like We're here.
And do we have water?
We're
Right. All right, back on the record in the
15603.
Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again
This is
present
where
before
we're
the
at.
court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro.
Now
Mr.
that I
Cochran, Mr.
see
Bailey,
Shapiro here in
Mr.
the
Douglas,
next
people
one,
represented by
we
Mr.
might have
Kelberg
4
and
hours
Mr.
ahead of
Lynch.
us.
Jury is not
I
called to
might
counsel
have
anything
4
we need to
hours.
discuss before we invite the jurors to join us.
You absolutely don't have to stay.
All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jurors, please.
Maybe there'll be a lot of sidebars.
And undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Shapiro. Mr. Shapiro.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Mr. Shapiro.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again, Dr. Lakshmanan.
Or the defense just creates them out of nothing.
Dr. Lakshmanan, it's clear from your testimony that you were not present when these murders took place.
That is correct.
There were no eyewitnesses to these murders.
That is my understanding.
There has been no weapon that has been associated with these murders that's been recovered.
That is my understanding.
So clearly, what you are here
Shapiro
to give us,
probably
when
has
you
the knife.
tell us that in response to hypotheticals from Mr. Kelberg as to how you are trying to reconstruct what might have happened, when you say it could have been or could be, you are speculating.
I won't say it's speculation. Based on the hypothetical, I saw whether the medical findings, which I have had an opportunity to review, fits the hypothetical, because sometimes the hypotheticals which are given may not fit the medical findings I have, and then I'll say it's not consistent. So the hypotheticals which
has
were
to be
presented
later.
during the direct examination fitted some of the medical findings, and that's why I
Shit.
said it's
June
consistent.
15.
So it depends on what the hypothetical is.
Yes.
When you use the term could be, is that a term of medical certainty?
Could be is not medical certainty, but it's based on education and the findings that it's a good possibility that's what could have happened.
Could be is a possibility.
No.
That's correct.
And when you say
No.
something could be,
Is it really?
fair additional response would also be it could have been something else.
No, because as I mentioned earlier, there are some wounds on both the bodies which are clearly a single-edged knife, and I opine
No,
that
let's go. We
there are
need
other
a glove
wounds
right
on the
now.
bodies which could have been a single-edged or a double-edged knife. So there's a little difference. So when the question is posed, can all the wounds be by a single-edged knife? I say could have been, because there are some wounds on the bodies which could have been single-edged or a double-edged, but there are wounds which are only which could be caused by a single-edged knife from my review and the report.
When you talk about the relative positions of the parties, let's get away for a minute from single versus double edge. I think we've covered that in a great amount of detail. When you give an answer as to the positions of the assailant or assailants and victim, and you answered could be, you were not giving us any medical certainty, were you?
No, but the answer was pertaining to that hypothetical. The injuries on the body match the hypothetical.
How many different scenarios do you think one could reasonably come up with as to the positions of the bodies at the time of death between Nicole Simpson and her assailant or assailants?
You mean the, could you repeat the question? I didn't catch the earlier part, I'm sorry.
How many different reasonable hypotheticals
I
could
see
you
it.
come up with
It's probably here.
regarding the relative positions of Nicole Brown Simpson and her assailant?
So we
or
are at
assailants?
156.03. That's
For
where
the
we're at right now.
Final wound, there's only
Then
one
there's
possible position. I already
156.40.
opined that. But for
And
the
then there's
other
Dearden
wounds, there
right
could
there.
be several other
June 15th,
scenarios. But
Dearden.
I would rather you give me a scenario and I can opine whether that scenario would fit the injuries I have reviewed.
It's your testimony that you are medically certain the position of Nicole Brown Simpson and the position of the assailant at the time of death, or assailants.
Not on all the wounds.
On the fatal wound, are you medically certain as to the position of Nicole Brown Simpson at the time she received the fatal wound?
Objection, Your Honor. In this case, the testimony has the number of fatal wounds.
Sustained.
As
You're
to,
referring to one specific.
yes, as to the last fatal wound, Are you medically certain as to the position Nicole Brown Simpson was in at the time she received that?
Yes.
There are no other reasonable interpretations that other experts could give.
I've given you my opinion.
Are there other reasonable interpretations other experts that you would hold in high regard could give?
I would like to listen to them before I offer any opinion whether I agree or disagree. But I've clearly enunciated, I think, during the direct examination, what are the reasons why I felt that that particular wound took place in that particular position, and based on the crime scene photographs and the medical findings. So I do not know what other opinions are being offered, and when I hear them, I can then make a decision.
Are you certain as to whether the assailant or as to whether there was one or more assailants regarding Nicole Brown Simpson?
I'm not certain.
Are you certain as to whether the assailant or assailants were right or left-handed?
I've already opined on that, I think.
I'm asking you, are you certain?
I'm not certain.
And again, that's because you weren't there and there are no eyewitnesses to this. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, but what I gave was what are the possibilities, and based on the wound, for example, the last wound on Nicole Brown Simpson had to be a right-hand person because the wound traverses, in my opinion, from left to right. And it has to be done from the back based on the blood flow pattern.
Isn't that equally consistent with, how many different ways can a right-handed person hold a knife?
They could hold it in different ways.
How many different ways, in your opinion as an expert, can a right-handed person hold a knife?
I already showed one way they could hold it. They could be but for that wound, it had to be held in that way.
No, that's not my question, doctor. How many ways, as an expert, can you tell us that a right-handed person can hold a knife?
There's only one way you can hold the knife. If you hold it in the handle part, I mean, how else can you hold it?
Your testimony as an expert witness is a right-handed person can only hold a knife in one position.
Well, I mean, for the wound which was caused.
I'm asking you, how many, this is a broad question.
Okay.
Question is, and I think it's pretty simple.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's statement.
Sustained.
How many ways can a right-handed person hold a knife?
It's only one way I can see a person can hold a knife if you're going to hold it in the handle part.
Only one way. And how many ways can a left hand?
For the record, the doctor with his right hand, he reached out and appeared to twist his wrist as if holding an object.
Yes.
How many
If you
ways?
give me a knife, I can show you what are the ways you can do it. That would be better to do it, because this way we can demonstrate it better, because instead of going over a hypothetical in an abstract sense, if you give me a knife, let's go over it and I'll tell you how are the ways you can hold it. And we can look at it and make a decision on it.
Your Honor, I would object to the witness asking questions.
That was an answer. Ask your next question.
Can you tell us how many ways a right-handed person can hold a knife as an expert?
I think the best way is to demonstrate it.
So the answer, would you give us an answer or you cannot tell us?
I can tell you if you have the knife, if you can give it to me in a weapon, and I can show you what are the ways I think it can be held. But to make it useful as an object, you can hold it in certain ways. But in certain other positions, it won't be useful as to the function of that weapon.
So I understand you, and I don't want to belabor this point. You can't articulate how many ways a right-handed person can hold a knife?
I think for somebody to understand, it'll be difficult unless you give a demonstration. In certain types of situations, that's the best way to do it.
Well, let's assume we have reasonably intelligent people listening. Can you verbalize how many ways a right-handed person can hold a knife? If you can't, just say you can't.
I said I could, but I said it'll be better to demonstrate it.
Okay, you can. What is the answer? How many ways can a right-handed
You
person
could hold it with
hold
the
a
blunt
knife?
edge facing you, the sharp edge facing you, depending on where you hold the handle. There are only two parts to the knife, there's blade and that handle, and you're going to hold it in the handle portion. And either if it's a single edge knife, the one sharp edge is going to face you when you hold it in one manner. If you rotate the knife, the blunt edge is going to face you. And hopefully you won't hold it in the blade portion, so then it won't serve the function. And if it's a double edge knife, it doesn't matter how you hold it, because both edges are available for causing the function you want it to perform.
So your answer is for a single-edge knife, you can hold it in two positions.
Yes,
And for a double-edged knife, you can hold it in one position.
yes,
For a right-handed person.
yes,
Would your answer be the same for a left-handed person?
yes.
Can people hold knives in different angles?
They could,
Would there be an infinite number of angles that somebody could hold a knife?
yes,
For example, a right-handed person could hold a knife backhanded and make a thrust with the blunt edge out. Is that correct?
yes,
And a right-handed person could hold a knife with the blunt edge out and make a thrusting motion from the right side. Is that correct?
you're using an example of a single edge knife, I presume?
Yes. Is that correct?
Where's the blade portion in your hand right now? You made a fist, and I want to know which.
Let's.
My evidence collection.
Demonstrative evidence.
Mr. Kelber, did you mark those knives that you had?
I believe we did, Your Honor. And we only needed them that first day, so they were kept downstairs, as I understand it.
All right.
Okay, at the moment, I think I can give you an exhibit number. Correct. 333, 334.
All right, doctor, this is a single-edged knife.
I have not looked at it in close. Yes, it looks like a single-edged knife.
So, one way a person could hold the knife would be with the forearm back and the blunt edge to the outside. Is that correct?
If the thrust is being made in the fashion you're demonstrating and a wound is inflicted, it's a possibility, yes.
Then the knife could be turned just the opposite way, and a thrust could be made.
That is also a possibility.
That would cause a blunt edge to the inside and a straight edge to the outside.
Depending on which part of the body it's striking.
Mr.
Now-
Shapiro, would you just turn slightly? The jurors in the back end were looking to see how you were holding the knife. All right, thank you.
This was the first time. This was the second time. Now, on the wounds that you saw on Mr. Goldman's neck, you saw one wound with a blunt end in one direction and one with a blunt end in an opposite direction.
In Goldman's wounds, both were incise slash stab wounds, which I described. So it could have been either way.
And the same would be true if somebody held a knife coming from the outside of the right hand. They could thrust it with the blunt edge out, or they could thrust it with the blunt edge in.
That's correct.
Could also somebody take a knife and thrust it underhand?
They could do that also.
And there would also be 4 possibilities of doing it that way, wouldn't there?
Yes.
Turning the knife the other way and also coming backhand, straight in.
Excuse me, Mr. Shapiro. You're getting a little too close, if you don't mind.
And also, somebody could come from the bottom, is that correct?
That is also a possibility.
And that would be 4 additional ways.
That is correct.
And then a right-handed person could also from behind come backhand the same way we've described, isn't that correct?
That's also a possibility.
And from behind could come forehand.
That's what I demonstrated in my demonstration, yes.
And the same thing for a left-handed person. A left-handed person could come behind
Yes.
on either side.
Yes.
So you couldn't tell whether it's right or left-handed because there are so many different ways a knife can be held. Isn't that correct, sir?
I thought I opined that.
And you really can't tell positions of the body because there are so many different, there are an infinite number of ways a knife can be wielded. Isn't that correct?
We have discussed that, yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a technician by the name of Mr. Taylor who was present at the autopsy of Mr. Goldman and Miss Brown Simpson,
Yes.
and that Dr. Golden was present.
Yes.
Was anyone else present at the autopsy?
Yes, he was also, I think, assisted by Miss Maria Diaz.
Maria Diaz?
Yes.
What was her role?
I mean, technicians assist in the autopsy, as I told you, help in removal of the organs and assist the doctor in any way they need to assist the doctor. So, and I already told yesterday, I was not there when the autopsy was being performed in its entirety, so I don't know what exact assistance was provided to Dr. Golden by these 2 technicians. But I do know that Mr. Taylor took the photographs because some of the photographs which were on display in the poster board was the photographs taken during autopsy, especially the photographs of the scalp wounds on the victims.
Is Mr. Taylor a competent technician?
Yes, he is.
Is he somebody whose opinion you rely on?
On Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
I worked with him for many years. He's been there in the department many years, so I know his competence.
Is he
I don't
honest?
have to get opinion from others on that.
In your opinion, is he honest?
In my opinion, he's always been honest to me, and he's done his job when I asked him to do something.
Anyone else present that you are aware of during the autopsy of both of the decedents, or either of the decedents, I should say?
The autopsy supervisor and the other autopsy technicians will also be present. As I told you, there are totally 6 stations in that room, so there could be other doctors and other technicians there in that room at that time, so I can't really tell you who all were there. I already said that yesterday.
Are there any notes or logs to reflect who was there?
I could try and obtain some information for you on that, because who were working that day, but I can't really specifically tell you who was in the autopsy room at that time, because as you know, we do a certain number of cases a day, and different doctors could be doing different cases at that time, and during the span these cases were done, and technicians could be taking breaks, other technicians could be coming in. So really all I can give you is who was working that day and what cases were done, but I really can't tell you with certainty who was there in the room when these cases were being done, other than what I've already told you.
Are you saying you do not keep log records of who is present during an autopsy?
We do. We usually keep log of the witnesses who attend the autopsy, and there is a log of which technician helped with a particular case. But I thought your question was who all were present in that room, so that's what I was trying to answer.
No.
But I already told you who helped Dr. Golden on these cases.
Let me be more specific. With regarding Nicole Brown Simpson, do you have log records of every person who was present during the time her body was autopsied?
I have to check the autopsy technician sheet, which they do maintain who helped whom, because that was one of the procedures which should be in place.
My question wasn't who was present. My question was, do you have records as to who was present?
I said I have to go and check into that. I don't know whether they have the records or not on that particular issue.
Are you supposed to have records of who was present at an autopsy?
It's kept that we have the record of the technicians present, because the same technician may help in other cases, so we will have records on that.
Are you supposed to keep records of everyone who is present at an autopsy? Yes or no?
We only record the witnesses present during the autopsy, not the technicians.
So you will have records of the doctor who was present and the witnesses, but other parties, you will not have records.
I didn't say that. I said there are technicians who helped in the autopsy. We keep records of the technicians' roster there. And I already told you who the technicians helped in these cases, but I'm not sure whether we have information that these are the only technicians who worked only on these cases, or did they do other cases? That's what I'm saying.
By policy, would you kindly tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what records should be kept of who viewed the autopsy of Nicole Brown Simpson?
The persons who view the autopsies would be the doctor, the technicians who assist the case, and the witnesses would be the police officers who attend the autopsy. And of course, other doctors and technicians who are in the autopsy room will be seeing portions of the autopsy.
So those are the records you should have.
Yes.
Do you know if you have such records?
I said that I have to go and check in my department to see whether we got the log sheet for that, and I'll be happy to provide that, and I'm sure we do.
So the question is, you expect that you do, but you don't know.
At this time, I don't have it, so I have to say I don't know, but I'm sure it will be there to get you that information.
Do you have any information as to whether or not any police officers were present during the autopsy?
Yes, I already showed that on the Form 15. Dr. Golden has clearly recorded Detective Van Natter and Lang to be present during the autopsy on the Form 15. It says witnesses to the autopsy. We saw that yesterday.
Was Detective Furman present during the autopsy?
As I told you, that is not recorded, so I would have to presume that he was not there.
Do you know that for a fact?
I told you, I reviewed the records and I gave you the information from the records. I was not present during the whole autopsy.
Is it important to maintain the security of the area where an autopsy is taking place?
Yes, and the security is provided for the department to have only people who are responsible to be there.
Well, isn't it true that construction workers were in the proximity of Mr. Goldman's body?
Your Honor, I'll object as vague on the term proximity.
Sustained. Phrase question.
Do you know what close to is?
Close to means ability to observe a process.
Do you know whether or not construction workers were close to Mr. Goldman while he was in the coroner's office?
I'm not aware of that.
You hadn't heard that from anyone?
No.
That wasn't brought up in any of your meetings?
No.
Would you be surprised if that happened?
Well, it'll be a new information which I've learned from you.
Would you be surprised if that happened?
Well, I won't be surprised because there are people who visit the department and who are also, there may be repairs going on, but I'm not aware of it, that a construction worker was there watching the autopsy.
Would there be anything wrong with that?
Well, I don't know whether it's wrong or right, but if he observed it because he was doing some construction work. So I can't say it's right or wrong, but I would prefer that it was not watched because it's a medical process and only the doctors and the technicians and the detectives who are supposed to be present should be present.
Was Mr. Goldman's body, from the time it was brought in, ever left unattended, to your knowledge?
As I told you, when they're left in the crypt area, they are left unattended because the doors are closed and they are unattended at that point. So I do not know what you mean by unattended.
Left out in view of people other than medical professionals necessary to do the work of the coroner's office?
As I told you, I've given you the whole process on last Tuesday, how the bodies went through our office and where they are stored. So it's my understanding that only the people who work in the department and who should have been watching the process, because that's my understanding.
What about is there any hallway areas where bodies are left prior to autopsy or after autopsy?
If at all they are left, it's for a short time because you have to move a body to place another body in the autopsy room. So for a short period, they will be in the hallways because you have to go through the hallway from the cold crypt area to go to the autopsy room. And I didn't have any photographs of the hallway, but there is a transit period. And also, so to answer your question, there is the bodies will be in the hallway at some time between the crypt and the autopsy area.
Was Mr. Goldman's body ever left in the hallway unattended?
Not to my knowledge.
Would that be a violation of your policy if it was?
I won't say it's a violation because they would usually try and place the bodies as soon as the autopsy is done back in the cold crypt area. But as I told you, I'm not aware that was done. So it's we like to remove the remains from the autopsy area and put them in the cold crypt area as soon as possible because it's good to preserve the bodies in the cold area as much as possible, depending on the situation that day.
Would it be proper for construction workers to be close to Mr. Goldman's body while it was in the hallway?
I said I'm not aware of that, so.
I'm asking you if it happened, would that be appropriate?
Well, if the person was there in the hallway doing some kind of construction work or he had to do some repairs, that's something which we can't avoid as long as he doesn't touch the body because the bodies are kept on gurneys.
How would you know if he touched the body or not if nobody was watching?
Well, as I told you, it's beyond my expertise to tell you what exactly happened, but I'm telling you that it should not happen, and it's my understanding nothing of such nature happened.
Now, you have told us that all of your information regarding your testimony comes from photographs. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Regarding the coloration of the wounds, do you have any first-hand knowledge of the color of the wounds other than from photographs on the two decedents?
As I told you, I did examine the bodies briefly on the 13th, and I saw some of the major wounds, but almost most of the other wounds which were in the covered areas of the body was from photographs, yes.
On the 13th, did you dictate any memoranda as to what you observed?
No.
Did you write any notes as to what you observed?
No.
Did you file any notes as to what you observed?
No.
Did you make any measurements as to what you observed?
No.
So you have nothing other than your memory to rely upon to refresh your recollection as to what you observed on the 13th?
That is correct.
And you've told us that as a supervisor, you literally view thousands of bodies.
Over the year, yes.
And this has been over a year.
I mean, over a year means, over a stretch of a year, we do hundreds of and thousands of cases, so that is what I meant by my answer. But it's a year since I reviewed these bodies, that is
So
correct.
you've seen thousands of cases since then.
That's correct.
And with no notes to refresh your memory, it'd be very hard for you to describe with a medical degree of certainty the wounds, the coloration that you observed on the 13th. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So you are relying entirely on photographs when you form those conclusions.
That is correct.
And on photographs, you can't measure depth, can you?
No, you cannot.
Now, is there a term in forensic pathology that takes a wound and puts it together called reassessment? You ever heard that term?
I've not heard the word reassessment. I've heard the word approximation when you put the wounds together, edges together.
Reapproximation?
That would be a better term I would use than what you used.
We'll go with your term. And when you reapproximate a wound, that is to try to put it back to the position it was in at the time the injury took place. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make in coming to your conclusions to reapproximate any of the wounds on Nicole Brown Simpson?
I clearly stated that I had limitations in the photographic process when I gave my testimony on the direct exam. Do you want me to repeat it?
Let me just repeat the question.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't understand it. What efforts did you take to reapproximate the wounds on Nicole Brown Simpson before you gave this jury your opinion?
I already said I reviewed from photographs, and I did not reapproximate the wounds. The measurements of Dr. Golden are those taken when the wounds were approximated.
Well, when he says they were approximated.
Yes, he did, and he dictated that he approximated the wound.
Did you see him do it?
I didn't see him do it.
And you've already told us he's made lots of mistakes.
I also said that they were not significant mistakes. I told that they don't have significance to the matters which concern the case. There were no mistakes on the wounds which caused the major fatal injuries on both the victims.
Are you medically certain that there are no other errors that Dr. Golden made in this autopsy?
I have truthfully discussed all the errors which I believe are there, but as I also opined that the significant injuries which I could evaluate, I could give an opinion on, and I believe that the errors which were addressed had no significance to my final opinion.
My question, I'm sorry, finish.
I'm finished.
Are you medically certain that Dr. Goldman made no other errors?
To my knowledge, on the review of the case.
I didn't understand that answer. Can you answer yes or no? Are you medically certain that Dr. Goldman made no other errors?
I will object. It's asked and answered in argumentative.
Oh, well. Could you repeat the question, sir?
Are you medically certain Dr. Goldman made no other errors?
To the extent I've reviewed the case, yes. I mean, to the extent I've reviewed the case, no. I don't think he made any other errors to the extent I've reviewed.
You don't know whether he overlooked something that may be important?
Well, from my review of the photographs, there's nothing else which was overlooked on the case from what I've already opined.
So you are saying that a photograph is a substitute for an in-person autopsy by a medical examiner?
I didn't say that. I never said that.
Is that your opinion?
No, it's not my opinion. I never said that.
Well, that's what you're going on, isn't it?
Well, under the circumstances, yes.
Now, you were shown a picture in a standard text of a wound that was reapproximated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did I understand your testimony that the purpose of that was only to demonstrate for photography, but that wasn't a method that was actually used?
No, my understanding is that I thought I said that on approximation, you will find that the length of the wound will be greater than the wound measurement when it's gaping, and the true reflection would be when you approximate the wound and take the measurement, and that's what I remember stating. But
Isn't it true that you cannot, as a medical examiner, correctly measure a wound from a photograph unless it's been reapproximated, sir?
yes,
And that wasn't done in this case, was it?
not in my review, that's correct.
You put a lot of emphasis in your testimony on the color of the wounds. Is that correct?
Yes,
Are there different degrees of color in photographs?
yes,
And do they vary based on lighting?
yes,
Do they vary based on the type of equipment that is used?
yes.
And is there something that forensic pathologists use to measure color called a color slide or a color standard? Is there something like that?
I'm not a photographer, and I do not know about these color standards, but the photographs which are developed clearly demonstrate the wounds, and I have already given my opinion on it.
So you're not aware of anything called a color chart that is taken simultaneously with a photograph to compare colors?
As I told you, I'm not a photographic expert, and that's not my area of expertise.
But you are testifying from photographs.
That is correct.
And would you agree that colors in photographs may vary due to the printing process of those photographs?
I've already said that I'm not a photographic expert, and I don't want to go into that.
Are you familiar with a process known as microscopic slides?
Yes,
Are microscopic slides something that is commonly used in forensic pathology?
yes,
And would you agree that you can better age abrasions and contusions from microscopic slides than you can from photographs?
yes,
What microscopic slides were taken of the skin areas of Nicole Brown Simpson?
none were taken.
What microscopic slides were taken of the skin area of Ronald Goldman?
None were taken.
when was the first time you decided, well, let me ask you this. Did you decide on your own to independently review the findings of Dr. Golden?
That was when the addendum was prepared. I looked at the case and I brought his attention about the missed contusion, and he brought to my attention some of the injuries which were not described in the original report, and that is the time I discussed that with him, yes.
My question was, did you decide on your own to reevaluate the work of Dr. Golden?
No, I did not.
Did someone ask you to reevaluate the work of Dr. Golden?
I did that reevaluation when the district attorney wanted me to testify, yes.
And who asked you to do the reevaluation of Dr. Golden?
Actually, initially I was considered as a possible witness during the latter part of last year, but this year when Mr. Kelberg and Mr. Lynch came to see me, I was told that I would be testifying, and that's the time I really started an intensive review process of the case.
Could you give us a date?
Yes.
You have your logs with you today?
Yes, I think I gave you a copy yesterday.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Do we have that copy? You have that? I think you did provide it. I don't know whether we left it here or not, but go ahead. Will that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes, I have to look at the log sheet. Sometime at the beginning of this February 8th, I had my first conversation with Mr. Kelberg.
So let's see if we can answer the question specifically. When was the first time your notes reflect that you were requested to reevaluate the work done by Dr. Golden?
This intensive is February 8th of this year.
And that was by Mr. Kelberg? I'm sorry.
Yes.
When was that the first time that you began to focus on reevaluating the work of Dr. Golden?
No, I already said that we addressed some of the errors in the addendum report in July.
May I just stop you there?
I'd ask the witness an opportunity to
Overruled at this point because we're getting two different answers.
Thank you.
Proceed.
And in July, who initiated the reevaluation work?
Actually, it was June 30th when I evaluated the report for the addendum preparation.
Who initiated the work on June 30th?
That was me and Dr. Golden.
You did this on your own?
Yes.
And why did you decide to reevaluate the work on June 30th?
As I told you, there were some errors found. One was the contusion which was there in the storage tissues, which was not addressed. And the other issue was Dr. Golden had some injuries which were not addressed, which were in the photographs, and he had finished his recent review of the case, and I instructed him that you need to address these issues, and that's how the addendum report was prepared.
So prior to that, you yourself, as the chief medical examiner, did not undertake any reexamination of Dr. Golden's work. Is that correct?
On these cases, yes.
And it was only when Dr. Baden and Dr. Wolf, who is not here today, through myself, made an appointment to come review your findings that attention was first focused on errors. Isn't that true, sir?
At least the brain contusion part, because the errors which Dr. Golden had in his mind would have been also addressed, because that was not addressed in the meeting with Dr. Baden and Dr. Wolf. The only lesion which I felt I should definitely correct was the contusion part of it. The rest of the addendum report was Dr. Golden's own initiative, which resulted in the addendum report being prepared.
Regarding the brain contusion, is it correct, sir, that on June the 22nd, at the request of myself, to bring in Dr. Baden and Dr. Wolf to reevaluate the autopsy, for the first time, the brain tissue was brought out for reexamination based on their request?
That is correct.
And at that time, Dr. Baden was dictating notes to Dr. Wolf, was he not?
Yes.
And you were also taking notes of what Dr. Baden was dictating, were you not?
I was taking notes of what Dr. Baden was taking and also what I was observing.
And you took notes when Dr. Baden observed the injury to the brain, did you not?
Well, I also observed the injury at the same time, because I was working with him at the same time.
Did you take notes
Mr.
of
Gaddis,
Dr. Baden's findings regarding the brain, yes or no?
I took notes of what I observed, but Dr. Baden also observed the same thing, and he took his notes. I was taking notes of the meeting to record it for posterity.
Did you turn those notes over to the defense as required by discovery?
I turned over the typed report, which was present, which was a final report, yes, and I also turned over the notes to you, I think, a few days ago.
And did those notes indicate they were your findings or Dr. Baden's findings?
They were my findings and his findings, yes.
Actually, it was really obvious what the injury was, wasn't it?
Yes.
But it was at Dr. Bowden's request that that sample jar be brought out.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Did Dr. Bowden and Dr.
I
Wolf
think
ask to
I
be able
read
to take photographs
somewhere
of their findings?
That Dr. Golden and everything, like they got flack for a couple weeks after this trial, and then nothing. Then they just went on with their lives.
I don't recall that because we did take photographs of the evidence, but during the histopathological process, I don't recall them requesting it.
Do you recall denying them the right to take photographs, saying that they couldn't?
That I said that as a general rule in our department, we don't allow outside people to take photographs. We take the photographs and provide them copies, but I don't recall that they wanted to take photographs during the tissue examination process. But we did take photographs during the other evidence examination process.
You know Dr. Bowden for a long time, don't you?
Changed court cases forever, though, you know, end to end, recording court and televising it.
Yes, I do. He takes a lot of photographs. I know that.
And you trained under him, didn't you?
Yes, I trained under him for 2 years on a part-time basis.
Is there any reason why you would not allow him to take photographs in your laboratory?
We have procedures in our department, and we can't break rules just because I know somebody and I am friendly with them. I have to follow the rules of the department because I established
Bobby,
these rules
you're right.
so that we have control on the photographs being taken in the department.
That's beautiful. Bobby says, Shapiro questioning is like, can you explain to me how many tires are on a unicycle? It's exactly right. It's infuriating.
Did Dr. Bowden try to talk to you as a medical examiner about the findings while you were there?
No.
Didn't you tell him that you were instructed by the district attorney that you couldn't talk to him?
I think I told you that also because I didn't tell you about the district attorney not asking me to talk to you. I told you that I won't be able to talk to you on the case because the case was in grand jury at that time. And Dr. Golden was not present because he was testifying in the grand jury. So that is my understanding of our conversation, if I remember right.
So you did instruct Dr. Golden, I'm sorry, that Dr. Bowden that you could not speak with him,
About the case, yes.
even about medical findings that would commonly be shared by forensic pathologists.
At that time, yes. Because the case was in grand jury.
Isn't it true that the only slides that your office made at your own direction was after Dr. Bowden asked for the brain tissue to be examined?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that the only other microscopic slides that have been done in this case were done recently at the request and expense of Dr. Bowden, Dr. Wolf, and myself?
That is also correct.
By the way, how much did you charge us for those slides?
If I remember right, the department charged you, not me. The County of Los Angeles charged you $1,393.60, if I remember right. But I can pull out the invoice.
I don't know what that is.
And that was,
I can verify that number, but that is my recollection of the number, $1,393.60. But I can correct it, subject to review of that
and we were
invoice.
charged for your time?
No, basically what has happened was that the county has some fixed rates when tissues and slides are made from tissue processing, and you were charged for 16 slides at the rate of $80+ per slide, and that is what the county charges, yes. And that includes my time also, or any doctor's time.
And how much an hour were we billed for your time?
You are not billed for my time. You only billed for the slide cost.
Are you sure of that?
Positive.
So if I have a bill for your time, we'll get a refund?
Yes, because the time, the amount of money you were charged is, the doctor's time is built into it. The county has some procedures.
And the $80 a slide...
80 plus, I said.
80 plus,
Yeah.
80 plus. Let's say 80 for the sake of this discussion. Would you say that the going rate in forensic laboratories around the country for such a slide is $5?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay, lack of foundation.
I think you're confusing the picture here. Maybe I should explain this a little bit in detail. The cost which you're paying per slide includes the
Googling
initial
it.
phone
I'm
calls you
looking
make.
at
The
it now.
county takes a lot of things into consideration. My clerical person answering the phone call, our conversations, our being present. And remember that during the process, we took extra photographs, which we didn't charge you for. We gave you the photographs free because we wanted to document. Whatever I think is necessary, which needs to be done on a case, is given to both parties without any cost. It is something when I don't feel it's necessary and is requested by another party, then the county charges for that request, number one. Number two, if it's just a duplicate of a slide which is being made, is done at a much lower cost. And with reference to the only slide we made was the brain contusion slide. That we gave the duplicate free. We didn't charge Dr. Barton for it. We didn't charge Dr. Barton or yourself for the initial set of photographs. We didn't charge you for anything. Whatever we gave the prosecution, we gave you. But what we did charge was for the extra effort the department made for the additional sections, which in my opinion were not adding anything further to the cause and manner of death in this case, was charged to you. And I think the charge
Looks
is what the county
delicious.
sets up based on from the clerical call, with the histopathology technician going and retrieving the jars his time because he has to stop what he's doing, bring these jars from storage, and then we have to give it to the processor. When the processor processes slides, they have to come back. All these charges are built in. And then, since we generated slides on a case, even though it is requested by another person, we still have to look at the slides because it's our case. We have to generate a report. I mean, all these costs are built in, and then, and that's how those charges come. So it looks a large size. This is similar to what the hospital charges when you get a Tylenol from the hospital. They have the built-in cost of running the whole show. It is just not the slide cost. It's not like buying retail. It's a whole process, that's what the auditor does. I just try to explain my understanding of the process of why the cost should be so much.
Next question.
Do you recall the question I asked?
Yes, you did.
What was the question?
Your Honor, objections are unanimous.
Sustained.
Didn't I just ask you, isn't it the standard cost in labs around the country that the cost is $5? Can you answer that yes or no?
Well, but it won't really explain the question the way you phrased it because it looks.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Isn't it true, doctor, the best way to determine the aspiration of blood into the lungs is to examine microscopic slides?
You can tell from grossly also, but microscopically you will see the aspirated blood, but in gross examination you can see aspirated blood very clearly because to get to the tip of the lungs, which you're going to do microscopic, you'll have to see the blood in the trachea and the larynx first. It's the initial pathway from where the blood reaches the lungs.
Is it your medical opinion that a better way to determine the issue of bleeding into the lungs or aspiration of blood into the lungs is by microscopic slide or relying on somebody else's visual observation?
Your Honor, I object to today. Are we asking aspiration of blood or bleeding?
Aspiration of blood.
Do you understand the question?
Because you sustained it, so I don't know what the exact.
No, he just restated the question. Why don't you restate the complete question?
Regarding aspiration of blood, would you as an expert medical examiner say it would be a better way to make the determination by a microscopic slide or relying on a medical examiner who has made numerous mistakes in an autopsy?
It depends on the issue you're trying to study. If you think by gross examination the bleeding was acute, which was from a fracture of the skull or whatever the reason for the aspiration was, you don't need to do a microscopic study. But if you feel the aspiration occurred and you need to date the aspiration, then a microscopic study will be useful. But as far as looking at an aspirated blood, it's pretty obvious if you've done many forensic autopsies to see aspirated blood in the lungs.
Wouldn't it have helped you in this case in reaching your conclusions regarding the injuries to the neck that caused bleeding in the area of the windpipe to have microscopic slides?
Not necessary, because you have the cause of death clearly established and the injury is an acute injury.
There wouldn't be a better way in your opinion?
No.
Would you say that a reasonable conclusion in a case involving stabbing is that the more stab wounds you find, the more likely there is that a struggle was put up?
I won't make that conclusion by the number of stab wounds because there are other factors involved.
You've indicated that not all the blunt wounds on the decedents are in the same direction. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by blunt wounds, what direction, which wounds you're referring to. If you could specify your area, maybe I'll be able to give an answer better.
Are all the wounds that you observed on both of these decedents that have blunt ends to them in the same direction?
No, they are in different, slightly different directions, depending on which wound you're referring to. The wounds on Goldman, they were in different directions. The Nichols wounds, two of them were in the same direction. One of them was in a different direction on the left side of the neck.
And that clearly indicates that there was movement between the decedent and the perpetrators, doesn't it?
Yes, I thought I opined that the stabbing process is a dynamic process. It's not a static process. I already explained that.
And because it's a dynamic process involving movement, you nor any other medical examiner has any ability to accurately reconstruct what took place. Isn't that correct?
Accurately reconstructed? No.
Now, you talked about the reaction of an individual who in this case was Mr. Goldman, and how he, in your opinion, would react to being attacked. Did you not?
Could you read that part of my testimony, and then I can refresh my memory what I exactly said, because I've been testifying for 8 days, so I don't know which part of the testimony you are referring to.
Your
So,
testimony was so long, you already forgotten it?
Objection, Your Honor's argument.
Sustained.
Was your testimony so long that you
Guys.
already forgot it?
Welcome
well,
back.
there were different scenarios posed, different questions asked, so if you can refresh my memory, I'll be happy to look at the statements I made and explain it again if you wish me to do.
One of the areas you talked about were injuries to the fist. Do you recall that?
Excuse me, that misstates the testimony.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. Hands.
Did you testify about injuries to the hands?
Yes, I did.
Did you testify that you had read some literature in that regard?
Yes, I did.
Where was that article published that you read?
I just read a chapter in a sports injury textbook. It was by Fu and Stone. It's a textbook by Fu and Stone on sports injuries. It was a chapter on boxing injuries by Timothy Ward.
And when did you read that?
For the last few months. And
Did anybody call that article to your attention?
no,
You just did research yourself?
yes,
And that article dealt with injuries to the hand that take place in a fist fight?
well, boxing injuries.
Boxing with or without gloves?
That's correct.
It dealt with both injuries that occur with gloves and without gloves?
Yes.
And there's something in there that you have relied upon as to what you would expect if one individual struck another individual with a closed fist?
There was information there as to the injuries they have observed in their research material, but when I opined, my opinion was based on my experience and the information I gathered from there. So my experience on seeing blunt force injuries also is there when I gave my opinion.
What information did you rely on in that article in coming to your opinion?
Well, I was just seeing what type of fractures one would get in the boxing injuries, and those are the kind of information I was looking at.
What information did you rely on in giving your opinion from reading that?
The information which was provided in the chapter, plus my experience.
And what information was that you relied on as to whether or not the victim or victims in this case struck the assailant or assailants?
I looked at where the injury patterns would happen with reference to if it's a closed fist, if it's a properly laid blow or a glancing, improperly laid blow on the person, what type of injuries you would get, what type of fractures you would get. It just improved my understanding of the injury patterns observed by sports injury orthopedic physicians.
Would you relate to the jury that section that you relied upon for that opinion?
Objection is asked and answered.
Basically, the area which I looked at was to see whether what type of fractures you can get. You can get fractures of the first metacarpal bone in a boxer who wears a gloves, but the thumb is not in the glove, and you can get a fracture of the base of the metacarpal bone. If you can get fractures of the fifth and fourth metacarpal bone, which is the outer little finger bones. If the blow is not improperly placed, you could get injuries to the ligaments on the back of the metacarpophalangeal joints, depending how the blow was applied, etc.
So what you're saying is if one person hits another person, they could hurt their hand,
Yes.
and you needed to do research to find that out.
Objection, Your Honor's argument that is
Sustained.
How much research did you do to find that out?
Well, that's the chapter which just improves my knowledge base on it. But as I already told you, my opinion was based on also our own experience on different blunt force trauma you see in the hands of different individuals.
How many bare hand fights have you actually witnessed?
I have not witnessed bare hand fights, but I've seen people who have died from altercations, who have had fights and who have injuries to the face and hands. I've seen many cases.
Is there a proper way to throw a punch?
Well, there is an ideal punch when the whole force delivers its effect on the target, and there are blows which may not deliver their entire force on the target.
What is the position of the fist in a proper punch?
Do you want me to demonstrate, Your Honor? This would be one way of holding your hand to develop a punch.
Your Honor.
for the record, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Your Honor. May I please demonstrate, Your Honor? Your Honor, may I please show this man exactly the answer to his question, please, Your Honor? For science sake, please?
Lakshmanan has closed his hand into a fist. His arm is at perhaps a 45-degree upward angle.
Yes.
Could you hit somebody with your hand in that position and cause injury to them?
Well, I've not hit anybody closing my fist, but you could cause definite blunt force injury by hitting somebody hard with this kind of closed fist.
Could you cause injury to somebody by hitting them with a closed fist and not cause injury to yourself?
It's a possibility that you may not get injured, but you could also get bruising of your hands. That's why you can get bruising of the hands too.
So you could get hurt, you could not get hurt.
That's correct. And I think, stated that if there were gloves present, there's less chance the person striking somebody would get hurt, and the person who gets hit would get hurt more.
Is there something known as a glancing blow?
Yes, and that what would be the one which the blow did not have its full effect on the target, either due to movement of the target being the victim and the reach was not as it was planned to be delivered.
So it's possible if someone hits someone improperly, that they could only hit with one knuckle or one portion of the hand and not cause injury to other parts of the hand.
Generally, that could happen theoretically, but if you hit the knuckles, you will expect other bruising of the other knuckles in that situation.
What if you only hit one knuckle on the chin?
Well, that's always a possibility, I suppose, but generally, if you look at it in context, you will get injuries to other knuckles too.
Even if only one knuckle came in contact with someone's chin?
I said it's a possibility.
You would expect injuries on other knuckles?
I said in your theoretical possibility, your possibility that if only a glancing blow with only one knuckle hitting, then that's a possibility, I suppose. But if you look at it logically, it doesn't make sense that you would only hit one knuckle on somebody, especially in the case of Mr. Goldman, when you have a clear-cut bruise on the middle finger knuckle. It seems unlikely that you would not see bruising of the other knuckles, especially when the knuckle which is injured is in the middle of the closed fist.
Doesn't the middle knuckle protrude in most people's hands more than the others?
The other knuckles protrude too. Also, your index finger knuckle protrudes. If my hand, if you look, it's pretty. You can see that both the knuckles protrude.
Did Mr. Goldman's index knuckle protrude?
I didn't close his fist to see that, but just from my experience, this is the average appearance of a closed fist. And I think if you take the closed fist of most people, this is the appearance it'll have.
Have you done any studies in that?
I have not done studies on that, but I'm just giving you from my experience.
What experience is that?
Experience means my knowledge on this.
Where did you obtain this knowledge?
It's practical knowledge. If you close anybody's fist, you can see the appearance.
So general knowledge that all of us have.
That's correct.
If someone was attacked from behind, would you expect that the victim would try to kick the assailant?
Who knows? Who knows?
That would depend what kind of attack was from the behind. So could you expand on it a little better?
Well, you did that demonstration. Maybe you can, you remember with Mr. Kelberg, you grabbed him with one hand around his chest and you held a ruler to his throat. Remember when you did that?
Yes.
Now, if Mr. Kelberg was fighting for his life, would you expect that he might try to kick you to get away?
No, I would
That
not
is a
expect
possibility,
that.
and I did mention
No.
in my opinion that the victim could have wrestled himself away from the assailant, and a normal human being is not going to just allow somebody to cut your throat. You're going to try and escape from that life-threatening situation.
No. So the reasonable thing to expect is that there would be a struggle,
Yes,
and that the victim would try to kick,
that's a possibility.
would try to hit,
If the victim is being held, yes,
try to hit with closed fist,
it's a possibility.
with an open hand,
It's a possibility.
with elbows,
It's a possibility.
with anything else in the natural instinct to survive the attack. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
Have you, now part of this you say is you go through all these scientific things that you've studied, and then one of the criteria is witnesses, to ask people what really happened, or to ask about reactions of people. Is that part of your job?
No, I don't talk to witnesses because we just do our autopsies and review the injuries.
In forming your opinion, wouldn't you like to know if the victim was physically fit?
Well, from the appearance of the body, he appeared to be an athletic young man who was not obese. He was a very athletic, handsome young man.
Wouldn't you like to know if that is the person who is likely to perhaps just kowtow to an attacker and melt away and not do anything, or whether he's the type of person
did not know
who
that.
would in fact try to defend himself and put up a struggle?
That's a difficult question to answer because you're going to areas, because sometimes you can have a very big person who can be intimidated by fear. And so I don't know what exactly happened, but theoretically a physically athletic person could definitely offer resistance. But if there's fear element involved, they could be just intimidated and just freeze. And that's also known to occur. So I really don't know what happened. But I do know what injuries happened, and I've given you my opinion on the injuries as what could have happened.
Would it have helped to talk to somebody and ask what the makeup of the victim was and what the victim would likely do?
I didn't do that.
It's a compound question.
Oh.
What about Nicole Brown Simpson? Was she physically fit?
She looked like a young, physically fit woman, yes?
Is there a difference between the way women react to an attack and men?
Well, I can't say that because nowadays, not nowadays, any human being can react in the same way in a situation of stress. Either they can fight the attacker or they can be in fear and freeze. So I don't think a difference of sexes matter. It is the situation in which the person is put into place.
Would it be unreasonable to expect that a woman would fight off an attacker?
Well, I would expect any human being to fight off the attacker if they are not frozen by fear.
And
You're
then
fighting for your life.
And in such a fight for your life, you would expect the attacker or attackers to have some injuries or evidence of being in some type of struggle, wouldn't you?
If the victim was able to deliver some blows, but if the attacker quickly incapacitated them, you may not see injuries on the attacker. So it depends on the situation. I'm just giving you my understanding of what could happen. But I've already discussed what injuries each one had, and I've already discussed what my opinion on both the victims are. It's in the evidence, and we could go over the transcript if you want.
You told us the minimum amount of time the struggle between Ron Goldman and his attacker or attackers was. And you said it could be less than a minute.
Yes, I did that.
What is the maximum amount of time the struggle could have taken place between Ron Goldman and his attacker or attackers?
I would say within a few minutes because of the nature of the injuries and the acute bleeding. I wouldn't expect the attack to be more than a few minutes because you can't really tell with how long, but I would say within a few minutes the attack took place. But it could have been done very well within a minute.
What if the fatal wounds were the last wound struck?
There were quite a few fatal wounds. He had 2 wounds to the chest, 1 wound to the neck, which caused bleeding from the jugular vein. He had an aortic wound. The thigh wound was not fatal, but it was still causing significant bleeding. The only other wounds you're left with is 3-4 cuts in the 2 cuts in the top of the head, the back of the head, and you had blunt force injuries to the hand. So I think the injuries which were inflicted to him were significant injuries, and I think they could have been done very well within a minute, and I would not expect the struggle to be in more than a few minutes based on the injuries I see. So unless there's any other possibility you want to offer, and we could discuss it.
All right, well, let's assume Mr. Goldman was in very good physical shape, that he's 25 years old, that he's 6 feet tall, that he works out regularly, and that he is not taken by surprise. But he sees attackers, and he puts up a really valiant struggle. Is that something that could take place?
Could you explain what you mean by valiant struggle? What
He
exactly
fought
happened?
real hard. He fought his attackers real hard.
In what way?
With his legs, with his hands, with his fists, with his body.
As I already told you, I don't think he fought the attacker in the manner you're portraying because he was trying to avoid the wounds as I see it. I think Mr. Goldman was mainly
Thank you for
ducking,
not
turning, twisting,
sleeping
and backing
or
when these injuries took
doing
place.
taxes or
And I
going to
already
the
mentioned that he was in a
dentist.
closed environment.
Thank you for
and
watching this.
In my own feeling, he was
With Josh.
rapidly incapacitated. He didn't have a chance. With the injuries I see, most of the hands are on the fronts of the hands. There's no cuts in the back. So my feeling is he was turning, twisting at some point because of the nature of the clothing injuries we have. He was ducking because he's got injuries to the back of the head if he was facing the assailant, and most likely backing into the bushes with his flailing hands when the attack took place. And that's my opinion. From what I can see in the injuries, we have discussed it.
So your opinion is that a person or persons with a knife came at Mr. Goldman, and rather than trying to cover his head and face, or trying to bend over to protect himself, or trying to get into some type of defensive stance, he just put his arms out and started hitting a tree and a fence.
No,
Is
that's
that your
not what he
testimony, sir?
said, dumbass.
The point is he doesn't have any injuries in the back of the hands. In your demonstration, you just said if he did this, the man has got wielding cuts in the left side of the neck. He's got cuts in the left side of the neck, in the face from the wielding knife. So from your demonstration, he should have a lot of cuts in the back of the hands, which he doesn't have pathologically. You saw the photographs, I saw the photographs. There are no back, and there's no injuries to the back of the hand.
Is it your testimony that he did not try to defend himself, but rather threw his arms out and hit a tree and hit the fence?
Let me put
Is
it
that
this
your
way.
testimony?
My testimony is that the injuries I see do not support that hypothetical situation. It supports rather a situation which I already opined. He backed, he ducked, he turned, he twisted, and he didn't have a chance.
And you based that solely on viewing photographs?
Photographs show the injuries, and the description of the report is available for my review, and it's an independent review.
And are there other experts whose opinion you trust who could give different scenarios?
I'm not.
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on your expertise,
He
are there others who
knows.
would disagree with that?
See,
opinion?
that's the type of question that pisses me off. Are there other experts that would give different answers? He knows that question is outstandingly inappropriate. He knows he's not allowed to ask that question. He knows this. But he asked it anyway, so now the jury heard it. You can't objection and the jury not hear that question. And the judge shouldn't allow it. Like, I don't understand why the judge is allowing it.
You're saying speculation is irrelevant.
Sustained.
You talked about the tip of a knife, and that there was no evidence that any tip of a knife was broken off. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was a correct examination done to look for a tip of a knife?
We didn't do X-rays before the autopsy, so, but we did do X-rays after the autopsy, and on the only bony structure which was
Thank you
injured.
so much.
That way we did an examination for his
Lovely
foreign body.
sticker. Thank you. I
The
appreciate it.
X-ray that you did was of what size of the spine?
The X-ray was just of the spine specimen we removed.
What size was the spine specimen as compared to the entire spine?
It was only 3 pieces of the vertebra.
How large were those 3 pieces of the vertebrae?
There were, one portion was a portion of the,
My God,
vertebra, the other
yes,
2 were intact.
sanctions.
What size were they?
Sanctions.
the vertebral size, which is a normal size, with a couple of inches length of the spine which was removed, which was X-rayed, not the entire spine, no.
Would you show the jury, with just holding your hand, what size of a portion of the vertebrae we're talking about?
We had a length of the spine of this length approximately. Each body is about so much, so you're talking about this length of spine which was examined.
Approximately 3 or 4 inches.
Is it a medical possibility that if the tip of a knife broke off in that area, that it could dislodge itself without a medical examiner finding it?
Generally, no, because usually when the knife tip breaks, the knife tip is stuck to the bone. In my experience, I've had 2 cases where we have seen this. The tip which is broken is embedded in the bone. They won't fall off because what breaks it is the tip gets stuck. And when the knife is twisted, the tip breaks and is embedded in the bone. At least in my experience, in the 2 cases I've been involved, the knife tip gets stuck and you have to literally take it out of the bone with the help of X-rays. So to answer your question, I don't think it's likely.
So based on those 2 times that you have seen a knife tip in a bone, you would opine that it is not reasonable that a knife tip could become dislodged and go to another part of the body?
Generally not. That's my feeling on it from my experience because, as I told you, the tip is the one which gets broken. The tip is usually very small. It's not a big chunk which gets broken. And the tip gets stuck in the bone, in my experience, but, and I'm going with my experience.
Is it possible that the tip of the knife or knives could have been broken in any other portion of the body other than that small fragment of spine that you saved?
Generally not. Usually the knives break when they hit bony structures because when you have a soft tissue structure and you have a sharp instrument, there is no resistance. You usually break an instrument when there is resistance, and the resistance is compounded by the tip getting stuck somewhere. So in my experience and my reading of the subject, it would be most likely if the knife stuck a hard bony structure and not a soft tissue structure.
Now, to ask the question the way they were asked on direct examination, could someone be cut with a knife, have the tip broken off, and have it not lodged in the only small area of the spine that you recovered?
As I told you from my experience, I don't think that's very likely, but unless you have some information which you can provide me which shows that has happened in other cases.
My question isn't it likely? My question is, could it happen?
Theoretically, it's possible, but from what I just opined, medically, it doesn't seem possible.
And wouldn't the best way to determine that be by taking an X-ray?
Yes,
And X-rays were not taken in this case.
I've already said that.
And they were not taken because the X-ray machine was broken?
I don't have an exact answer for that. I don't think the doctor felt it was necessary to do it at that time. But when I got involved in the case later, I ordered the X-rays to be done on the spine which we have. And
How much?
Most importantly, during the examination, Dr. Golden saved the only bony injury he observed, which was the spine. He saved it for storage.
How much later did you take the X-ray? Order the X-ray to be taken?
I have to refer to the report, but I think sometime in September of last year when the X-rays were done, and I asked our radiologist to look at it.
But what happened over 3 or 4 months to cause you to feel that X-rays that weren't taken on the 13th were proper to take?
Well, I just felt to complete the process, just to make sure that we didn't miss anything. I just wanted to make sure because the wound patterns didn't suggest the knife was broken. The wound patterns didn't suggest, but I felt to complete the process, we need to do that to make sure we didn't miss anything which may be of importance in the case. And I just completed an investigation, just like I ordered the C-screen. I ordered this also to complete the process to make sure that we didn't miss anything.
Because you felt those were the proper things to do.
Well, you can put it that way, yes.
And if they were proper to do in September, they were certainly proper to do in June, weren't they?
Yes, but I also said that we saved what was essential.
Dr. L, I know you know this because you're a doctor. But if you keep sipping on that water, you're going to have to tinkle, and you can't right now because you are on the stand in a murder trial.
What Dr. Golden saved the only major bony injury he observed on both the cases in storage. We had the specimen.
But you're relying on somebody's observations who you've already told us makes lots of mistakes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that misstates the testimony.
Makes mistakes.
Are we limiting?
It's an argumentative question. Rephrase the question, please.
You're relying on the opinion of someone else who you have already told us has made several mistakes in this autopsy. Isn't that correct?
Everybody makes
Yes, but I also
mistakes.
said they were not significant.
Some people
As to
mute
the
when they shouldn't.
Outcome of the case, there were some mistakes, but they were all of the non-lethal injuries.
As you testified today here as an expert, would you say that a certified medical examiner should know the difference between an entrance and an exit wound caused by a bullet?
Yes, but there are difficulties even for the most experienced pathologists sometimes to differentiate an entrance and an exit when you have what's called a short exit. So, but I agree that a pathologist should be able to tell, but sometimes it's difficult
Okay.
in certain situations.
And you told the jury here yesterday that Dr. Golden made such an error.
I did say that, and it is the truth. He did make an error on that case.
And you also, would you also opine that a board-certified medical examiner should know the difference between a gunshot wound that is fired at a distance and one that is fired at close range?
Yes, and I opined on that also yesterday.
And Dr. Golden, you told us, made that mistake.
Yes, he did.
And do you think an expert board-certified medical examiner should be able to tell whether or not a thyroid is present during an autopsy?
Yes,
And you told us that mistake was made by Dr. Golden.
yes, but that mistake is something on somebody who's on thyroid therapy. And anyway, that is a mistake, yes.
And you still rely upon what Dr. Golden did as being correct in forming the basis for your opinions in this case, don't you?
Yes, I do. And the reason is he has done
Got
5,000 plus
Lakshmanan.
cases. I know him personally as a
But I
pathologist.
cannot. Nope.
And,
I'm not even going to try.
I know he's a capable
Yeah, I am.
doctor, and I've seen his
Sathya
work on other cases. These are mistakes which have been
Varghese
acknowledged, and I have no hesitation why I can't rely on this report.
You know, in the case where there were 2 people who were victims with the gunshot wounds that we talked about
Yes.
yesterday, Mr. Kelberg brought that up, that you said addendums were filed in those cases to correct the mistakes.
One addendum had been filed. When I reviewed the cases, the second addendum was filed on the addendum on the second case was filed, and I also had to make a correction on the first case at that time.
This was an autopsy that took place in 1990,
That's correct.
and a case that was prosecuted as a capital murder case.
Objection, Your Honor, and counsel indicated.
Sustained.
In this case, one correction was made in 1993. Is that correct?
I have to look at the papers, but that sounds about right.
Was the se-
I'm sorry. In this case, you said.
No, in the case that we're talking about.
All right.
In the case we're talking about, where the errors
That-
were made regarding the gunshot wounds.
That sounds about right, but I would like to refresh my memory.
Were
of the
both
case.
errors corrected at about the same time?
No, the second error, correction, the error on the other case, the close-range gunshot wound versus the distant wound, that was done last year, in '94, when I found that addendum had not been done. I directed Dr. Golden to do that addendum. The other error on the change in direction was done probably '93, I don't recall the date exactly. And so the addendums on the 2 mistakes were done at 2 different times, one at my direction, since it had not been done, and one which was done by Dr. Golden himself earlier. In 1994, I also directed a change in the addendum on the other case because there was a typographical error on the number. They had typed 9679 instead of 9678, and that addendum was made. So to summarize, we did one addendum in, if it's 93, I don't recall the exact date, but in 94, two addendums were issued, one for each case, one for the number change and one for the, to reflect the range of fire.
All right, may I just finish on this line of questioning? Now, to get the sequence of events, two people were killed relatively in the same crime scene in 1990, and autopsies were done by Dr. Golden.
Yes, sir.
In one case, he said that it was he missed whether or not it was a point-blank injury from a distance injury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the other, he made a mistake as to whether it was an entrance or exit wound.
That is correct.
The mistake in one of them was corrected in June of 1993.
If that's the date, I said I have to refresh my memory.
Let me get those for you. And the mistake in the second case was corrected in September of 1994.
Yes.
Were both mistakes discovered at the same time?
Well, that is my understanding.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. Please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
No, I'm not nice like Ito. No break for you. No break for you. I hope they paid that stenographer a lot for having to sit through this. There is a Simpson line for every occasion.
Back on the record in the Simpson matter, all the parties are again present. Jury is not present. Counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? All right.
May I ask Ms. Robertson to ask that order?
Actually, can you give the mark for the record, Mr. Shapiro, the driver's license?
No. So that should be 1193. It's already, the original is already in evidence.
I had Mrs. Robertson bring that up because I thought the original Ronald Goldman driver's license was in evidence, but what we have is a Elmo picture of it,
I see.
and it is not readable from the Elmo.
So what designation does that have?
That is People's 85. That's People's 85.
You want to just, I don't know if Mr. Shapiro has some, need to have it as a defense exhibit designation.
I hear you, Josh. I'm a server. I do not get
Let's make that,
breaks.
Mr. Shapiro.
Ever.
I would prefer to have that as 85A, so we have all the Ronald Goldman driver's license
That's fine. That's fine.
in the same genre, so to speak. Okay, let's have the jurors.
When I say I ate a salad yesterday, during my double, there was no sitting down involved. It was, I took a bite, kept walking, and then I would make a loop, do my thing, and I would come back around, scoop up a bite, keep walking. That's how I ate my salad. It took forever. If I don't fast forward it, we are going to take a 15-minute break. I have one job. Oh, come on. It's too...
Is trace evidence important to a medical examiner?
No.
Yes.
Is preservation of trace evidence important to a medical examiner?
No.
Yes.
And for proper preservation of trace evidence in a homicide, is it proper procedure to bag the hands of the decedent?
We do it if, in cases of firearm injuries, we don't do it routinely in our office.
Is it acceptable proper procedure throughout the forensic science community and pathology?
Well, I just told you what is done in our office. We do it on certain types of cases, not on all cases.
Is trace evidence susceptible to being on the hands in a case of a knife attack?
Could you tell what type of trace evidence you're talking about?
Any type of trace evidence?
You mean-
Hair, fibers, blood from someone else, skin from someone else. Would any of those things be important to a forensic pathologist?
If we observe it, yes.
Would you say that bagging the entire body protects the hands during transportation from a crime scene to the crime lab?
That's not our procedures, but I wouldn't object to that.
Would that protect the hands if there was trace evidence on the hands by bagging the entire body?
No, it would be preferred to, if you have suspicion of something you want to collect and you want to preserve it, then bagging would be an option.
Due to an unfortunate error, Zach,
Is
it
it
was
the policy of
mostly
forensic
ranch dressing.
pathologists that
They were
when
a
bodies
little
are
under
moved
it.
for transportation, that they should be kept in the same position they are found to preserve trace evidence and bloodstains that may be on the body?
In our office, if the investigator feels that is necessary, and if it cannot be collected at the scene by our criminalist or other person, then they would do the necessary procedure which would preserve that evidence.
Isn't it true that if the position of the body is changed in transportation, bloodstains may be smeared and contaminate other trace evidence?
It's a possibility, I suppose, depending on what type of evidence you're talking and where it is located and what position the body was on when transported.
Do you know if Dr. Golden examined the bodies of the decedents in this case prior to them being cleansed and washed?
Yes, he examined the bodies on the 13th, and I think he examined them again on the 14th.
Did you examine them with him?
I examined the bodies briefly on the 13th when the bodies were brought in, and I was the one who assigned the cases to Dr. Golden, who also volunteered to do the cases. And then after that, I don't know how many times he saw the bodies on the 13th or the 14th, but on the 14th he did see the bodies during the photographic process.
Did you yourself do a careful examination of the bodies for trace evidence?
No, I did not. I just did a brief examination and to see the extent of the injuries, and I had to make a decision on whom to assign the case. So I did not do a detailed examination. No, sir, I did not.
Did you observe Dr. Golden do a detailed examination for trace evidence before the bodies were washed and cleansed?
I didn't observe him on the 14th. I already said that.
Does the coroner's office have video equipment?
Yes, we do.
Were videotapes taken of the post-mortem examinations of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman?
No.
In conducting your work, do your personnel use head coverings and shoe coverings?
Yes, we do.
And is that because you're concerned about contamination?
No, the clothing we wear is for our protection. We have universal body and blood fluid precautions in our department, and all our employees who enter the high-risk areas, which is our autopsy room, are provided with all the apparel necessary.
I hope he took the trash out before he went back to the ER. Is it because of your husband? Is he back at the ER? Are you okay?
To conduct such a high-risk procedure, which is an autopsy.
Are gloves always changed by pathologists and assistants between bodies?
Yes.
Should personnel handling the bodies at the scene wear proper covering, shoe covering, and gloves?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Are you sure of that?
Yes.
Shut up, sir. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Zach, I don't really get a wide variety to choose from when I'm working of what I get to eat or don't eat. I get to eat whatever is there if I eat, and that's what I eat.
You told us an sexual assault kit was not performed on Nicole Brown Simpson.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you could have done a sexual assault kit test quicker than the time you took to explain why you didn't do it in this case?
Well, I already discussed this. We didn't take it. I was asked why we didn't take it. I gave an explanation. So I don't know what more to say. We didn't take it, and I've already said that, and I gave you the reasons why the criminalists didn't take it, and I also felt we need not take it when I looked at the case.
How long does it take to do a sexual assault kit?
It's a procedure which takes some time because the criminalist has to have a space available. Photographs are taken during the process as the case may be necessary because you have to remove the clothing. So you're talking anywhere up to an hour of time involved of different personnel.
1 hour it takes?
Within an hour, approximately less than an hour, depending on what needs to be done.
Less than an hour?
Yes.
How much less than an hour?
Well, it depends on the criminalist who's doing the procedure.
Well, let's talk about a board-certified senior criminalist. How long would it take that person to do?
We're mixing up our terminology here.
I probably am.
What does it
Criminalist, not
matter?
Yes, pathologist. Thank you very much, Your Honor. A board-certified pathologist.
In our department, the pathologists don't do the collection. We get the criminalists to do it because they are better trained to do it than us, and we have the luxury of having them in our staff. So they do it for us.
How long does it take them to do?
I said within an hour. I guess it could be done within half an hour, depending on the skills of the criminalist.
How much does that kit cost?
I don't know the cost, sir.
Is it expensive?
It's not expensive.
In trying to establish time of death, one of the factors you look for other than the scientific factors, are witnesses. Is that correct?
I said yesterday on the testimony, independent, verifiable evidence of witnesses.
And also, if there was evidence of consensual sex, might not that be of some benefit in assessing time of death?
No.
Well,
What you will get there is only the post-coital interval, and even that is very vague and non-specific in its estimation. You cannot get time of death from the intercourse, from just doing a sexual assault.
But if you did a sexual assault kit, would that verify whether or not there may have been consensual sex prior to death?
It may reflect that.
And if a person's pattern could be established when they might have time alone to engage in consensual sex, could that be of some benefit in assessing when this person was last alive?
It won't have any benefit on when the person was last alive, because you cannot make an estimation of time of death from the sexual assault. Even the basic aim when you do that is to see the post-coital interval. You can only try and tell when the coitus took place, but even that is a very vague subject because of the various variabilities involved in this.
What if you established that a person was in this courtroom the entire day except for 1 hour during lunch, and then did a sexual assault kit and found out that person had some type of sexual relationship? Would that help you determine time periods in any way?
It's very difficult to estimate time periods because I already said there's so much variability. As I said, let's take even the sperm motility. I said sperm motility is within, usually it stops within 4 hours, but it could be longer too.
Let's try to be practical. Let's say this morning somebody was in this courtroom. It would be clear they didn't have consensual sex while they were here. Is that correct?
That is a fair statement.
And if they came back from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock and they didn't have consensual sex with anyone present, that would be a fair assumption, would it not?
Yes.
And if between 12 and 1 o'clock they were not seen by anyone, and if that person expired at 5:15 and a sexual assault kit was done to show that there was evidence of consensual sex, could that be of some benefit, yes or no?
I want to know what type of evidence you're talking about, and I can't make any assumption that it's consensual or not. And all you can tell from, depending on what evidence you have in your hypothetical, if you tell that, then we can go further on that. What is the evidence which was seen at 5:15 when the sexual assault was done?
At 5:15, it was determined that the person had some type of sexual relationship. Could that be of any importance to you, yes or no?
Well, it'll only say that there was a sexual relationship if you find evidence of sperms or the enzymes, but it doesn't give anything further than that.
But other things could, couldn't it? That
No,
could
but,
be one
but, no, but to make an assumption, you must have done a sexual assault in the morning before the court started to make sure that was negative, to make any conclusions on a result you get at 5:15, because the material could have been there for more than a day or two, depending on what the circumstances are, and because you can have coitus, it could depend on the amount of ejaculation in the body. It could be a non-ejaculated intercourse. It could be coitus interruptus, as they call. It could be that the lady had some vaginal douches after that. And there are a lot of variabilities in this, so you can't really make an assumption when the sexual act took place just because you have a sexual assault kit done at 5:15, unless you have done a sexual
Wow.
assault previously that morning or that afternoon to prove that there was nothing there, and then you have something there at 5:15. So again, that's why I'm saying your question is a little bit vague to give a specific answer. But
Doesn't your manual specifically say, doctor, that whenever identification of the last sexual partner may be of value to the investigation, or whenever elimination of sexual activity may be of value to it, the examination, a sexual assault kit, whether the allegations or thoughts are consensual or non-consensual, should be done?
that's correct. That if you're at the manual, and I remember that statement in the manual.
And a sexual assault kit will show other things other than rape, won't it?
It'll show evidence of seminal material there.
Which it could show evidence of oral sexual contact.
If the oral area is examined, and, which is part of the sexual assault kit in our office.
This is
You'll find evidence for it.
outstandingly irrelevant. I completely irrelevant.
I want to direct your attention to the marks on the back of Nicole Brown Simpson that you described as bruises. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, the right lower back. I remember it very well.
And to a similar area on the back of the decedent Ronald Goldman that you referred to as lividity.
On the right side of the back, yes.
Isn't it true, doctor, by looking at the photographs alone, that you cannot determine lividity from a faint, non-patterned contusion?
You can. In this case, you can because it's very localized. Usually, lividity will take place in the whole area of the body, and that area of the body is actually more of an area. The rest of the body on the right side doesn't show any other discoloration. The lividity on Ms. Nicole was on the left side, not on the right side. These are distinct areas of discoloration consistent with bruising, in my opinion.
That's your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that as a medical examiner and expert in forensic pathology, that the only true way to distinguish the difference in such a case would have been to incise the area of the skin to see if hemorrhage was present?
That is correct. If I was doing the autopsy, that should have been done. But this is an injury, as you recall, was not observed by Dr. Golden when he did the autopsy, and this was reviewed by me on the photographs. And also our dental consultant had seen the same injury when he reviewed the photographs. He even considered us for evaluation of his bite mark. And in my opinion, based on the distribution, the localization, the patchiness, and the presence of lividity on the other side, and the lack of any other discoloration of the rest of the body on the right side, I have no doubt in my mind that is an area of non-specific blunt force injury with patterned, mottled contusion ecchymosis. It's not lividity, that is contusion on the right back.
But you would agree that to correctly make this evaluation from a forensic pathology point of view, that you would have to do an incision?
If,
It was asked but not answered.
if,
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Isn't it true that for a forensic pathologist to give a medical opinion, you would have to do an incision?
if you have a question whether it's lividity or contusion, or you feel it necessary to prove it's a contusion, you need to make an incision. And usually we make an incision to see the depth of hemorrhage so that you can have an idea about the blunt force.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
Yes, I already said that. This was an injury which was not observed, and it was not addressed till I reviewed the photographs, and we addressed it. And I have already discussed that in my direct testimony.
Also, if microscopic slides were taken of this area, that would have enabled a forensic pathologist, expert medical examiner to distinguish a bruise or contusion from an area of lividity. Isn't that correct, sir?
If you can't make the diagnosis initially, I think I've already opined that once you do microscopic sections only if you need to date an injury. The injury diagnosis is made on gross exam. Sectioning the skin, I agree, would confirm your gross. Gross means visual impression. And microscopic exam is done only to date the injury.
Is it true, sir, that trace evidence should be removed and thoroughly looked for on the hands before the hands are fingerprinted?
Yes,
Was that done in this case?
yes,
How do you know?
because Ms. Claudine Ratliff and I discussed it. I asked her what was exactly done, and she told me that. And that's a normal procedure. You take all the evidence before you do fingerprinting.
Have you seen photographs of the hand with fingerprint powder on them showing that the fingernails had already been clipped?
I've not seen any photographs where that is.
Do you know if photographs were taken of the fingers before the fingernails were clipped and the body's fingerprinted?
No, the photographic process usually takes place in our office after the evidence is collected, because during the photographic process you wash the body. So all evidence in our office is collected before photography for the autopsy purposes. So the evidence was collected when the bodies came in on June 13th.
Isn't it true that during the course of fingerprinting that valuable trace evidence could be lost?
But I told you the evidence is collected before the fingerprints. But in your hypothetical situation, if fingerprints are done before the evidence is collected, then there's a possibility that you will contaminate the trace evidence.
You testified that it's the province of the coroner's office to notify the next of kin. Is that correct?
Yes.
That wasn't done by the coroner's office in this case, was it?
On one of the victims, we notified the next of kin, I think, and the other person, I think Detective Lang, notified the next of kin. I'm a little confused on which one we did, but one was informed by the police. So the police agency can notify the next of kin on our behalf. But it is a function of our office.
You have testified that there was a lot of blood lost by both victims in this case,
I said significant blood loss, yes.
and that the carotid artery, when severed, results in blood actually pumping out.
Yes.
Would you expect the perpetrator or perpetrators, if they were wearing gloves, to have those gloves soaked in blood?
There could be some blood contamination on the glove when the incision of the neck was made, if you're referring to Ms. Brown Simpson.
would you expect the perpetrator or perpetrators to have a significant amount of blood on them?
Not from the last wound which I discussed, where the perpetrator was in the back and the neck was cut from left to right with the head being tilted. In that position, the perpetrator will not have much blood on the person because he's behind the victim. But the possibility of some contamination of the glove, I can't exclude because the hand is in front of the neck. And after all, the incision is going from left to right. So the bleeding from the initial vessel which is cut may contaminate the glove. But I will be surprised if the perpetrator in that situation would get any blood contamination on that person.
What about on the contact with Mr. Goldman, if they were face to face, as you opined at some point in time during this dynamic encounter they were? Would you expect the perpetrator to have blood?
In Goldman's case, the neck injury was a jugular vein injury. There would be blood which will be, and also from the right neck injury, there would be blood loss, and there could be some contamination on the perpetrator. But the abdominal and chest wounds, the bleeding will be mostly internal, so you do not necessarily have blood on the perpetrator. And I also would like to emphasize that the jugular vein injury won't spurt blood like the carotid injury, which we discussed earlier.
Isn't it true that decedents continue to bleed after death?
Well, you'll have some oozing of blood from the remaining blood in the cut end of the vessel, but you won't have any pumping of blood because there's no blood pressure. So there could be some leakage of the residual blood in that vessel lumen. It's just like you have a garden hose, you turn the water off, still there's some water coming out of the tube, even though the water has been turned off, whatever water is left in the tube. So you won't have any active bleeding, you won't have any bleeding in the tissues, but there could be some residual leakage of an existing remaining blood in the lumen, but that's that's very minimal, if at all there is some.
You have no way of knowing, regarding Nicole Brown Simpson, what position her neck went in after it was cut, do you?
Excuse me, Your Honor, it's vague since she has multiple wounds to her neck.
Regarding any of the wounds to her neck, do you know what position her neck went in after injuries to her neck?
After the injury, she was left in the prone position, so I really can't tell you which position the neck was left in after it was cut. But since she could have died very rapidly after the injury, it could be the same position she was found in.
And it
But
couldn't, and it could not.
It may have been in a different position, but still she would have to be prone with a face down position because all the blood flow is on the floor, and there's nothing on her feet.
And you don't know if the body twisted at all, do you?
No, I don't know that.
And nobody knows that, do they?
That's correct.
And you don't know if the killer or killers were large, strong people, do you?
It's difficult to tell the size of a assailant, but given my opinion on Mr. Goldman's, where you have parallel cuts to the neck, the perpetrator must have been at least as tall or taller to get those parallel cuts, because obviously Mr. Goldman was immobilized and there were parallel cuts to the neck. It'll be difficult for a perpetrator of smaller size to inflict those parallel cuts to the neck. It'll be difficult. I'm just saying it'll be.
Are you saying a small person couldn't hold a knife up and make parallel?
So based on that, I said I would favor the perpetrator to be at least of larger size or equal size of Mr. Goldman to immobilize him when this took place.
Well, based on the evidence that your office has presented,
Short
then you would
people will
opine
cut
that
you.
the perpetrator was at least 5'9" and weighed 170 pounds.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, that's what the weight is in the chart, and at least you must be equal size or more to really immobilize somebody. But it would be preferable for somebody to be larger size to really immobilize a person, because, as you know, in general terms, a stronger person finds it easier to immobilize a smaller person than people of equal size.
What about a smaller person who is very agile and quick and strong?
Well, as I said, the stab wounds could have been, for that is a possibility, but not for these control cuts. I would favor what I already said.
Have you ever seen small people beat big people in fights?
Well, it's
Prepare
been
this
reported there are smaller people who are
person is about to
more
beat
well-trained
you.
in martial arts than bigger people. So, yes, they can beat big people.
Regarding the stomach contents that were saved of Ronald Goldman, you were relying on the findings that you observed or that Dr. Golden observed regarding what those stomach contents contained?
I observed the stomach contents on June 22nd when we looked at the jar, but we didn't open it, but mainly on Golden's stomach content report.
You had an opportunity to look at it yourself?
Yes.
Is this something that you wanted to review and check to see if Dr. Golden was accurate in his description?
I did not do it independently.
Is this something that should have been done by you independently if you were reviewing Dr. Golden's autopsy protocol?
Well, I didn't see the necessity to do it because describing a stomach contents, and furthermore, it was only some spinach pieces and liquid. I didn't do it independently, any further studies on it.
Well, what if he was wrong about what the stomach contents are? And wouldn't that have some effect as to where he had his last meal?
Well, it doesn't have any bearing on the cause and manner of death or the injuries which I have described already.
What about the time of death? His stomach contents were different than that described by Dr. Golden. Would that have any effect on the time of death?
I already opined on the time of death yesterday. It's such a variable factor. It's only an estimated range.
Now, what if somebody says that when he left Mezzaluna restaurant, he had nothing, he ate only spinach, and that stomach contents reveal residue from ice cream? Would that have any effect?
Objection, and this will be taxed on evidence.
I'd like to refer to my notes because I remember seeing the contents. I can refer it, and then I could like to defer that question for a little bit because I do recall seeing the contents, but I'd like to refer my report before I say anything further on this question.
I can tell you
Are you
why.
saying now that you have some,
Okay,
you don't remember
here's
what
what
the stomach
happened.
contents were of?
We saw Dr. Goldman in the preliminary hearing, and he was so bad for the prosecution. He had made so many mistakes, and he was so bad that the prosecution team decided we can't put him on the stand. The department would look terrible if they put this man on the stand. So they said, okay, let's put this guy on instead, Dr. L. So they put Dr. L on the stand, which completely pissed off the defense team. That's why they are asking all these questions. They're so mad, and they want the jury to know that the prosecution are terrible for not putting this witness that would have been totally bad for them on the stand. So later, we're going to find out the defense team says, you know what? Screw it, which is their every right for them to do. And they bring Dr. Goldman to the stand, which is their right to do. So, yes. So, like, that's why their line of questioning about why the prosecution didn't put that doctor on the stand, it was out of line, because they don't get to choose what the prosecution does for their case. They don't get to have an opinion on how they present their evidence. They just don't. If they want someone on the stand that the prosecution need to put on the stand, then that's what they do. They put them on the stand. And that's what they're going to do. Hopefully soon, but probably 12 months from now.
Ronald Goldman?
Well, I recall that they appear to be the same what was described by Dr. Golden, but I would like to refresh my memory before I answer this question further.
How long will it take you to do that?
Short time, I can look at my report.
It's up to Your Honor.
Be my guest. And may I see Mr. Shapiro and Mr. Kelberg for this one, please?
You think the cameraman is screwing with him now? Just putting the camera on him like that. I know he wants the camera on him. I understand that. But constant camera on is not fun. I think the cameraman is screwing with him right now. And I love it. And I'm here for it.
Do you recognize that as a container that's used in your department?
Yes, this is a container from our department.
Now, I'd like you to go through the next series of photographs and describe what you see. The next one being B, I believe, is the contents taken outside the container. Would you describe what 1194B is?
This looks like some pasty, brownish material with some greenish leafy fragments seen in it on gross examination of this photograph. This is 1194A.
That looks like stomach contents containing spinach?
Well, it's not like looking at it directly as we did on June 22nd, but it could be interpreted as such. But I would not like to interpret it from the photograph, but from my previous knowledge, yes.
So your previous knowledge in this case is better than the photographs?
Thank you, dear Lord, for
Yes.
not showing us
Would you
that
go
picture.
through the remaining photographs and describe what they show? And I think just out of respect that these are probably not properly placed either on the Elmo or to the jury.
I would like to know what this particular photograph is. I can't.
No,
Does that look like tomato peel?
excuse me. First of all, I'd ask that the witness speak up.
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro, allow the witness to answer, and I'm not sure which photograph it is.
Yes, Doctor. Yes, I agree, Ms. Gilman. Doctor, would you tell us which photograph you're looking at?
I'm looking at now D, which shows a close-up of the same contents. And there's some low-power photographs of some material which has been separated off from the contents.
And Doctor, which photograph is that?
This is E and F.
Can you
And
describe further what appears to be separated in those?
Yeah.
Do you see food particles?
yeah, this looks like vegetable matter to me. And there's a close-up of the vegetable matter in, I think this is G, Your Honor. G. And there's a close-up of another vegetable matter which looks like a hedge. And there's also some two close-up photographs of another vegetable matter here, which is I. And this one is
Oh, you got me.
C, probably C. Okay, C. These two, I can't really understand as well as these fragments here. So I'll comment on these first.
The two that you just picked up and put down said you can't tell what they are. What are the numbers on it? What are the letters on the
This
back?
is C and B. On one of them, there's a fragment of what is seen on H. But these two look like two non-distinct brownish material, which I'm having difficulty understanding what it is. But these close-up photographs of I, C, and H, I can try and comment on.
All right, would you say that these are a series of photographs that would show the process that a forensic pathologist would undertake to determine stomach contents?
Yes.
First, you would see it in a container, then you would empty the container out, then you would spread the material out,
Yes.
then upon spreading the material out, you would try to separate from there any undigested or partially digested material.
That's correct.
Then you would take close-ups of those materials and try to compare them to other samples you've seen in the past.
Yes.
And now, by doing that process, would you say that you would be able to see if, did you do that?
No, I didn't do that. I told you my only visualization of the stomach contents was on June 22nd, and I already described what we saw then. I didn't do this detailed study which has been done here.
Is that a proper way to do it?
That is correct.
And in doing it the proper way, do you see any evidence of raisins?
The three photographs where I can clearly identify, because, the other photographs have a distant type of, it's not a close-up, so it's difficult to really define what it is. But these three close-ups show what is being photographed very clearly, and I can comment on these if you want.
Do you see any evidence of raisins, yes or no?
Not in the photographs I see here, the ones which I said I could.
It's fine. Do you see any evidence of tomato skin?
Yes.
Do you see any evidence of green pepper?
I don't know whether I can call it green pepper from a photograph, but there's a fragment which could represent green pepper fragment, but I can't tell whether it's a green pepper or not.
Do you see any evidence of onion fragment?
Not from the distant photograph, I'm not able to tell whether it's there or not.
Are you familiar with a vegetable named kale?
No.
Do you see any evidence of spinach?
There is a leafy fragment here which could be spinach.
And nobody
And
should
gross
be
examination did
familiar
show
with
there was
kale.
spinach.
By those photographs, are you testifying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that vegetable you see is spinach?
It could be spinach, and from my gross examination, it would favor being spinach, but from a It's difficult to say more than that at this point.
Are you medically certain it's spinach?
It looks like spinach, I said.
Well, don't you have a term that you use within a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes,
And that's what an expert would say, right?
yes.
A layperson would say it looks like.
Well, when you see a photograph of a vegetable fragment, and especially it's only a portion of a leafy fragment, there could be other leafy vegetables which can look the same appearance. So you won't be able to pinpoint exactly just from a cut fragment here. So I said it looks like.
Can you tell us within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, yes or no?
As I told you, from the initial examination of the stomach contents, it looked like spinach, and this photograph would be consistent with that diagnosis.
Well, would you say then that if these are in fact are the contents of Ronald Goldman, that the contents of the stomach, that many of the areas of food that was present were simply missed by you and Dr. Golden?
Could you repeat it again, please, your question?
If in fact these are photographs of the stomach contents of Ronald Goldman, which you still have, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you say that by offering your opinion that there was only spinach, that you made a mistake?
From the contents, yes, what was identifiable grossly, that's what, so it's not a mistake in the sense that from the initial impression, because no detailed study was done as it was done in this particular instance as you showed in the photographs. So that way it's a mistake, yes.
You previously testified that you asked Dr. Golden to make an estimate as to the time of death.
Yes, I did.
And that's the most frequently asked question by homicide investigators in a case where there are no eyewitnesses, isn't it?
Yes.
And Dr. Golden responded that he advised you based on...
Objection, Your Honor, is calling for hearsay with lack of foundation.
What's the nature of this? What's the source of the statement?
Testimony of Dr. Golden under oath, page 12, lines 26 through 28 of the preliminary hearing.
Oral.
And Dr. Golden told you, based on the gastric contents, that death, quote, was somewhere 3 to 4 hours after her last meal.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that misstates the testimony with respect to telling Dr. Lakshmana, because the answer doesn't respond to the question.
Rephrase the question.
Did Dr. Golden testify in your review of the preliminary hearing on page 12, line 26 through 28? I'll give it to you. Do you need it?
Yes, please. As I told you yesterday, it's good to refresh one's memory. Page 28, sir.
On page 12, line 26 through 28, did Dr. Golden testify that based on the gastric contents...
Hold on, let him get the page.
Yes, I got the page and the line. Go ahead.
26.
Yes, I got it, sir.
Did he testify as follows, quote, based on the gastric contents of death, quote, was somewhere 3 to 4 hours after her last meal, end quote. Was that his testimony?
Yes.
And you gave testimony that her last meal on direct examination was between 8 and 8:15. Is that correct?
Well, that is my understanding based on the opening and closing of the bill which was presented to me.
Based on that, Dr. Goldman would place the time of death of Nicole Simpson between 11 o'clock and 12:30.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Or 11...
I'm going to object as taking out of context, counsel, and look at page 16, a specific question asked by Mr. Shapiro as to opinion as to the time of her death.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I can't ask this question based on... He went through for 2 days.
I understand. Both of you. Sustain the objection. Rephrase the question.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Assuming, based on Dr. Golden's expertise, that she died 3 to 4 hours after her last meal, and her last meal was between 8 and 8:30, what would the time of death of Nicole Simpson be?
Based on his testimony, it would reflect 11 to 12:30 based on his testimony and his opinion.
Didn't Dr. Golden further testify on page 13, line 16, that on the basis of rigor mortis, the time of death was between
We're
9
staying
and 12
live until
hours
Dr.
prior to
L
10:50
is
a.m.
done.
when it was
We're
measured?
staying live. We're not shutting down.
13.
That misstates the testimony.
Why don't you read it?
Mr. Shapiro, huh?
I'm going to refer you to page 13, line 16. All right, you with me?
Yes, sir, I'm following you.
And then I considered the rigor mortis determination, which at the time the investigator the time the investigator performed her determination, the body was in full rigor. If now I may pick up and look at page 1 of the coroner's protocol.
We're done with Dr. L. You know, we want to move on. Once you know a relationship is ended, it is best to end it and not drag it out for the kids' sake. We're going to watch until it's over, and we are minutes away, so we are 20 minutes into a basically 2-hour stream, but we're at speed 1.25, and he will be done at some point during this stream. And then apparently tomorrow is the glove. Tomorrow is the glove scene, I believe. I might watch tomorrow tonight ahead of time just to make sure, and if I am sure, then I'm going to hype it so other people can see it tomorrow.
Protocol. The rigor was fixed and was fully fixed. So that also placed the time of death somewhere beyond 9 to 12 hours. And assume that the investigator concluded that rigor was fully fixed at 10:50. What would the estimate be as to the time of death of Nicole Simpson?
Based on his testimony and based on the information he's used, the calculation for that would be that death occurred before 10:50 p.m. It says beyond 9 to 12 hours. If you take 9 hours, it occurred before 1:50 a.m. If you take 12 hours, it occurred before 10:50 p.m. of June 13th.
Doctor, doesn't that conclude that if it's between 9 and 12 hours prior to 10:50, it would be between 10:50 p.m. and 1:50 a.m.?
No. It doesn't state that. It says beyond 9 to 12 hours. That means the death occurred before. If you use the 9-hour number, it means death occurred before 1:50 a.m. If you use the 12-hour number, it means death occurred before 10:50 p.m., which means death occurred before that. Because as I told you yesterday in rigor mortis, once it develops, you can't tell how long it's there till it passes away. So that's what this testimony is. So he says in this testimony, death occurred before 1:50 a.m., and if you use a 12-hour statement for fully developed, it occurred before 10:50 p.m.
What's 9 hours prior to 10:50 a.m.?
1:50 a.m.
What's 12 hours prior to 9:50 a.m.? Prior to 10:50 a.m.?
10:50 p.m. of the previous day.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Gelbert? Doctor, let me read you the testimony if I could, and then do some very quick calculations. Oh, first of all, no, let me invite counsel to page 16, lines 3 through 7.
Yes.
And ask if you reviewed this testimony as well, Doctor. Question by Mr. Shapiro.
He's done. He's done. Now we recross. We're getting there. I'm so happy.
The preliminary hearing. Do you have an opinion as to the time of death of Nicole Simpson? Answer by Dr. Golden, I can give you a range. Question, and what is that range? Answer, somewhere between 9 o'clock and midnight. Recall that, Doctor?
Could you look at the page number again?
16.
Yes.
Lines 3 through 7. Questioning by Mr. Shapiro. Recall that?
Yes.
Is that consistent with your own opinion?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the question that Mr. Shapiro asked just when he stopped his examination, the answer given by Dr. Golden at the preliminary hearing stated, starting at line 20, the rigor mortis was fixed and was fully fixed. So that also placed the time of death somewhere beyond 9 to 12 hours. Doctor, assuming that the rigor mortis reading was obtained at 10:50 in the morning, and the assessment is that that shows death was beyond 12 hours before that time, then what is the latest time that the death could have occurred, according to that opinion, by Dr.
This
Golden?
guy can't
That means
still
the
be
death occurred
alive.
beyond 12 hours. That is death
Too
occurred before
much
10:50.
anger. So much
And
anger.
according to that, then the latest time for Nicole Brown Simpson's death would have been 10:50 p.m., correct?
No, it's
The latest time.
that's correct.
And she could have died, according to that opinion of Dr. Golden, earlier than 10:50, including 10:15, correct?
That's correct. That's what I testified to.
And, Doctor, going back to the gastric contents question asked by Mr. Shapiro, where Dr. Golden said, my estimate was based on the state of the gastric contents and the character of the gastric contents. It was somewhere 3 to 4 hours after her last meal. If Dr. Golden misspoke and left out the word within, so that his answer that he intended was actually it was somewhere within 3 to 4 hours after her last meal. Would that be consistent, in your opinion, with the usefulness of the stomach contents as an estimator of time of death?
Sustained.
Assuming hypothetically, doctor, well, let me withdraw the question. Doctor, number one, in your opinion, would it make medical sense, based upon the observation of the stomach contents, to place the time of death at 3 to 4 hours after her last meal?
As I testified yesterday, you need to see grossly identifiable fragments, and that would suggest the meal was taken 2 hours prior to death. But as I said, because of the various variabilities, it's difficult to give an exact estimate.
And one of the studies you relied upon, the Bolandi study, which used pasta like rigatoni as the meal that was being followed in the stomach and through into the intestines, indicated that in normal, average, healthy people, the passage time was 4 hours for the entire contents to pass the stomach, plus or minus 30 minutes, right?
Yes.
And in the observation of Dr. Golden, there is still 500 cc's, 3 ladles of 6 ounces each, of identifiable rigatoni in Nicole Brown Simpson's stomach. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if that is the case, doctor, that it takes 4 hours for the stomach to empty, and on the other hand, you find 500 cc's of rigatoni-based contents in the stomach, does it make medical sense to say that the person died 3 to 4 hours after having eaten that meal?
No, because they could have died within 3 to 4 hours, because as you know from that, if you're using that study as in your hypothetical, stomach would have emptied in 4 hours, and you still have a lot of residual material in the stomach, so it would be within 4 hours rather than 3 to 4 hours.
And doctor, if Dr. Golden's opinion regarding the actual time of death, as he told Mr. Shapiro in response to his question, was somewhere between 9 o'clock and midnight, would an opinion saying that death was 3 to 4 hours after the meal, and the meal was ended somewhere between 8 and 8:30, be consistent with what Dr. Golden has said is his opinion, 9 o'clock to midnight?
Yes.
Now, doctor, let me ask you briefly, and let's see if maybe we can get you out of here by noon. Just a few questions. First of all, if Mr. Shapiro feels that there's any value to Dr. Golden's testimony beyond what you've already said, is Dr. Golden available at your office at any time to be called by Mr. Shapiro to this courtroom and examined as a witness by Mr. Shapiro?
Overruled.
You may answer the question, doctor.
To my knowledge, he's available.
And if I ask you to make sure he's available, will you do your utmost so that if Mr. Shapiro wants him here, all Mr. Shapiro has to do is let me know, I'll let you know, and Dr. Golden will be here?
I'll do my best to make that happen.
Now, a couple other points, Doctor. You were talking about why you believe the killer would have been at least the size of, if not bigger than, Mr. Goldman. You recall that series of questions that Mr. Shapiro was asking?
Yes.
Doctor, did you have provided to you some information concerning shoe sizes and human stature, that is, heights and weights of people?
Overruled.
I-
Overruled.
I briefly reviewed that material.
Doctor, I want you to assume that there were bloody shoe prints found along the walkway leading from the bodies to the back of the Bundy location, and that I want you to assume, hypothetically, that there will be testimony that those bloody shoe prints are consistent with a person who has a size 12 shoe. And I want you to further assume, hypothetically, that people who wear size 12 shoes tend to be 6 feet to 6 feet 4, based upon studies conducted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and the FBI. Doctor, would that type of evidence, assuming it is true, serve to confirm your opinion that a single killer of a height greater than Mr. Goldman, in a swift and violent assault on both of these human beings, is the perpetrator?
No. Overruled.
I already said it could be such a kind of perpetrator.
And Mr. Shapiro asked you, would you stake your reputation to a reasonable medical certainty? Remember that question?
Yes.
Doctor, would you stake your reputation that based upon the forensic pathology evidence you reviewed, that all of that evidence is in fact consistent with one killer, 6'2", 210 pounds, athletically built, with the element of surprise, with a 6-inch long, single-edged knife, killing Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman? Would you risk your reputation, stake your reputation on that?
I said that one person could have done all the injuries. Yes, I did say that.
And will you stake your reputation that all of the evidence is consistent with that?
Yes.
Now, doctor, this driver's license, 85A. Have you known people to fudge a little bit on providing information to the Department of Motor Vehicles with respect to heights, weights, ages, and so forth?
Sustain. I think it's beyond the scope of this particular.
All right. Doctor, have you ever encountered people who feel it's important to be 6 feet tall, even if they might be like 5'11" or 5'10"?
Sustain.
Doctor, Mr. Shapiro asked you something about glancing blows. Recall that testimony?
He also knows those questions were
Yes.
And he
inappropriate.
talked about the possibility of one knuckle striking the chin. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, by definition, would you opine that a glancing blow results in the transfer of less force by the very nature of being a glancing blow?
As I already said, that in a glancing blow, the energy is not delivered completely to the target. Only a portion of the energy is delivered.
And if that is in fact the situation, doctor, does that reduce the likelihood that you would expect any injury to be seen on the person receiving this glancing blow
That would be a logical conclusion.
and on the person delivering the glancing blow?
That would also be a logical conclusion.
And doctor, there was questioning by Mr. Shapiro about would you expect somebody to kick and do all these various things to try and survive? You recall that series of questions?
Yes.
Doctor, if somebody has a human being from behind and has a knife at their throat, would you expect the first place that that victim is going to try and deal with to be the knife, which is the immediate threat to the person's life?
That would be an expected reaction.
And if the knife is at the throat, would you expect the person to be trying to kick the perpetrator where the knife is?
That I would not be able to state whether it could happen or cannot happen, because it depends on the fear element in the victim. Because as I told you, the victim could be in fear and frozen, and there could be no kicking and nothing. But so the reaction for that kind of hypothetical is difficult to speculate, and I would not wish to make any further statements on that.
Doctor, when you talk about freezing, in fact, is it a recognized phenomena even in wartime that men and women who are being shot at or threatened with immediate death, some of them literally freeze and are unable to move?
Objection, speculation beyond his expertise. Unless he's participating in the war and so on.
I should rephrase the question.
Doctor, from your knowledge as a physician, are you aware of such information that indicates that in circumstances where people's lives are in fact immediately threatened, some people simply freeze, unable to move?
I've heard of such information, yes.
Now, doctor, you testified also Mr. Goldman has no cuts to the back of his hands, right?
Yes.
And he has defensive wounds as if trying to ward off with open hands a knife, correct?
That is my statement, yes.
And all of that, doctor, is inconsistent with the fist of Mr. Goldman being created, that is, by the hand closing.
That was my opinion also. It's unlikely, I said.
Just a few more questions, if I might, Your Honor. Mr. Shapiro asked you something about the aging of contusions and abrasions. Recall that?
Yes.
And wouldn't microscopic slides be helpful?
Yes.
Are we talking about aging in the sense of, is it ante-mortem, peri-mortem, or post-mortem, or are we talking about aging in determining time of death?
Aging is for the age of the injury. You cannot estimate the time of death from the injury itself.
And doctor, since Mr. Shapiro asked about contusions versus lividity, remember that photograph B9?
Yes.
The area where you said there was a nonspecific blunt force trauma, if that had been an area of lividity, can you explain how it would exist in that area given the position of the body which had the dependent portion of the body, that is the body that is below, being the left side, not the right side?
It was on the right side, and Nicole's lividity was on the left side.
And can you then explain how, being on the right side, that bruised area, how that could be lividity? Scientifically, is that possible?
That's why I said it's not lividity, and there was no other discoloration on the right side of the body.
Do you have to make any kind of incision, given the evidence that you had, to understand that situation?
No, but during the autopsy, if a doctor has a doubt, there is always an available option to make an incision to confirm your initial impression.
Now, doctor, just a couple more questions. Who sets the cost for these slides?
Our department accountant, in consultation with the auditor, they figure out what are the processes involved, salaries involved, time element involved, and they come up with some mathematical calculations, and the county has its way of getting the numbers which involves in the cost recovery.
Are you involved in that calculation process at all?
No, sir.
Lastly, doctor, were you graded by Mr. Tuno on his suggestion that you learn to talk louder in court?
He didn't tell me to talk louder, but he gave that as a general advice to everybody, that to speak up and express yourself. That was general advice given during the talk.
And if you see him again, I suggest he might ask you to speak louder, like if you're another witness in another case. With that, Your Honor, I have
Mr. Shapiro? Certainly.
No further questions, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor, please. None? Oh gosh, I think we made it. I think we made it to the end. He looks like he's talking here, doesn't he? Come on.
And Doctor, 1:30.
Nope.
Thank you.
Son of a gun. Son of a gun. We call them pistols. Anyway, we're fast forwarding to 1:30, guys.
All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. The defendant's again present before the court with his counsel. People are represented. Jury is not present. Good afternoon, Mr. Shapiro. You had something you wanted to comment on?
Your Honor, yes, we
Bring to
would
the
like
court's
to
attention.
address the court regarding evidence that we would like to present before the jury regarding findings of Judge Pounders in 2 homicide cases that were autopsied by Dr. Golden, and where the cause of death in both cases had been changed after the defense brought in their expert witnesses.
The cause of death was changed?
Not the cause, I'm sorry. The circumstances surrounding the death. One, there was an exit wound versus an entrance wound that was later changed, and one was also the distance at which a weapon was fired. Both of those cases were capital murder cases against one defendant. As a result of the change in the findings by Dr. Golden, as well as a lack of a witness, those cases were dismissed, and Judge Pounders made a finding of factual innocence. We would like to bring that to the jury's attention.
In what manner?
By simply asking this witness, by simply asking Dr. Lakshmanan, are you aware that as a result of the mistakes that were made by Dr. Golden in these 2 autopsies, that these cases resulted in somebody who was being prosecuted for capital murder having the charges dismissed on the motion of the district attorney?
And what's the basis of this information? I mean, do you have the certified court documents available?
Yes. I actually have the district attorney's file, the internal memorandums from the district attorney who handled the case to Mr. Sunstead, who was the person who made the approval.
No, but my question is, I mean, the district attorney's file is oftentimes an interesting source of information, but it's not the official court record.
The official court record has been destroyed based on a finding of factual innocence.
No, but that record would still exist.
I was told by the attorney who filed the petition that the record doesn't. We tried to find it. The DAs tried to find it yesterday. They couldn't. The only record they had was their file, and the only record that the coroner has there are 2 autopsy reports.
Mr. Kelberg?
Your Honor, so that the record is complete, Mr. Shapiro had the opportunity both to peruse our file and speak at length with Mr. Grace, who was the prosecutor of the case. Obviously, this questioning, in my judgment, A, calls for hearsay, lack of foundation as to what Judge Pounders did or did not do. B, is completely irrelevant. The issue is, were the mistakes of Dr. Golden, which are relevant only as to his competency, mistakes which are significant from a medical perspective. Dr. Lakshmanan is no better qualified to talk about the legal significance than would be the ordinary layperson. Dr. Lakshmanan is a forensic pathologist. He is not a lawyer. The third item is, just so that the record is correct, there has been no contact between Mr. Grace and Dr. Lakshmanan, or really any other person in the coroner's office regarding any mistakes by Dr. Golden in these 2 cases, the Gate Phillips cases. And that what Mr. Shapiro said on the record he was led to believe existed simply is not the case. There is no such communication. Dr. Lakshmanan knew nothing more about this until this matter was raised as part of the primetime live based in part on Dr. Golden's change of opinion. And the memorandum does not talk about mistakes, just change of opinion. And that change of opinion contradicted the testimony of an eyewitness who was the primary witness on which the prosecution was based. And compounding the change in circumstances that situation created, that eyewitness was apparently not able to be located. So as a result of that combination of circumstances, a recommendation was made to have the charges dismissed, and that recommendation was approved by the appropriate chain of command in our office. And what happened from that point on, obviously it was dismissed, and Mr. Grace is in a position to say it was dismissed, but there's certainly no recordation that I reviewed from a minute order or a transcript to reflect the circumstances when I assume Mr. Grace moved the court formally for a motion to dismiss.
Are you aware of any authority to destroy a court file after finding a factual innocence?
Your Honor, I am not aware that the court would destroy any file on such a finding. I believe it in the penal code dealing with sealing of records on findings of factual innocence is probably what Mr. Shapiro is talking about in order to protect the person who had been accused from having to disclose or have available to outside review these materials. But I am not aware of any statute which would either authorize or approve the court destroying the court's file on the basis of a determination of factual innocence.
So what's the legal basis of your objection?
Legal bases of my objection are multifold. Number one, it calls for hearsay, lack of foundation. If Judge Pounders said something and did something, it's got to be from Judge Pounders' mouth or from some admissible document that qualifies as an official record. As the court is well aware, judicial notice may not be taken of everything that is in a court file, and that in fact many of the matters that are within a court file are subject to the same hearsay exceptions like official records. But you've got to be able to lay a foundation, and obviously there is no such record here, even if the court was being asked to take judicial notice. So hearsay, number one. Number two, it's irrelevant. It is irrelevant to the issue of whether Dr. Golden is a competent forensic pathologist or not. What is relevant, as the court found, is did he make mistakes that reflect upon his skills as a medical examiner? And secondly, if he did make mistakes, are those mistakes of medical significance? Because if they are significant medical mistakes, then it clearly goes more to demonstrate a lack of competency than if they are insignificant mistakes, which have really no reflection upon his skill. Dr. Lakshmanan is eminently qualified to evaluate the medical significance of any such mistake. But he is not a lawyer, he is not a judge, he is not a qualified expert witness on the subject of the legal significance, and he would be unable to know the legal significance because it was Mr. Grace and the people in our office who at least initially made a determination to move to dismiss. The record, at least in our file, is clear that the basis for that motion is not either exclusively on the grounds of Dr. Golden's mistakes or necessarily on the grounds that they are mistakes. It is on the grounds that the evidence produced by the amended opinion reflects inconsistency between that opinion and the eyewitness account, which makes the case problematic, followed by the unavailability of the witness, even if one wanted to believe the credibility of the witness over Dr. Golden's amended opinion. As a result of which, all of this is speculative, 352, irrelevant, outside the scope of expertise of Dr. Lakshmanan, calling for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Mr. Shapiro, any response?
Thank you.
I'm concerned about the foundation for this matter.
Foundation we can get in by doing what I would prefer not to do and hopefully do by stipulation, since there are no facts in dispute, by calling Mr. Grace, who in fact was the prosecutor in the case. The real issue is so that this jury is not confused and misled. Dr. Lakshmanan continued under questions from the prosecutor to say that none of these things affect what he refers to as big-ticket items. Nothing affects the cause of death or the manner of death. What we want to demonstrate, and therefore it doesn't affect the competency of Dr. Golden. What we want to demonstrate to the jury is even though the cause of death was not changed in two cases where Dr. Golden testified, they both died of gunshot wounds, and even though the death certificate was not changed because that was the same, the findings that he made, that is Dr. Golden as a forensic pathologist, changed the course of events for somebody who was prosecuted and caused, in part, somebody who had been in jail for 3 years to be released and a finding of factual innocence. If that is not a major item and a major piece of evidence for a forensic pathologist to have, there can be no bigger area for a forensic pathologist to examine. And that's what we want the jury to know. The prosecution has tried to narrow, to a great degree, certain issues and take away everything else that a forensic pathologist has to do and has to look for. And that if those opinions are incorrect, then the jury now is left with the idea, well, these, according to the prosecutor and Dr. Lakshmanan, are not important. Well, an exit wound and an entrance wound not only is important in making a correct analysis from the point of view of a medical examiner, it is essential when it comes to guilt or innocence. And he is making several similar opinions in this case. And he's relying in part on his opinions based on the work of Dr. Golden. And I think it's important for the jury to know how significant these errors really were.
All right. Mr. Shapiro, I think I have allowed wide latitude to the defense to cross-examine Dr. Lakshmanan regarding Dr. Golden's competence. I allowed going into these other cases where significant mistakes were made. I think, though, to ask these questions of Dr. Lakshmanan would be, one, asking him to come to a legal conclusion, which I don't believe he is competent to make. I think that we have a lack of foundation here for the legal conclusions. We don't have a court file. There's nothing I can take judicial notice of. And I think under 352 we also have a problem that there are too many other factors that Mr. Kelberg mentions that went into the decision to dismiss the case beyond just the issue of Dr. Golden having made a mistake as to the entry, exit, and the proximity. That issue has already been clearly presented without ambiguity to the jury, that he's made those mistakes. And what the legal consequences are, the explanation for that will take more time than it's worth at this point. We've established the point that Dr. Golden made a mistake, so I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, just for the record, may I make an offer of proof that we could meet the foundation requirement?
Certainly.
And we could meet that very easily by calling the prosecutor in this case, who will substantiate what I have said, by calling Mr. Lindner, who was the defense attorney in this case, who will substantiate it. I have not talked to Judge Pounders, but because this case was so unusual, it is the opinion of both lawyers that he would recall this independently. So I think we could get over that foundational requirement and would present that to Your Honor. Second, just for the record, we would like to mark as exhibits to be part of the court file the letter from Charles Lindner to Robert Grace explaining the errors that were made, the summary and findings by Deputy District Attorney Robert Grace, and two district attorney forms, which are the disposition reports and the recommendation for dismissal. We'd like to incorporate these as a joint exhibit along with the protocols of the two decedents and autopsy reports for the record only.
Certainly. And we'll collectively, what is the next defense exhibit? 1195 with a clear designation not to go to the jury unless otherwise ordered.
Thank you very much, Your
All right,
Honor.
thank you.
Can I just inquire from Mr. Shapiro, were these our original copies?
No, those are copies.
Your copies? Yes.
Do you stipulate that these are copies from your file?
Certainly.
All right, thank you, Counsel. Anything else?
Not by this-
All right, and we're prepared to present the next witnesses after we've concluded with Dr. Lakshmanan.
Don't look at me, Your Honor.
Mr. Darden, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're going to require
I am
a
prepared.
15-minute break prior to the next set of witnesses.
Yeah, we have a lot of exhibits to move around and get out of the way. All right.
I am definitely
agree.
prepared,
All right,
Judge.
Deputy Mayor, let's have the jurors, please.
Don't worry about me. I'm okay over here. This is it, guys. This is the last piece of the medical examiner in the O.J. Simpson trial.
Department 110 needs your presence.
I'm going to make a perhaps, I think this will be real quick. Can they give me 5?
Counsel, you have the court's leave to go. Would you tell Department 110 we'd like?
Only 12 minutes of redirect.
All right, I'm just trying to accommodate counsel's other obligations. Let's proceed. On the representation, it's only 5 minutes.
Less than 5.
Less than 5 minutes. All right. All right, let's have the jurors. other cases. I've got other cases. You've got other cases. And Mr. Shapiro, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon again, Dr. Lakshmanan. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lakshmanan, I'd like to show you something on the Elmo, please. Will you put that up, Mr. Harris? I'd like to mark this defense next in order. What I'm going to show you is something referred to as the golden rule of homicide investigation. And I'd like to ask you the following question regarding the golden rule.
Treat all
which states
homicides
never
as
touch,
they treat
change,
you.
or alter
Never mind.
anything until identified, measured, and photographed. Remember that when a body or an article has been moved, it can never be restored to its original position. Do you agree with that rule, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I am done, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Lakshmanan, you are now excused as a witness, sir, subject to recall. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the presentation of the medical evidence by the prosecution. At this time, we are going to shift focus to another area. I'm going to have the attorneys clear out some of the exhibits so that we have more room, and so we're going to take a recess for about 15 minutes so we can bring those exhibits together. I'm sure you understand. All right, so we'll see you back here in about, 15, 20 minutes.
No, you won't, sir. Don't you tell me what to do with my Sunday. I earned this Sunday. I could do anything I want to do. I can do a 5-hour, 30-minute, and 41-second stream if I want to. Or I can go to bed. Or I could work on a different channel while I'm doing this channel, right, Josh? Anyway, guys, this is about to get exciting. We made it. We did it. We got to the good parts. Now the good parts are coming. Now it's time. And now I have to stop the stream. Ah! Ah! Somebody help me press this stop button. All right. Tomorrow, guys, if you see me hyping and something up overnight, you know that I've watched the trial that we're going to see tomorrow, and I'm excited and I'm hyping it. If you don't see me, either I fell asleep, which is plan A. Plan A right now is to fall asleep. Then later, watch what we're going to see tomorrow ahead of time and hype it like crazy. Love you all forever and ever and ever and ever. I will see you all again real soon. Have a great Sunday, guys. Bye.